Unless the dungeon that gets announced today is like Echo's by far favorite, that they have some special strategy there that Miscount does not have. But Miscount just looked incredibly strong yesterday. I do think Echo also looked strong in some dungeons. They just struggled a lot in that Ruby life pools, which, since it was the first dungeon that all of them went into, it looked a little bit like Echo is shaky, but I think Echo did perform well in all the other dungeons as well.
Tettles, did you change your mind? Did you just update your... I'm a little confused here. Really, you think Dratnos' guild team is going to make it?
Yeah, I do think that Dratnos' guild team is going to make it. Dratnos and I did a under-the-table deal. We actually... I'm now waving the flag of Dratnos. I think that he's absolutely correct. One of the smartest individuals on the TGP desk. The
bar is very
really
low.
One of a kind. Okay, shut up.
That's ironic. You didn't have Dratnos on there. Hopefully, you're going to have to see. Oh,
there it is.
AA and Bracken. Sanguine AA, oh no.
Wow. Okay, all right. Since it's ironic, since I was chatting with you, what are your thoughts looking at our dungeons, the 2 additions we've had added into the mix today?
Sanguine AA, with the size of the pulls in that key, that can be a huge time loss. We'll see how the teams deal with that. We know that key can go up to 22 from what we saw last weekend, but, if you can actually deal with the Sanguine healing there, that can be scary. Raging, Afflicted, Brackenhide Hollow. Raging can be a pain in some of those pulls, right? For instance, the claws in the first section of the dungeon, if you don't get perfect Raging dispels and all those, you could easily get one-shot by those frontals. Not at the lower keys, that's something for the higher keys. Maybe that's a little bit easier than the Sanguine, though. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, Brackenhide was one of the keys that could definitely go pretty high as well, especially on Fortified, and check it out. Dratnos guild team, they're ready to go. They already have the key started, man. They're feeling themselves.
They are ready to get started, and so are we. We are going to be saying goodbye just for now to Zyronic and Tettles. We'll see you again soon as Nagura and Dratnos will kick things off. Dratnos, we're coming in. We saw the affixes. What are you thinking about these dungeons today?
Yeah, Brackenhide is going to be a big one. This one, we already have a death as well here for the guild team, having to, I guess they're going to keep this poll going. It is a 15 that we're starting off on today, so not like a 14 as we had yesterday. Still very much in the range of teams hoping, and I would say expecting, to put up a +3 in these 15s, but there should be enough wiggle room that they can have a stray death here or there, although we do have another death coming out on the guild team, so a little bit of slop from the Dratnos guild team. Meanwhile, Hope, actually, up in the top right, are kind of breaking the mold here. They're actually heading into a yesterday dungeon instead of one of these fresh today dungeons, which I usually like seeing this, because this is a dungeon you can plan for, right? You're not waiting on an affix reveal. You just know that you can start your day with this and then think about where to go next later, although they are immediately down portaling, so maybe they've changed their mind.
Oh, they went... did I have the wrong affixes? No, they don't. Interesting. Well, I do like the decision to go to do that 21 real quick. One thing to think about is to have like a dungeon fresh in your mind, right? So I think just finishing off the 21 and then focusing on the other dungeons, not having to maybe go back into the 21 unless they need a tiebreaker later, which, that's still far away to think about. So just getting those 2 points makes you feel good as well, so you're not behind in score compared to those other teams that have that 21 timed already. But we do see everyone else in that Brackenhide. We've seen a death for Echo as well. So on the top right, we did see Miras go down. Fortunately for Echo, Miras went down before Bloodlust was being used and before PI was used. So Miras did not lose out on much setup here, except of course the pre-key setup that Shadow Priests are doing or are allowed to do in a TGP here. While for Dratnos guild team, they did lose the Bloodlust and some cooldowns on their mage, which was a little bit more of a disaster for them. But again, it's a 15, so they are still confident that they can pre-chest this one.
Yeah, you can see how Echo are already into boss and zoom in there. Missed count as well, getting started. Also a little bit behind where Echo are at, but they'll be finishing off this key and then basically heading straight to the boss. You can see they already have 4 out of 5 Tuskar freed with our little tracker at the bottom there. So that's usually how teams approach this first area, right? Is you do 2 pulls in this area, and then you're sending your priests and your healer on stealth missions to go and open some cages using some Fade, Mind Soothe, Shadow Melds and stuff like that to be able to get out of combat and get those extra Tuskar freed. Mostly because the trash in this area is pretty nasty. A lot of it flees when it gets on low health as well, so that can make it take a while to finish off as well. Teams generally preferring to just pull a bunch later in the dungeon instead.
Yeah, one thing about them fleeing as well in combination with the Raging Affix is that the Raging Affix, of course, makes them immune to CC. So now all of a sudden they're running away and you can't stun them either. So that is something that can be a little bit dangerous here at the start of this dungeon, especially on the higher keys. We're going to have to keep an eye on that as it is also fortified. So if some mobs run away and then start casting on you from afar, it can be pretty tricky. But so far, all the teams doing well in that 15. Jif also on the bottom right in that Brackenhide. So basically all of the teams except Hope decided to go into the Brackenhide instead of the AA. I guess the AA a little bit more difficult with the Sanguine Affix, so they probably have to think about that a little bit. Maybe they have to adjust their route, because we did see a lot of very crazy pulls last weekend in the Academy, where they did some snapping pulls with the Lashers, and maybe they want to reconsider them or just adjust them a little bit if Sanguine is the live affix for that key.
Yeah, Sanguine is definitely a wrench in the plan there, so that'll be something to see how the teams decide to approach it. And you're right, maybe there's some interest in not being the first team to go there, right? Like you take your break at some point, you watch what other teams have done in there, and then you yoink some strategies. That could be an idea depending on how much Sanguine practice they have in that dungeon. One thing I want to note as well is we're seeing Frostmage out of everybody in the Brackenhide. This isn't a panic swap to Frostmage after seeing how well it worked for Miscount yesterday. This is a Brackenhide special as well. Like every team, generally, we are expecting to see Frost be the spec of choice in Brackenhide, largely due to that last boss encounter. Even though it's fortified instead of tyrannical, the last boss still tends to be one of the biggest difficulty points as this key level goes up in Brackenhide. And so what you really want is you want specs that are able to swap damage onto those totems quickly. And one thing that Frost is really good at is doing that, even outside of their cooldowns. If they can just put 2 glacial spikes into it, it does a lot of work. And within their cooldowns, they can absolutely carry the damage on those totems. Plus, they do it without losing much boss damage as well, which means that the fight doesn't take forever.
Yeah, definitely very valuable for that last boss. We did also see Hope had to reset their 21 Azure Vault again. They lost Ellesmere to something, and then after they were resting up Ellesmere, they had some cast going from the Lashers and just ended up resetting. Not sure if they decided to just reset because they already had to spend 1 battle rest, or if they just had some miscommunication with those interrupts on the Lashers. Either way, they didn't lose too much time overall. Of course, 21, or in general, on the really high keys. Again, a lot of the difficulty is front-loaded at the start of the dungeon. They choose to do this to save some time, and because they know in the TGP the overall time matters. So if they have to reset the key a few times at the start, it's not going to be the end of the day. At the end of the tournament, it's not going to be horrible for them. But at the same time, if they get this done, if they get this really risky pull done at the start, then it's going to be good for the rest of the dungeon, and they can do some lesser risky pulls for the rest.
Yeah, it's one of those interesting dynamics that we have because you can just restart the key over and over again, right? So, like you said, it's really incentivized to put the danger at the start of the key. That's one of the big challenges of dungeons like Brackenhide in particular, actually, is that it's almost impossible to make the start of the dungeon the hard part because you're just never going to make something more difficult than the last boss. The last boss is just always going to be the breaker of your run, so we're going to have to see how well our teams adjust that. It is going to be a little bit easier than it was for the Group A weekend because of the fact that it is fortified instead of tyrannical in this dungeon. Although the Raging Affix does make some of this trash pretty nasty, as Hope, once again, encountering adversity in this 21 Azure Vault. That's going to be their 3rd reset of this dungeon, I believe. You know, like you said, it's not the end of the world, right? It's 10 minutes lost to reset this dungeon 3 times. They have that time to give today, but every time it happens, it does hurt a little bit more than the last time, right? And there is increasing pressure on them as they know that they will need to put Brackenhide and Azure Academy on the board today as well. One variable that's very important if you are, a Hope fan, a Dratner's Guild team fan, is you are looking at Jif and you're thinking, okay, what is the line that Jif are going to set that we are going to have to beat in order to make it to Sunday, right? Because as it stands right now, Jif are coming into today 2 points below the field, and also without any of those 2 chests that they can capitalize on, so kind of 3 points below the field when you factor that in. If they are consistent today and they get, Brackenhide and Algathar up to 19 pretty quickly, put some 20s on the board as well, that's going to put Hope in particular, and Dratnos Guild Team to a lesser extent, in a position where they can't afford to waste time progressing a key that they don't actually succeed at today, right? Like, they will need those points today, not tomorrow, to avoid getting eliminated.
Yeah, that is something to note as well, because, of course, Jif being behind, as you mentioned, and maybe if you're too confident in making it to Sunday, because maybe some of these teams are like, okay, we're fully focusing on Sunday,
right.
Because sometimes you might want to play a little bit differently to play for Sunday rather than to stay in the tournament today, right? So definitely don't want to waste too much time in some of those higher keys. If that means that maybe Jif last second gets some score in a dungeon here or there, that's a really high key, and then all of a sudden you get eliminated because you were focusing too much at trying to get those high keys set up for the final day tomorrow. So yeah, we'll see if Hope does manage to time that 21 eventually. But yeah, so far we are looking good on all of the teams. Only Dratnos Guild Team and Echo on the bottom left and the top right are now on Treemath already. Looking at the route that these teams are running, we saw a big difference last weekend in Brackenhide in particular, that a lot of teams really decided to just do their own thing and they didn't really copy each other's routes even until the last day. And it looks like it's somewhat similar for these teams as well, that we do see some different trash counts coming in to the bosses. We do see Echo, for example, already in 64% count, and they have even more trash that they're about to finish off here. So playing a lot of count before Treemath.
Yeah, I think this is going to be our first time that we see Brackenhide without Sanguine active as well, because I think it was active in both the time trials and Group A weekend last week, which does open up a lot of extra. It's not really super different pulls that it lets you do, but it lets you do them more quickly, and it does let you do bigger pulls as well, right? Like, you don't have to worry about a bunch of inefficient Sanguine healing nullifying the advantage you'd get from pulling extra mobs. You can pull a bunch of trash onto bosses as well, as we see Missed Count doing up in the top left, as we saw Echo do up in the top right, as we do have a player go down for Jif. That's going to be a battle res committed by them. We actually have deaths in all of our Brackens now. There are no clean runs in this dungeon. That's a dungeon where we've seen Earth Bolts go off, we've seen threat incidents happening, we've seen a lot of different stuff going on for different teams, so something that they'll need to clean up as they start getting to the really high key level. Gingy actually down for Echo on Stink Breath here. It looks like Echo are going to be forced to fight Stink Breath, which is not something we expect to usually see. That's a mob that is quite nasty. You can outrange the Stink Breath. You can also dodge it if you're close. What you really want to avoid being is in the middle range, as we do have another death coming out for Jif. They are going to commit that battle res, which had just recovered as they finish working their way through this pull. But yeah, you can see Echo, they are adapting, and they're doing a pull here that almost certainly wasn't part of the plan, but they have, accidentally gotten in combat with all of it, with all of their groups, so they're going to make it work. There is that Stink Breath enemy that it was nerfed a little bit since Season 2. You can, again, as I said, you can dodge the Stink Breath, but you have to be quick reacting to be able to do that, or you can outrange it.
Yeah, so one interesting thing I just noticed between the teams, so the 3 chest timer in this Brackenhide is 21 minutes, which is 1 minute over like a Bloodlust timer, right? And the only team that actually pressed Bloodlust on cooldown so far is Missed Count. So Missed Count, as soon as that Bloodlust was ready, they pressed it, thinking ahead probably, saying, hey, if we press Bloodlust on cooldown, we do get an additional one at the very end within that 1 minute time frame, while the other teams decided to not do that. So they're going to be missing out on one Bloodlust if they go all the way to the end of that 3 chest timer, that is.
Yeah, that is a important variable if the timer does get to that 21 mark. I wonder how close it's going to be here at this plus 15 key level. Like, I wonder if the teams are in jeopardy of losing that 3 chest. If so, that could be a very important factor in why. I mean, if we look in the bottom left, we've got Dratnos Guild team working on Gutshot. They're going to get this boss finished off around that 13:30, 13:45 mark, right? That should be good to have. Like, then you have 7.5 minutes for the rest of the dungeon. I think I like their chances of getting that 3 chest with a couple minutes to spare, but we will keep track with all of our teams as Echo also working on Gutshot now. Meanwhile, Hope have finally got a run that it looks like they're happy with at the start of this Azure Vault, at least 0 deaths so far.
Look at just how much percent enemy forces miscount has on the top left. They're 83% going
And
into
more
Gutshot.
coming
They
into the
played
boss.
Stink Breath as well. They played Double Oaks into Treemouth. They played Stink Breath. They had to actually finish Stink Breath after the boss was dead, which probably is not going to happen on hierarchies, because the boss is going to have more health, I guess. I mean, the trash also has more health, but yeah, that is very interesting. So yeah, that's just a lot of count. So they can skip quite a lot because they now are pulling trash on top of this boss as well. So they don't have to play much at all after this. Interesting.
Yeah, the trash at the end of this dungeon, I mean, there is maybe 20 good percent that you can get after Gutshot, but it's not like, it's not the kind of trash that's so good that you always save 20% so you can get it there, right? Like, if you can skip some of it, that's great too. So I think missed count are looking good for that, although AJ does go down for them. They do have 2 battle reses available. Hearthjax instantly locates that corpse and casts that battle res. That is actually one of the things that I notice about some players. This is something I noticed when raiding with you, actually, was that when somebody died, the battle res just came out instantly, and that is such a big skill thing. Like, that's so good when somebody does that. You're so much better than if you're sitting around, like, somebody mentions that somebody's dead, everybody else didn't even notice somebody died, and you know, you wait 10 seconds to get the battle res, and then that leads to more things going wrong. So really good play there by Hearthjax, just blinking in and instantly starting that battle res cast, avoiding the possibility of a cascading disaster.
Yeah, the instant resting thing is something that I've done ever since I was doing World First raiding, but I actually joined a guild once where I did the instant res, and they told me not to do that because people would instantly take the res, even though like a tank died like a second afterwards, but they didn't look and they just instantly took it. Oh, Alismere went down for Hope here.
Are they going to be able to get the res? Yes, they are.
Yeah.
They're
Okay,
able to
there we
land
go.
that res.
Group for the rescue here. They need to top up everyone really quickly here before the next damage event comes in here, because Laymore, of course, doing an insane amount of burst damage with his abilities, but they're fine. The stomp was, I believe, what killed Alismere, and after the stomp, there's quite a lot of time where you can recover and come back, so they're technically able to finish up this boss, but we'll see if Alismere has all of the defensives available at this point still.
Good point. Yeah, sometimes it's a rough spot, right? Because like you'll die, but you'll still press some defensives, and then you press like the wrong defensives, and then you don't have the ones that you planned for the next time. But it looks like Hope are going to avoid that with Zephyr coming out for this stomp. Alismere dropping low, but Zephyr going to keep him alive. They should be able to get this last little bit of Laymore dealt with and keep this run alive. And like we said, the hard part of Azure Vault is the start of that dungeon, right? Laymore in particular, 21 Tyrannical. If you can kill that boss, you can kill all the other bosses. They're not easy, you can still wipe to them, but this is the one that has the biggest, I would say, challenge of, you know, figuring out how to survive all of those stomps, all of those... oh! Dorky down on Laymore. Are they going to be able to deal with the last 4% here now? Alismere goes into bear form and taunts, but now we have an explosive brand. That's going to knock everybody back. We do have some ads out as well. We have to kill this boss before the stomp. And everybody's dropping super low here. Now we have some ads out to 1% on Laymore. They are going to be able to kite it and keep it going until the end. Dorky releases, takes the teleport, and that death is only going to cost them about 15 seconds or so. That could have been really bad, but a quick bear form taunt from Alismere is going to allow the rest of his DPS to keep killing that boss. Well recovered by Hope, and they are still alive in this, although this does hurt their timer, right? One thing we mentioned with Dratno's guild team yesterday was a slow 21 Azure Vault. Unlike, say, a slow 15 Brackenhide, as long as the 15 Brackenhide is 3-chested, that timer isn't staying on your scorecard, right? A 21 Azure Vault, there's a very good chance that it is staying on your scorecard. Maybe 22 is possible, but I suspect that many teams will end the weekend with a 21 Vault. So if you have some mistakes in your run, you may have to come back to improve your timer, depending on whether you try and, you know, qualify off of time tiebreakers or not.
Yeah, and coming back to a dungeon you've already done always feels bad, especially in the hierarchies, because not only are you not doing a hierarchy to get more score, but you also just need a lot of time. Because doing a 21 Azure Vault is just a long time to complete it, and you might also have to reset it a few times at the start because of those risky pulls that we mentioned. But there we go. Now we do see the Brackenhide teams, or at least 3 of them, on the last boss here. Echo gonna be the first one to finish off Wrath Eye here in the top right. Even though they did pull Gutshot on accident, at least that's what it looked like. They ended up really nicely adjusting their route. I saw like at the very end they ended up skipping quite a lot of trash to not be super overcount either. We'll still have to see, like maybe it's on purpose. It's possible, I guess, that they actually do want to play it. But yeah, Echo done with their run faster than all the other teams. Miscounted the top left, about to finish off that boss as well. And it looks like the 3 chests definitely is possible. But looking at Jif, gonna be a little bit difficult for them. 21 minutes is that 3 chest timer. They still have to do some trash here and do the last boss. So I think they can do it, but they would have to hurry up a little bit from here.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a little bit difficult for them to be able to get this boss dealt with in time as they head in here. Are they going to need to pull trash onto this boss? Potentially. I don't even know if you can successfully do that, though. This is a very scary part. And like you said, it's 21 minutes that we're looking for. I think this might be a 2 chest situation for Jif, which is not great news for them, but it might not matter. They might be able to, maybe it's a situation of, okay, well, then we can 2 chest the 17, right? And you're 1 chesting the 18 or something, or, you're 2 chesting the 18, but then you're 1 chesting the 20 and we're 2 chesting the 19, something like that.
Yeah.
Like it could end up not mattering, but I suspect that this is going to be a blemish on Jif's start of the day, but certainly something from which they can recover, as we do see Echo up in the top right, wasting no time getting their second keystone of the day started. It's going to be that Brackenhide again. We'll get to see whether that Stink Breath pull is part of the plan or not, because like you said, it seemed like it was part of the plan for missed count. Oh my goodness, we have 2 Echoes.
2 Echo
What is this?
PVs. Oh my god, I love it.
That is
Typical Echo bias here.
It's great.
Of this broadcast. Can we get 4 Echo POVs, please?
An Echo of Echo.
a death here for
Raven
Jif.
going.
As we immediately had
Well, they don't want to rest for 30 seconds, but they should be fine.
Yeah, what they need to avoid is any totems going off, but at this keystone level,
Yeah.
you can see 1 Glacial Spike immediately sends that totem away, so if there were a totem going off, that would be a massive amount of damage on the group that they wouldn't be able to really recover from. Here, the biggest danger is actually just going to be on the tank. That healing absorb from that Decay Strike, you can see, is causing some danger. Looks like self-healing is going to mostly be able to keep everything okay. We're going to get 1 more Decay Strike as this res does recover. Are they going to be able to land it in time? No, actually, we're beating the Decay Strike. Okay. And they just need to go and cast
Why
the
is no one
res.
resting? Oh, they waited. There we go.
Yeah, a lot of danger for the tank here for a second. The res does come out. And everything is now once again safe for Jif. So they will be okay. But yeah, you can see that 3 chest timer will be expiring for them. So that is some bad news if you're a Jif fan out there. But not the end of the world. They are certainly, there's a lot of time left in our day. They are still in good shape to keep this one going. And, if you're a Jif fan in particular, the team that you are planning to beat is Hope. And Hope they've reset this Azure Vault a couple times, so they've also lost a decent chunk of time at the start of our day. So certainly still some signs of life, some things to be hopeful for, I guess, if you're a Jif fan. But Hope now deeper in this dungeon, working on that Azure Blade trash area. This is the part of the dungeon where these mobs are scary for the tank, but you can see Dorky is respecting them and is just kiting, making sure not to get hit by all of those ice cutters, which at this 21 keystone level will be a one-shot or big defensives, basically.
Yeah, Azure Blade's room is definitely something that we've seen teams struggle with, especially with these affixes as well, and with, as you said, Sanguine having to kite these mobs around. Which, to be fair, I think sometimes Sanguine might actually just be a benefit for these teams, because that means that the tanks actually have to kite, while sometimes they really want to get all damage in, and then they just take 1 extra hit that they don't have the mitigation for and just go down. So having to kite for Sanguine might actually just be beneficial for the survivability of the tank sometimes. Either way, Jif on the top left now, about to finish up Wrath. I did thankfully manage to recover there, get Raven back up. yeah, unfortunately missing that 3 chests. We'll see if it matters later or not, because yeah, we talked about 3 chesting and then 2 chesting, or 3 chesting and 1 chesting being the same thing as 2 chests and 2 chests. So we'll see if they can get that on the 18. What do you think about the 18? I think that 2 chestable is the 2 chests on the 18 is probably doable. 3 chesting is not going to be a thing anymore, right?
I think so as well, yeah, as we do have Echo in the top left, top right, bottom left, and bottom right working on this first boss. Trick Totem does go down for them, and they are going to be heading into this next trash pull as well. Good, efficient pull here. Once you have Trick Totem dead, this isn't too dangerous of a boss, so you can add in a little bit of extra trash. Dratno's guild team in the bottom right now also working on the same section of the dungeon, a little bit behind where Echo got started in this place. And Missed Count also in Brackenhide. They do have a different route here. They do get a little bit more count at the start of this dungeon. They do an extra pull, it looks like, at the start of the dungeon, so they do come in with a little bit more percent, but it takes them a little while longer to actually get that first boss pulled.
Yeah, one thing I wanted to mention as well, I don't think it actually is like a super big deal, but usually Afflicted is an affix for higher level players. It is not that difficult at all. They can deal with it really nicely. But in this dungeon in particular, there's a lot of like diseases that you have to dispel that can be like pretty dangerous. And of course, they do have only the priest that can dispel disease, plus the cauterize from the Aug Evokers, which means that the other dispels can fully focus on the Afflicted, but that definitely means that, you know, the priest is probably not going to be helping with those Afflicted dispels. And sometimes it can be an issue because, of course, mages, technically, they could dispel curse, but we all know that mages are not going to be pressing that button or even talenting into that. And with the cauterize not being able to be used either, the Aug Evokers can use their normal dispel, of course, and help out the rest of the druid. But yeah, that is just something that makes the affix a little bit more difficult if it's part of a dungeon where you do need your dispels otherwise as well.
Yeah, exactly. It's something where you don't expect it to go wrong, but it definitely can, especially, like you said, if you're expecting to have that dispel button work, you press it on the mob and it just, oh, it was already on CD from something. But yeah, like you said, Afflicted typically can be handled. One of the nice things about Afflicted, if you're in a really coordinated group, is you can just have one person get both dispels, right? Like the healer can, if you dispel one super quick, you dispel the second one a little bit right before it goes away, and just nobody else has to worry about it at all. You don't even have to have your mage even look at those things, but it is nice to have mages, you know, priests, evokers in your comp as well, because those all have access to an extra dispel for Afflicted. So if you're ever, you know, if you ever do need to use, say, a real dispel, which Druid I don't think can do the disease dispel that this dungeon calls for anyways, so I don't think that you're going to often have your dispel on CD. I guess on this fight, on the first boss fight, for instance, that Missed Count are working on, you do dispel the tank, so that could potentially lead to a bad overlap with Afflicted.
Yeah, and it's mainly just because I guess that's also why they don't pull a lot of the last trash. I mean, the last trash before the last boss is in general just more difficult and you don't necessarily want to deal with it. But you also have these diseases coming out. So if you pull multiple Rotsingers, you have all of these diseases in the group. And with only the Shadow Priest being able to dispel it normally outside of the cauterize, it's definitely annoying. And using the cauldrons, of course, is something they can do. But you constantly have to stand at the cauldron while you in TGP just want to keep moving, so that's why we do see a lot of the skips at the end there. And yeah, there we go. Looks like most teams in that 18 are playing cleaner than in the 15, which is interesting. But again, these teams, they cannot practice during the tournament while the tournament is going on. They cannot practice on the tournament realm at all. So even outside of tournament hours, they cannot practice on Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So that means sometimes when you haven't played a dungeon in a while, you have to go in there, the affixes are new as well, and you just have you have to remember what your route is. And I think that is why sometimes we see some mistakes on the first key level that they do, and then they play much cleaner on the second time around.
Yeah, exactly. Warm-up key, right? That's what you say in voice whenever you die. Warm-up key. But it's important
even after
that
the 10th run.
It's important that they keep the warm-up key from actually costing them key levels, right, is an important thing. And you can see for Hope, on the other hand, they decided to go into that 21 first, and so they ended up wiping at the start of that dungeon a few times, which maybe that's the reason the other teams opted instead to start with the lower level key, where it's just a little bit more forgiving, as Echo actually having Zalia go down on this trash pull in the top left, already committed their battle res, it looks like. So Zayla is actually just running back, I think, at this point, unless I've missed him being res by that NG res, but I think they already had it on CD, so I think that they are going to need to do this pull without a healer, which is okay. Yeah, I saw that as well. Gingy down as well. Interesting. I wonder. Oh, Zayla is here. No, he's here. All right. So I was mistaken. They were able to land the battle res on him, but then Gingy, now dead, is going to have to run back. So, okay.
Yeah, it looked like there was some mistake with Celia not being able to be on top of this pole, because the reason why they're on this pole is because they want to avoid the lashes from jumping, because that bleed does an insane amount of damage once it stacks up. And it looked like Celia died to a 900k take from bleed, which means to me that Celia probably was the only person that wasn't up there, maybe, and did get jumped by all of the lashers, having like a lot of debuffs, not being able to survive that. And not sure what happened to Gingy there. But yeah, some issues for Echo. Again, it's an 18, and I think, I'm not 100% sure, but I think the 2 chests is very doable. So I don't think it's going to be that close for the teams. So I think they can afford those deaths, and it's not going to be the end of the world. But definitely want to play clean from here on out. Because resetting an 18 key because you're going to miss the 2 chests is not something you want to do.
Yeah, you put yourself in the spot where it's the correct play, but then if you reset again afterwards, like if you wipe again afterwards, you just feel so bad. As AJ actually down for missed count as well, so another healer death in basically the same spot in this dungeon. That's going to be a battle res sent for them too, as they now land their life grips and rescues to get everybody except for Hearthjacks up on top of that pike on the ground, that stick that keeps them from getting all those bleeds. Hearthjack's going to go grab a little bit more count, alter back. They've got this big pull working out nicely for them. Hearthjacks just needs to make sure to not get too many stacks of the bleed. If they all land on one person, though, you do have Cauterizing Flame from your Augmentation Evoker that can clear stacks at least once. So it is kind of better to have 3 stacks go on one person than 1 stack going on 3 people.
Yeah, definitely. Hope on the bottom left now, they are still in the 21 Azure Vault, and they're in this frog pool. We've talked about this yesterday, being pretty dangerous, especially with these affixes, because they cannot utilize these kind of pillars to stand on to avoid the frogs from jumping, because otherwise they're just going to be standing in Sanguine a lot. So they actually have to play this pool normally, and they have to dodge all of these jumps coming out. And then on top of that, you have Volcanic as well, which again prevents you from all stacking up at one spot somewhere. So they have to position themselves properly. You can see Yips here line of sighting the breaker cast, actually that AoE, the shout coming out. Really nicely avoiding some damage there. But yeah, I want to make sure you don't position yourself behind a Sanguine pool either. Of course, you don't want to stand in one, but also not behind, because otherwise the frogs are just going to be walking towards the tank after landing and walking through the Sanguine pool, which is going to have 1 or 2 ticks of that pool going off as well.
Yeah, avoiding Sanguine healing on frogs is definitely a goal during this pull. The biggest goal by far is avoiding Sanguine healing on the breakers, right? If you heal a breaker with Sanguine, that is really bad, not just for time, but also it means you're getting extra shouts, and those shouts you may not have defensives for. So very, very important to avoid any frogs dying under the breakers, especially if the breaker's in the middle of one of those casts. The frogs healing each other with Sanguine is not great, but it's not catastrophic if it does happen a little bit, as we do now have all of our non-Hope teams in their Brackenhides 1 key level up. Everybody except for Jif. Jif are working on that 17. Everybody else has earned the 18, and currently all runs are looking good so far. We do have at least 1 death on the board for every team, so still no perfection in Brackenhide for anybody. Nobody yet putting up a 0 death run, but we're not yet at the keystone level where that matters.
There's been some talk in the chat about how today started at the 15 plus, right, as opposed to yesterday. And I'm curious for both of you, and Nagura, maybe you can take us into this a little bit. Do you think that starting at that threshold has changed things for the teams today as they look at getting those points on the board for the new dungeons added in? Or do you think it's more so about the actual dungeons and the affixes themselves that they have to kind of strategize around?
So yeah, the way the format works is that on the first day the dungeons that get announced start on 14, the second day on 15, and the third day on Sunday is going to be 16. And I do think that this has multiple benefits. Number one, I think it changes the way teams practice, right? Because you don't know, like, you're practicing all of the dungeons, of course, but you don't know are the dungeons going to start 14, 15, or 16? Because you don't know which day they're going to be announced on. And that really like it shows like how good these teams are at adapting their route according to the key level. And I think a 15 and then tomorrow a 16 is of course quite a bit harder to 3-chest compared to the 13 and the 14 on the first day. And it's not just about the 3-chest on the initial key level, it's also about what you can do afterwards after the 3-chest. Can you still 2-chest an 18, and then tomorrow can you even 3-chest a 16 at all? And if you can you do a 2-chest afterwards on the 19, which of course depending on the dungeon is always going to be a little bit different. But to see these teams like really just know what they can do and what they can't do on these key levels is really impressive to see, like with adjusting their bloodlust timings, knowing exactly how they have to use their cooldowns to still get those +3 timers or +2 timers is really cool to see.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all about the extra knowledge, intuition in some cases, because like you said, it's really hard to practice all of the key levels in every dungeon, but you kind of have to be ready for every key level because if you get assigned a dungeon, it could be on 14, 15, or 16 to start, and then that means you could then be in 17, 18, 19 next. So you sometimes do need to have an idea of what you're going to do at all those different levels. Then you also have all the different affixes that can get involved as well and change the plan. So some of it is a little bit of thinking ahead. A lot of it is just good understanding of the, what changes as the key level goes up and being able to adapt quickly and come up with a good strategy. And if you can do that and you can put an extra 2 or 3 chest on the board, that is a huge advantage in a competition like this. The other side effect of starting on 15s instead of 14s today is that and also especially having 2 dungeons instead of 3 today, is that we are going to be up in that 20, 21 keystone level very soon. Like, we are going to be there in the next couple of hours, especially Miscount are going to be there very, very soon. And that means that there is going to be more time for pushing today. That also means that today is going to be less about not making any mistakes, right? It's going to be less about not wasting any 30 minutes here or there. And it's going to be more about whether, if it takes you 30 minutes, if it takes you an hour, that's definitely a difference. But if you can put that 21, that 22 on the board and another team can't, it's okay if it takes you a little bit longer as we get to these Saturday and Sunday days.
Yeah, for sure. We do see Echo on the top left now at Gutshot, and I think we can now say for sure that Stink Breath pull was on accident on their 15, because now they do have less count coming into this boss. While Mist Count on the top right side, though, they did pull Stink Breath again. So for Miscount, they do have that as an intentional pull there, and they are again up to that 80% enemy count, and they're going to be pulling more into the next boss here as well. So Echo adjusting the route or playing it properly this time around, and that means they're going to they have to pull some more trash after Gutshot in comparison to their 15 run earlier.
Yeah, I think it is fair to say, like, you could tell from the way that Echo pulled it in their 15 that they didn't mean to, right? Like, it was like, oh, oops, and then they kind of adapted. Whereas Miscount, they run into it with a very high degree of intentionality, right? And they're, you can see they have sigils planned out for how they're getting all those mobs grouped up. So it is interesting. I wonder what the thought process is. Stink Breath historically has been a mob to avoid, but in Season 2, it was a mob to avoid because it was really, really lethal. This season, it's not lethal. People are avoiding it because it's in kind of an awkward place in the dungeon, because its ratio of health to count isn't great. But Miscount seem to think it is worth doing. I think it's one of those mobs where if you can pull it with a bunch of other trash and you have a nice prio target to be dumping damage into, it can be nice. Maybe it's good for cooldown timings as well. I am curious what the thought process is.
Yeah, one thing I wanted to note is that that makes it even more impressive that Echo was the team with the fastest run actually in their 15, right? Because they didn't play as planned. They pulled something in accident, had to deal with it, and then had to adjust their route on the fly, and still were the fastest team in that 15. So that is really good for Echo, for that Brackenhide. Seems like they have a really good route there in general. But Hope on the bottom left there now on Grey Wing, about to finish that off. They do play the route where they also have to play trash at the very end after Umbral Skull. They have to port back and do those the whelplings like at the very start. So looking at the timer, they are fine though, right? They have 8 minutes 30 left. The boss is about to go down, so they're going to be okay if they don't have any major mistakes. But yeah, timer looking okay.
Yeah, it's going to be... We'll have to keep checking in with it. It's not... you're not comfortable, but
yeah,
it is, I think, definitely still looking great, right? Yeah. In the meantime, we also have Hope in the bottom left. They are nearly finished with Talash Greywing here. Now, they have 8 minutes to finish this Vault 21. They do need to do Umbral Skull and a Trash Pull. Umbral Skull 21 Tyrannical, even with Bloodlust, we're probably talking about a 5-minute fight. So they are going to be getting close to this 37:30 timer, but if they can do that first pull with with all the Sanguine management being not horrible, I think they are okay here. It is going to be a little bit close, though.
Yeah, we do have a little bit of a comparison here. So Dratnos' guild team did the 21 yesterday, and they played a similar route to Hope, and they finished off Greywing at 28:50. So,
okay.
And their total time was 37:17. So they did not have a lot of time left at the end. So they had Dratnos' guild team had 13 seconds left before they would have depleted the key.
They did have a lot of Sanguine healing on that last
they did
pull,
have a lot of So I do think that Hope is fine, but yeah, as you said, they do have to hurry up a little bit, and they cannot have any like major mistakes or even small mistakes they can't really have. And in addition, they have to deal with Sanguine pretty well at the end.
Yeah, you can see Dorky maneuvering Umbral Skull up into that spot. They have some world markers down. And the idea is if the boss is in this position, it should spawn all the crystals pretty tightly clumped. If you get it in the perfect spot, they're going to be like right on top of each other, which is really good when you have a Shadow Priest in your group, because then you can reliably land the Shadow Crash on all of them. You don't have to waste time tab targeting and putting out extra dots. Everything just gets all of your dots, and you just get to start dumping Devouring Plagues into either the boss or the Hardened Crystal, depending on how aggressive you are going to be. Goop going to fire off that Breath of Eons as well on this set of crystals, so they really shouldn't need to target anything other than the Hardened Crystal here. All the other ones should be dead for free to the incredible cleave that this comp does have when they are stacked up like that. And yeah, you can see they have made very short work of that Ellesmere in cat form, just clawing away there at the boss. Things are going well so far for Hope. They do have Bloodlust available as well. In the meantime, we can see Echo getting ready to pull Decatriarch. Yeah, it's not going to be close to being 3-chestable, and it's also not going to be particularly close to missing the 2-chest. They are well ahead of that 2-chest timer. Absolutely no cause for concern for Echo or for Missed Count, who are actually a minute better than Echo at getting to this spot. They were slower to start their dungeon, but they've caught up to where Echo are at, so really impressive from Missed Count. Also going to be on the wrong side of the 3-chest timer, but I mean, 3-chesting an 18 is not something that I think anybody was expecting to see today. But yeah, Echo, Missed Count looking really solid.
So, I mean, I don't think it's going to happen anymore for Jif, but I guess in theory, if they would have 3-chested the 17, it would have been back with all the other teams at that 20 key level, and they wouldn't have been that big of a deal that they didn't 3-chest a 14 at a 15. But unfortunately, they did have those 5 deaths, and they did have some issues in the trash, so I don't think it's going to be happening for them. So we're probably also just going to see a 2-chest on that 17 for Jif as well, which means they're probably going to be losing out on one whole dungeon run, which is not ideal considering that they have to catch up to the other teams overall anyway. But yeah, Hope bottom left, 38% on Umbral Skull. Looking at the timer, definitely getting a little bit closer, as we talked about. They do have to do this last trash pull. So yeah, what do you think?
It's sketchy. We have used Bloodlust now, so there's not going to... Oh, Dorky actually gets hit by one of the orbs as well there, so he's getting a little bit hurt. Is going to have to move the boss off of the spot as well. You can see there's just so many of those arcane orbs, and now there's going to be a Crystalline Roar frontal, forcing the group to move, losing damage as a result of that. They're going to try and get this next spawn of orbs stacked up, or of crystals stacked up, but will they be as nicely stacked in this spot as they were in that spot with the world markers? Let's see it. Oh, the boss walks down a little bit. I think they are going to be a little bit more spread out. Yeah, they should still be in range here to all get Ignite Cleave, but they're not all in range for a Shadow Crash. Looks like all the detonating crystals are still going to die easily, though. A Hardened Crystal still got that shield. Does get broken through after a big Void Torrent comes out from Yips, and that thing is gone. Now they just have to deal with the last 20% of Umbral Skull's HP. But the timer is getting awfully short here. 3 minutes and 10 seconds to go before this keystone becomes depleted. They need to finish off this boss, port to the start of the dungeon, and complete an entire trash pull with the Sanguine Affix active. And that's a big trash pull as well, right? Like, there's a lot of mobs. They can't afford to slow down. This is becoming very, very sketchy. Pretty soon, we're only going to get one more set of 2-minute CDs in this dungeon. So Hope are going to have to make them count.
Yeah, and this is gonna be such a big time loss for them if they end up depleting this key at the very, very end. That would be so much time loss. We're already 45 minutes in, and they would basically be wasting that whole time if they don't get this key done now. Umbral Skull on 2% still. 2 minutes 30 left, less than 2 minutes 30. Now, it is probably doable to do this pull, but they still have to gather up. They have to spawn the trash. They have to go back. It's gonna be close. Some of the cooldowns not available yet, but it doesn't matter because, as you said, they only get one more set. So they have to gather this up as quickly as possible. We're now at around 2 minutes left. They also have to play really clean with the Sanguine Affix as well, which can be super difficult because some of these mobs here are not CCable, so you cannot displace them, you cannot knock them. And they also just sometimes like to stand still and cast. So definitely have to play super clean here for Hope.
Yeah, you can see they were 40 seconds slower than Dratnos Guild team on finishing off Umbral Skull, and there were not 40 seconds left over in the Dratnos Guild team run, but that was because of Sanguine Healing on this pull. So Hope needs to execute this pull without Sanguine Healing. There cannot be more than a couple million Sanguine Healing, or I think that they are going to be depleted here because they need all this count to be able to stop the clock here. We do have those frontals coming out from those Furies, so everybody also is going to have to dodge those because they can't afford to use their knocks and their stops to stop those shards. They need to save them for the Sanguine Affix. So now Dorky has multiple stacks of that dot as well, starting to drop pretty low. Does also have that crit file as well, so had the dot from that for a little while too. 1 minute left here as they continue moving around in a circle. A lot of movement here, though. A lot of them being forced to keep moving as they do start dropping those Sanguine puddles. We have our first knock being committed now. Lasher going down in the middle here. Are they going to be able? Ooh, good job. They don't kill it too early. The Thrasher gets one tick of Sanguine. That is the biggest mob here with the most HP. They need to avoid any more of it. More Lashers now going down. More Sanguine puddles. Oh, and Furies bathing in the Sanguine. One of them there going back up to 50% health. Now there are just 35 seconds left for Hope. Dorky in a lot of danger here. Going to use that Rage Heart to try and survive for a little while here. That Thrasher is finally going to go down, but it is causing more Furies to bathe and more Sanguine. Oh, no.
Oh no, this is... Oh my god, they have 17 seconds left. It's gonna be super close for them. They're out of cooldowns. You can see there's nothing left. They have to just nuke this down and not get any more Sanguine Healing going through. 7 seconds, 6, 5... This one Fury looks like it still has so much HP. They're trying to get it done, but it's not happening. That key is depleted just by...
Oh, they did 0.1 seconds. Okay, so...
They timed it. Oh my god.
Wow.
0.1 seconds.
You get grace period. You got 1 second. Yeah. If you're less than 1 second over, if it's 0.9, that counts. And so they are going to be through on that Azure Vault with less than a tenth of a second before it would have become depleted. Incredible work by Hope there. Not even close. No worries at all for them. That team, they were confident the whole way through. There was no doubt.
Yeah, no sweat, no sweat. You could tell they let it get to that point just for the hype. Obviously, they were absolutely in control, or so we can hope. Amazing moment there, and with that, we will be saying not just goodbye to that key, which they managed to land, but also to Dratnos, at least for a little while here on the desk. Which brings us to Tettles stepping back in. I mean, Tettles, what a moment to come in on.
Good lord. First off, that's really bad for their time tiebreaker. I think they might have to rerun that key, or they have to go do a 22 at some point over the course of the weekend if they want to be able to qualify for global finals. But timing it today is good for their like, I don't think that they're going to get eliminated now today because they were able to time that. That was really, really sketch, though. And they're very happy that the timer rounds down, is what I will say.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's
That was
basically a rounding
crazy.
thing for accounting for ping, right? So if you're not 1 whole second over the timer, then it still counts, which is exactly what happened here. Apparently, according to production, they were 0.05 seconds away from being out of time. So absolutely insane here. And this is so good for Hope that they managed to get this done now, because honestly, if they would have depleted this, I think it actually would have been super problematic for them. Maybe they might have even gotten eliminated if they spend so much time in this 21 and are not able to get the other keys done. So I think that's a huge relief for them. They can go into that Brackenhide now and play up the key like the other teams, get that score on the board. And yeah, whew. Well, the rest of the teams still in the Brackenhide. We can see Echo, Dratnos, and Miscount are in the +20, while Jiff still in that 17, struggled a little bit, unfortunately, under 15. Only 2 chesting it in comparison to the other teams that managed to 3 chests. And now they're also struggling in the 17 a little bit, but it looks like they're still going to get the 2 chests in for that 17. Moving in up to a 19, which they're probably going to be doing right after.
How have you been feeling about the raging Brackenhide so far? It seems like all the teams are still running like very different routes out of the first area, where some teams are only doing like 1 pull in this first area, and then I saw Missed Count was doing like a double beach pull coming out of this area with nearly 30% enemy forces.
Yeah, I like Brackenhide a lot because of this. Like, I think Brackenhide is actually a very complex dungeon when you think about efficiency, right? And you can clearly see that if the teams in TGP do not agree on what the most efficient route is, it means, in my opinion, that it's a good dungeon, right? So like it makes it so much more interesting. Unfortunately, we do see a death here on Jiff as Raven does go down. They do have a battle rest, but it looks like they're going to just be saving it and getting out a normal rest after this.
It's nice to have the battle res available for the last boss, but dropping combat with these mobs causes a couple of issues.
True.
First and foremost, you like lose your you can lose potential signet brand value if you're out of combat for too long, but in addition to that, you also lose the Razageth trinket on use effect. Like, you drop the stacks of that, the Desperate Invokers Codex, and so okay, you see Jiff here. Okay, so they have another pack to even fight, so they would have taken this Rot Hexer plus all these slashes into the boss, so they're able to stack back up that signet brand and that Codex as well.
Yeah, I like it. They have enough time for the 2 chests, so they can play it a little bit more safe here. Because obviously, looking at the count, they didn't need all of this trash. But yeah, just getting their trinkets up, making sure they don't wipe on the last boss is a lot more important for them. But yeah, one more thing to notice as well, I think, about the routing here is that we've seen this dungeon played last weekend, right? We've seen the teams battle out really high keys and do different routes there. And still, the teams managed, they had the time to practice every route. They were able to be like, you know what, let's try Mandatory's route, let's try Magis route, let's try all of these routes that the teams did last week. And then they still somehow ended up deciding on different routes, which is really interesting. One thing that I think is the most interesting, though, is like this stink breath pull after Tree Mouth. What do you think about that? I think it was Match that was doing it last week.
I think Stink Breath's pretty good. Very efficient mob, just in general, HP to count wise, and I think with like a full range composition, it's pretty easy to pull off this season. I think it just comes down to the fact that it's like a really efficient mob. It's so interesting to me that Echo is running like a carbon copy of the mandatory route, where Missed Count is playing. I want to say it was like Shinra Tensei's route, where they're going up to like, again, they're going to be, I think, over 30% count here. And so it comes, like, there's so much trash at the beginning. I don't know if I love Missed Count's first area route. We're going to see how it kind of plays out at the end. But raging in this first area, it makes count really weird. And we've seen Missed Count. I think that there have been fighters that have patrolled into packs like 3 times for them now.
Yeah, raging, super annoying at the start here, right? Not only I think not only for the difficulty, but also just for like your speed of the run, like of the dungeon, right? Because if raging is not an affix and you actually manage to stop, or if you manage to stop the packs from spreading out, then you're gonna be able to finish off that pack much quicker. If you don't manage to stop the ads from spreading, you're going to lose so much damage. They're running around everywhere. You don't get your cleave out. So I think doing less pulls at the start does make sense because of the raging affix.
Do you know what missed count is getting instead in this second area that allows them to, like, dude, 30%. Echo comes into this area at 21% or something like that, and missed count is coming in at 31%. That's like a full pull less. I wonder what they're doing less.
So basically, miscount is just pulling almost everything here at the end, because they at Gutshot they're like at 81% or 83% or something.
Yeah.
They're pulling the O cards into Tree Math. They're pulling Sync Breath afterwards with the trash around it. I think they just want to get as much trash done as possible until Gutshot. While Echo has a lot less, and they're playing more pulls at the very end.
So maybe it's the Rod Hexer area. I think that, yeah, you might be right. The Rod Hexers are not very fast. You kind of have to break up those pulls is like a big thing.
Echo?
Oh my gosh. Is Echo going to wipe here?
They have one rest. Have to get up Celia. But the problem
Mirrors is going to die here. Mirrors has the bind on him.
Rest up. That's actually full wipe. They're going to have to reset.
Dude, I don't think that Gingy or...
They keep going.
I don't think Gingy or Mirrors are going to have like the Ingy bracers on, right? So I don't think that if Clicks and Zelia go down like that, I don't know if anybody's going to be able to res.
Yeah, I don't think so either. But I think they can continue just because I think the 1+1 on a 20 is probably not going to be that hard for them. And the 2 chests is probably not well, actually, I mean, we did see 22 chested, right? Or no,
I think
19 2-chested.
Yeah, mandatory 2-chested and 19.
Is there a reason to 2-chest a 20 when you're probably not doing the 22?
Vibes would be one of the reasons.
Vibes would be a good reason, yeah.
Other reasons, I don't know. I don't think so. Is this dungeon doable on a 22 on Fortified? Maybe.
I don't know. I still think like the biggest deal is gonna be the last boss, because the totems, of course, just scaling with dungeon level.
Yeah.
Not sure if you can even still kill them on a 22. Yeah, I would like to see if Echo is still in a dungeon. Did they? We're gonna see a replay actually soon. And yeah, it looks like Echo left, so they're actually going.
Oh.
Interesting. What do you think?
They could have
about
probably
that?
still timed that key, right?
I think so too.
Interesting. Maybe they are going to go for the 2 chests because.
Or maybe.
So if we look at last weekend, maybe. If you look at last weekend, Brackenhide Hollow, mandatory was under by 5 minutes and 30 seconds in the 21.
And so it looks like before they managed to get up the pole, or maybe they just messed up the. Ooh, Clicks got
okay,
meleeed.
So Clicks gets monsters decay meleeed, which is the big slime.
I think they.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, that's the issue if you do a pull like this, right? We've seen pulls like these before, both in the MDI and the TGP, especially when you're running this full range comp, where you can have your whole group, except your tank, just stand on an area that is not reachable by the mobs, which means that you're avoiding some of their mechanics pretty nicely. There is a big downside though, or a big risk if you use this strategy. If any of the players gets aggro somehow, standing on top of this unreachable area, then the way the mobs work in M+ is that they're going to snap to you, right? If you're in one of those areas. So if a mob snaps up to them, they're going to be in big trouble, because it's probably going to just melee something, or it's going to melee you instantly, basically.
Missed Count accidentally had a raging incident where a mob went and fleed and then body pulled not the Rod Hexer, the Totem Dropper guy pack. That mob is... basically, we haven't seen any teams during the TGP pulling this Rot Singer. And a lot of it comes down to the fact that the mob is, first off, just not very efficient. And secondly, the way you have to tank this mob is like, whenever it drops the totem, you just drag the mobs 30 yards away from the totem to not get debuffed by it. This mob is like really bad for missed count. It's kind of unfortunate that they had the raging, fleeing incident pulling it.
Okay, yeah, that is very unfortunate. That makes sense that they got their count from there then. Well, thankfully, never miscount just yet. We'll see if it's going to happen if they live up to their name eventually. But
They're going to overcount a little bit here, I think.
It's not miscount, it's the opposite. Oh, they have to rename.
Bonus count, yeah.
Miscount.
They got the bonus Rotsinger here.
Miscount just yet. We'll see if it's going to happen if they live up to their name eventually. But
they're going to overcount a little bit here, I think.
It's not miscount, it's the opposite. Oh, they have to rename.
Bonus count, yeah.
Miscount.
They got the bonus Rotsinger here.
Overcount. It's gonna be
Yeah.
But yeah, there we go. Jif on the bottom left now in their 19. Managed to get that 2 chests on the 17, even with that death on Raven there at the very end. So they're going to be able to do that dungeon too. Again, 19, possible that you can 2 chest it and then do the 21. But we're getting in like a territory where the keys are getting very difficult on that key level. And at that point, maybe 2 chesting into it is not going to be as big of an advantage as on the lower keys, because you might not be able to actually do that key level that you just unlocked by 2 chesting the previous key. So we'll see about that.
How bad was it that Echo wiped 15 minutes into the Brackenhide?
I don't think it's, well, obviously it's bad for right now. I don't think it's gonna be, I don't think it means that they're in danger of getting eliminated, considering how far behind Jif is and how much time Hope had to use in the 21 as well. But I do think that in the long run, it's probably also not going to be as big of a deal for Echo, because tomorrow I think we're probably going to see a lot of like high key pushing, which means that we're going to see a lot of resets overall from all of the teams. So maybe in the grand scheme of things, it's not going to be that big of a deal. But we also saw Miscount go in and one-shot some 21.
AJ going down.
Yeah, AJ goes down on their Lasher pool here. We do have 2 battle rests available, but again, that's used an engineering rest. There we go. It did manage to go through. Need to make sure to recover here, because those 2 oaks, aren't those the ones that want to pull into Tree Mouth? Technically.
Just getting these lashers killed off first is that's kind of what they're waiting on. Like once all these lashers die, then they'll probably pull both of these withered oaks into the boss. They're fine on their timer to just kind of wait if they want to, but this is actually a very scary pull. Oh my god, Kira even procs his last resort here to the oaks. I saw Thanner defied fate earlier as well. This is a pull that's going very scary for Miscount here.
Yeah, now they also have Raging, so the mobs are running away and they have to try and deal with them.
Sure, they don't pull the boss.
It looks like they did manage to recover a little bit here, but yeah, definitely scary in their plus 20. Now Tree Mouth is being engaged by Miscount. It looks like they have recovered enough for them to be able to continue this pull.
They fully focused one of the trees down, one of those oaks, and then once one of them died, then they ended up pulling the Tree Mouth, which is makes sense. But anyways, yeah, so circling back to what you were saying about Echo earlier, in general on day 2, I think that teams more or less have about, what would you say, like an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours to push up some of the chase keys, rerunning the dungeons from day 1, that kind of thing. So even if they do lose the 15 minutes here, it's not the end of the world. It's not great, but it's not like a doomsday scenario.
Yeah, I agree. And yeah, because of like the caliber of these teams and how high they already pushed yesterday, I do think that we're probably just going to see a lot of... I do think that we're going to be seeing a lot of like chase keys being attempted, especially at the end of the day and tomorrow as well. And
what
then
is this
at that
pull from
point,
Hope?
Yeah. Well, let's take a look at Hope. Top right of the screen. They're in this 15, so they're the team that went into Azure Vault first. So they're just now starting their 15. And looks like they have a Monstrous Decay.
Do you remember the pull from Madge last weekend that you and I watched, and we were just like, what are they pulling?
Yeah.
Hope grabbed all of that trash and has pulled it into the boss.
Oh, so the Hunters?
Oh, wow. And somebody went and got the Filth Collar pack as well. I think that Goop with Spatial Paradox was able to attack that from 100 yards away. I couldn't tell what he was doing with the Spatial on his character, but it looks like he tagged that Filth Collar through the wall, even.
Yeah, this is interesting. They have War Scourges in here. They have Monstrous Decays. They have Filth Collars. They somehow have like all of the trash.
There's a Hunter in here too. There was a Hunter in here.
Yeah, this is a very crazy pull. They also have the Bear as well, and I think the birds too. So yeah, it's like 10 mobs, and each mob is like a different one to make sure that it's like the highest difficulty to deal with. That's pretty crazy.
They get a lust off. I mean, it's good. It's good strat if that's like their 15 strategy. I don't know if it's gonna that's gonna be something that it can scale up until 20, 21, 22 level. But for a 15 strat to be able to 3-chest the dungeon consistently, it seems like it's pretty good.
I do also want to quickly look at Dratnos' guild team. So we focused a lot on the other teams earlier, but I mean, looking at Dratnos' guild team, they're actually doing really well.
They're really low on count.
Gutshot. Yeah, so that's why they're already in Gutshot, right, in comparison to miscount. Because looking at Dratnos' guild team and miscount, so top right and bottom right, they're pretty much started a key at approximately the same time. I mean, Dratnos' guild team started like 20 seconds later. But the Dratnos' guild team is pretty, like, they're already in the next boss. But because their routes are so different, and because they play different trash packs, Dratnos' guild team has to make up a lot of count, actually, in comparison to miscount that are already at 81% enemy forces here. In fact, they're going to be even higher than that, because... Oh, now they're
well, they pulled bonus bombs.
Stink Breath. Wait, that's interesting, though, because they played Stink Breath in the 15 and the 18, and now they're skipping it. Oh, you think because of the bonus? Yeah, probably. Because of the mistake they made earlier. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they have that bonus Rotsinger pack, plus they generally play like a pretty high count route. I don't know. I feel like Stink Breath is... I'm interested in hearing your thoughts on it, but I think that Stink Breath in that pull is normally pretty solid just because of how efficient that mob is.
Yeah, I don't mind it.
I don't know. It's tough to assess like how, like, what their final route is going to be. I don't think that this is their final route by any means, though.
Yeah, we're gonna have to take a look if they're adjusting it again eventually.
Dude,
and
look at this. They also have some of these biters and the filth collar coming in as well for miscount. So I think that the way that we're going to be able to tell the count difference between the teams is like look at missed count after all of this trash dies and look at Dratnos' guild team right now. So Dratnos' guild team right now is at 72.75%, where I think that missed count is going to be... Shoot, they might be at 90% once all this stuff dies off. So which means they're going to be able to skip like this entire ending area.
Yeah, and I mean, look at the time as well. The 2-chest timer in Brackenhide is 28 minutes. So they have 8 minutes, 10 seconds left. Do you think?
Is that doable? Yeah.
Fourth check's going down. Immediate dress coming through, though, so shouldn't have lost too much damage here. But I think that is doable for miscount for sure. Looking at how little trash they have to play from here on out. Dratnos' guild team also having a lot of time left on their run too.
So the problem with it is like the last boss. While we talk about Tyran making bosses really long, the last boss of this dungeon is just generally very long because you end up spending a lot of your offensive CDs into the totems, meaning that you have a lot less damage to put towards the ad. It's kind of similar to the second boss of Ruby Life Pools if you guys were watching yesterday, where like whenever the key level goes up, you know, those ads don't scale with Fortified or Tyrannical, but they do scale with the key level, and so then you get them summoned more often, meaning that you have less damage that you can contribute towards the boss. And so like then whenever you have to commit like a full Ray of Frost or a full Void Torrent to killing those totems, honestly also committing all of your trinkets, that's also something that, you know, it really slows down the boss at high level. So I kind of am wondering like how long Decay Trick is going to be for these teams. They are going to have lust for it, but I wouldn't be shocked if that boss is still over 4 minutes.
Yeah, I think 4 minutes. Yeah, I think so.
Making a bit of a trinket check.
So many cooldowns for the totems, right? So you're just missing out on so much boss damage. And yeah, as you said, the trinkets and just not being super optimal for boss damage in general with the comp that they're running. And Dratnos' guild team, though, on the top right, they're on their way to the last boss here. They have a little bit less than 7 minutes left. I do think this is 2-chestable.
It'll be really close. So I'm just taking a bit of a trinket check, an inventory check for missed count. Everybody has an on-use trinket except for Yargi. Yargi is playing 0 on-use trinkets. Banner is playing 2 with the Bellarellos and the Naimu's Unraveling Spindle. 0 players are actually playing that Desperate Invoker's Codex. Instead, missed count is only opting for the Bellarelloses and the Grief Torch on Kira.
Interesting.
That Desperate Invoker's Codex that we saw a lot from Mandatory last weekend seemed like it was very potent. Dude, AJ's playing a Augury. What? An Augury and a Bellorelos and a 20. Huh.
Well,
That is a setup.
it's working out.
Is he doing big damn or what?
We're gonna. That's actually interesting though. Let's take a little bit, or we can focus more on some healer damage. We definitely look a lot at damage dealers damage, right? I mean, to be fair, I don't even look at that much because I know it's always gonna be Shadow Priest in first place.
It's always Shadow Priest, yeah.
Sometimes looking at healer damage and tank damage and actually comparing them between the teams is something that we can look at a little bit more. Because yeah, seeing those teams play really aggressively on their healers and tanks, that actually can make the difference between 2-chesting a key or 3-chesting a key or not. So yeah, healer damage, tank damage, actually pretty important even in a TGP setting. Of course, it's even more important on something like the MDI, but on a TGP it does matter a lot too. Hope now about to finish off their 15, getting that 3 chest in, just like the other teams except Jif. So they're going to be able to go into that 18 right after.
I will say that I think that your point of healer damage being important in this dungeon is doubly true because the last boss of this dungeon, Decatriarch Rathai, doesn't really do any damage that you have to heal, assuming that all of the totems get killed off, which means that you're, as a healer, really incentivized to have like a super offensive playstyle. So, you're playing that Convoke, even in some instances you'd be playing that Tree of Life and like playing super defensive. Instead, you're playing that Convoke, you're playing that Heart of the Wild, you're playing double offensive Trinket in a lot of instances, because the best thing for you is instead of, trying to heal through the totem going off, it's to prevent the totem from ever going off in the first place.
Alright, so missed count on the top right. They just pulled the last boss with 3 minutes and 50 seconds left for the 2-chest timer.
Okay. You said 50 or 15?
3 minutes and 50 seconds.
Okay, I think it's
Almost 4
doable.
minutes.
We lust on pull with all of our offensive cooldowns, which means that we're going to get a nice upfront amount of burst single target damage.
Mm-hmm.
Being able to actually commit some of these glacial spikes and stuff like that to the boss is nice. It's gonna be tight though. You have to make sure that you're gonna have perfect totem killing management, and these are things that these teams like have planned in advance, right? They have like a long ERT node or something like that, where everybody knows exactly what they're pressing when and what totem, what ability is going to be committed onto what totem. You kind of have to like double or triple up sometimes on being able to kill the totems. Do you think that this is going to be 2-chested? Do you think it matters? I guess is a better question.
So I think they can do the 2-chest.
Uh-huh.
And I kind of have a feeling that it does matter. Just the only reason why I think that is because Echo reset their key after they had this like half wipe.
Yeah.
Because to me, it was so weird that they reset, because I think the 20 timer is not that close, right? You can see they're basically almost 2-chesting this, which means that a full wipe is going to be recoverable for these teams to still get the key in time. So the fact that Echo reset after having this wipe makes me think that they want to 2-chest this and then do the 22 after.
I will say, too, that miscount, it seems like Brackenhide Hollow is definitely one of their better dungeons, because whenever we saw them during time trials, they put up one of the top Brackenhide Hollow times in 4 hours. A lot of teams took 4 days to put up the Brackenhide Hollow time that miscount took 4 hours for. And so I have a suspicion that if it's slightly more favorable affixes like Fortified as opposed to Tyrannical that we saw during time trials, I think that there's a chance that miscount also able to do that 22. And so I think that, yeah, Echo also fleeing the dungeon thinking that they're going to need the 2-chest, I think that that's also pretty telling. That I think that a lot of these teams believe that the 22 is doable.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Dreadnought skill team on the top left, I think they're going to be making it. They only have 2 minutes left now, and their boss is still on 70%. So
That's
I think
tough.
for them, it's going to be a little bit tough. They do have Bloodlust still available, which they might get a good setup with at some point and nuke the boss down. But they definitely pulled the boss quite a bit later compared to miscount, respectively, for their timers.
I think we've kind of started to see a bit of a few tiers start to form with the teams this weekend, where there's the top tier of teams of Miscount and Echo. Miscount is like slightly ahead of Echo in a couple of aspects. I think they're a little bit faster in a few of their dungeons. They've looked a little bit more consistent, so that's kind of had them carry that lead. And then the second tier, I think that Hope and Dratnos Guild team are kind of battling against one another, right? While I don't think that, Hope is a little bit behind Dratnos Guild team, but I think that those teams are going to structurally be very close towards the end of this weekend to be battling for that third place global final slot. And then I think that Jif is just a bit below that, and I think that that's going to be the
not-
team that's going to be eliminated
Sorry.
this week or today.
Sorry,
Were you saying?
sorry,
Are they not
sorry for
making this?
interrupting you, Pat. Yeah, I don't think they are. But yeah, I fully agree with what you're saying. But I think the miscount top right, I think they're not making it. They're 25 seconds off that
10% of the
chess
boss.
timer. And yeah, they have to get 7% of the boss here within 15 seconds. And they don't have cooldowns available, right? They don't have any PIs, breath, anything. Oh, they might be making... Oh, all of a sudden, they're bursting the boss. Looks like they got it after all. There we go.
They did it.
All
Oh my gosh. They were 7
Wow.
seconds under. Very good.
Okay, well, they all of a sudden found all of this boss damage without those cool. That's crazy. Okay, well, miscount, getting that 2 chests. So that is super interesting. Yeah, we'll see if that pays off or if that's even something
So-
they want to attempt later.
Do they go to 22 now? Or do they
I
go
don't
to
think
Alg
they are.
Academy? I mean, they
I
could.
think
If
they go Alg Academy.
Well, dude, they're done with their Brackenhide in an hour 15 minutes. They within reason, if they're
Yeah.
feeling themselves and they're feeling like super confident, super pumped about the Brackenhide, I think you can make a realistic case for them to stay here and start that on 22.
I agree. I do also think.
Look at Echo here, top right.
Yeah, I saw that. There you go. You can saw. Oh, that probably was a mistake. All right. So what
Pretty
they wanted
bad.
to do here is get up the monstrosities from downstairs. Okay, maybe it was not. So they didn't get the snap, right? They're gonna be missing.
Well, no,
count.
Clicks went across the gap. Gingy
Yeah.
was pulling them. Gingy was pulling the monstrosities, like you were saying, through the corner. But I
Didn't
think
get
Clicks
them,
also
though.
went across the. Oh wait! Oh, there it is.
There's one.
It showed up.
Whew, all right. Yeah, so they did get encumbered with it. So yeah, sometimes what happens here if you do one of these like pulls where you have the mage pull something or the Aug Evoker pull something and then get back to the group. If that person dies, you're gonna lose out on the trash. But it seems like Gingy, even though he did go down, must have been able to still have the rest of the group aggro it somehow, and they were encumbered with it, hopefully. But yeah, we'll see.
Tettles, a question for you. So, I don't know if you've caught it, but have all the teams been doing this kind of evoker setup at the start of Bracken, where they do this kind of jump, wormstone? Have you noticed that with the team play, or has it seemed like they've been kind of doing other?
You're talking about going into Gutshot?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. I think that all the teams are at least pulling some of the trash into Gutshot. There's a question as to how much they're pulling. Like Nagura was pointing out. Oh my God, Hearthjax just fell through the ground. Like Nagura was pointing out, not many teams are actually doing that slime. Oh wait, he appeared. Never mind, it was visual bug.
They got it.
Oh wow.
They were super fast. Did you see that?
Yeah.
They were so fast in that academy snap. Oh, that's it. That's a replay for the wormstone. It's actually just a dungeon.
I've
see
never
what
seen a
happened
team do that. So Goop hovered over the wall and sleptwalk a mob out of the pack, and that mob's probably not attached, and so that's just like -1 mob that they're not going to need to count for. I don't think I've ever seen a team do that.
So apparently, a lot of teams have been doing this,
Ooh.
and I guess we just didn't see. There we go. We do see another replay.
It's hard to see if you're not like
scrambling
looking at the
over.
AUG, right?
Yeah, and as you said, sleepwalking this one mob out, the hunter.
With the hunter.
Oh, that makes sense. The hunter,
Yeah.
one of the most dangerous mobs, especially on high keys. You do not want to have hunters unfortified.
Hunters are brutal. They're just not very fun
I
mobs.
liked it a lot. That is really cool. And the fact
Cool.
that they know that it's not attached to each other as well.
Yeah, he popped
miscount in the bottom
spatial-
left. Sorry.
sorry.
What do you want to say? No, continue.
I was gonna
to
say-
talk about that.
I was gonna say pop spatial to make sure that he doesn't pull the pack.
Oh yeah. Yeah, very interesting. Anyway, I did want to say
coming
that
for
miscount in
Tuttles.
the bottom left. Yeah.
Dude, they're not coming for you. Relax. 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 That's not. They're not coming for me, man. I don't know. I can't do anything about that. Sorry. Oops.
Sorry, please go ahead, Nagura.
I wanted to say that miscount is not going into that 22, and they moved into the academy. So we're gonna have like an academy POV, which is nice to see, like the different dungeon. But Draton's guild team on the bottom right, they ended up going to 21. So they decided to stick to this key, which I think for Dratos it makes sense because they didn't get the 2 chests. So obviously the 22 is going to be a lot harder than 21. And one thing I did want to say about miscounts 22 is that maybe they want to wait for the later part of the day just to maybe not give away to other teams that they're capable of doing a 21, if they can do it. Again, we don't know if they can do it. But if they can do it, maybe they don't want to do it right now and show all the other teams like, oh, we can do this 22, which then shows them, oh, that means we can probably do the 22 as well.
With the Ruby 21 already being posted, Missed Count has a lot of leeway for the entire day for what they have to do. Also, something that I've just noticed for Missed Count is Hearthjax has decided that he's no longer a Frost one trick and is playing Fire.
Oh, turns out Hearthjax actually managed to figure out how to play Fire.
Found where
Figured it out.
where
Yeah.
he put that. Yeah.
He must have been hitting dummies in Veldraken the whole night. Didn't sleep 1 minute.
No, man. It's just a Poland chasm. Did you know that Missed Count, all 5 of their players live in Poland?
Oh, no, I didn't know.
They got... So, in the past, they only had 4 of their players that were in Poland. But now they got Thanner, who is Polish.
Yeah, actually true.
3 of them apparently live in the same city, but they never met up because they're chronic online gamers, apparently.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, shout out Poland.
Yeah, let's take a look at the Echo for a moment. Maybe not do the quad screen anymore, but I still just quickly wanted to look at their time thinking about that 2 chest again, because, again, earlier Echo did have a wipe on a trash pool before Treemouth, and they ended up resetting the key, which is something that was surprising to us as casters, because we were thinking that the plus 20 is pretty easily timeable with the route that they have, even with a full wipe. But Echo immediately resetting kind of made us believe that they probably also are able to 2-chest this 20, but 2-chesting the 20 is a lot closer than timing it, and therefore Echo ended up resetting. So we'll see if they get the 2-chest as well. It was really close for Missed Count, but it looks like Echo, it looks good. It's 28 minutes, right? Yeah, so 28 minutes.
Yeah, 28 minutes even.
They do have to finish this one pull and then do the boss. So if they pull the boss at around like 24 minutes, they are in a similar situation as Missed Count.
I think they have another pull on top of this, don't they?
I think they're just pulling one more mop onto the boss and then they're done.
Oh, okay. I would believe that. Dude, this count in this area gives like a surprisingly low amount of enemy forces, so it's like it's always hard for me to gauge how much trash count this is actually going to give. Like the War Scourges are pretty efficient count-wise, HP to count threshold, but then a lot of the mobs in this area just don't give count.
Yeah, looking at the trash, I mean, timer's getting definitely closer to the 24-minute marker that is that.
Yeah.
Missed Count pulled the boss at 24:10, and they managed to get the 2 chests with 7 seconds remaining.
But
Also
Echo
having
has
brothers
the
available on pool here as well.
Echo's got the Genji buff.
They have the Genji buff. Good point.
Well, it's one of the
It
advantages
looks
here.
good, though. They got it. I think timer-wise, they're looking fine. But yeah, look at count now. Yeah, they're fine. They're fine. Just this one last one onto the boss to get their
2%.
trinkets running.
Oh, it does. Okay, perfect.
Oh, no, they got it. Yeah, good point.
Okay, cool.
At 24 minutes flat. So they have even more time than Missed Count.
So it's winnable. They don't have their Shadow Priest cooldowns immediately off the rip, but they're going to be pressing this Lust with all their offensive CDs here. You see the Veins being pressed. Ooh, Mira's even delaying that Void Eruption and Power Infusion just a couple of seconds to make sure that he's able to do a little bit more damage to the totem. And they're not actually committing this Lust, so they're going to be a bit low on boss damage compared to some of the other teams. Wonder what they're going to be lusting. Lusting for totem damage, maybe?
Yeah, it could be totem damage, or they're holding it for like the seconds that the cooldowns would last, but that wouldn't really. Maybe they wait for potions.
Okay.
Cooldowns for boss damage at the very end.
Could be waiting
Like,
for
do a
potions.
burn. That is something that miscounted at the very end. They just ended up like burning the boss there, but they didn't have cooldowns ready. So I don't know. Like maybe they feel like this is super close and they have to have all of the things available for boss damage here. But yeah, I don't know.
I would say that common sense would say that it's better to rip the Lust on pull and like do a bit more damage to the boss, right? To get fewer totems, because then that'll speed up the boss. Like this boss can get long even on fortified. It just kind of depends on what they think that they're going to be able to use the Lust on. Because like if they're using the lust to kill totems, I think that they're in bad shape. If they're using the lust
so too, yeah.
on second set of offensive CDs to hit the boss, I think that they might be in slightly better shape.
Yeah, we're gonna have to keep an eye on that. Because, yeah, losing out on the last damage on the boss could mean that they need a little bit more time for the boss compared to miscount needed.
Yeah.
Again, I could pull the boss a little bit earlier in comparison to them, but still, I'd be wasting too much time. They have 2 minutes and like 5 seconds left at this point. Boss is still on 60% HP. But
Boss notably dies at 5% also, which is
yeah,
that's pretty good.
At the very end, when you know you can ignore totems and you just fully nuke the boss just like melts, right? Because it is a 45 boss.
Yeah, so the threshold for that is probably what, like 15% or something like that, where you just like full commit to the boss and you just like stop killing the totem.
Looking at Jif though, we talked about Echo a lot, but Jif in the top right, their 2 chest timer is also close, even though they are in this 19, right? So 28 minutes as we talked about. They have a little bit over a minute left. It's gonna be a little bit tight for them. Again, they don't have Bloodlust available compared to Echo. Echo actually using it just now. For boss damage plus totem. Oh, they were actually waiting for that second set of cooldowns, and they popped it on boss.
Did Echo
so
have a
Echo did
totem
pop,
go off, by the way?
Sorry?
I think Echo had a totem go off, and then it just got cleansed, but that was not great.
Oh, that is not ideal at all. But yeah, I think Jif may be missing that 2 chests, unfortunately. Only have 30 seconds left. It's going to be very difficult for them to finish off the boss.
That's pretty bad for them. They're definitely the underdog on today. We were talking about it a little bit earlier, where it's for them to not get eliminated, they have a pretty large uphill battle, I think.
Do you think they maybe let the totem go off on purpose to get that last full uptime?
You lose. No, there's no way you let that go off on purpose.
Oh, you can cleanse it, right?
Well, okay, so they do have some cleanses, right? They have Cauterize, they have Dwarf. I don't think that they let it go off on purpose. I don't know if they can make this either. I think that they needed to like.
Totem. Yeah, they're not doing this.
They needed a lust on pull, I think, to make this.
Yeah, I agree.
Unfortunate.
Or I mean, 15 seconds. I mean, maybe they're making it. I don't know. They don't have cooldowns.
The boss has 5%.
Oof, I don't. Yeah.
They're not making this.
So, wow. So that
a big issue with the totem going off.
They reset earlier.
Yeah. Wow. That actually makes the
seconds.
That makes the reset like completely null, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even consider that.
Huh. Interesting.
That's bad. Now what? Now what do you do? What do you do for them? You get 21.
Well, I think probably, yeah. Looking at, they could go into academy just for like safety. I feel like leaving a dungeon that you haven't done at all for like later, I don't know, it's not ideal. But then again, Brackenhide is fresh in your mind, and we see Dratno's guild team in that 21 because of that reason. So
dude,
I wouldn't be surprised either way if Echo decides to do the 21, or if they just say, hey, we're gonna come back here later.
that feels pretty uncharacteristic for Echo to miss that 2 chest timer that other teams were able to get. I feel like we just kind of take it for granted a lot of the times that Echo is going to be the team that kind of clutches up and gets that 2 chest in all the dungeons that every other team was able to get. Where it's like, it looks like miscounts that team that's been able to clutch up and 2 chests some dungeons by like 3 seconds a couple of times that Echo weren't able to get.
Yeah. Do you think the fact that it's Sanguine is one of the major reasons why Hearthjax is playing Frost in this key? Or do you think Frost in general is just not Fire in this key? Or do you think Frost in general is just not that playable, that good in Academy?
Like I was talking about earlier, I think it's kind of, it comes down to like preference. I do think that Fire is actually a little bit better damage-wise in Academy over Frost, but I do think that Sanguine does not help you out any.
Yeah.
Having the mobs permanently slowed is like pretty obnoxious in here. Anything that makes your tank's life any harder is not great, even if it's going to be at the advantage of like a few thousand DPS. I will say, like, one of the disadvantages of Frost is like some of their stuff is target capped. Obviously, it's like capped at 8 targets, right? It's not like an insane cap or anything like that, and it has like a little bit of fall off damage. But Alg Academy has such dense mob count that Fire is like not terrible in here. I think it's a little bit of both. I think if Hearthjax was playing Frost in here, I wouldn't really question it too much because why are you questioning success?
Good point. All right, so we did hear that Echo is taking their first 10-minute break. None of the other teams taking their breaks just yet. Usually teams take breaks before they go to a different dungeon, so I would assume that Echo is not going to go do the 21 now because, yeah, break probably means, or at least they're discussing it. They're probably discussing, okay, what are we going to do? How are we going to play Academy with that Sanguine affix? How are we going to do those snap pulls and whatnot?
So not only is a break before like you move dungeons, but I think a break is like prime before you move to a Sanguine dungeon, like you were saying. It's just that the texture of a Sanguine dungeon is just so different than what any other affix set like than you do in practice. So you really have to make sure that, oh, okay, are any of these pulls going to be different? Like what is the landscape of all this going to look like?
Yeah, sure. I hope on the top right, in their 18 Brackenhide, they did 3 chests of 15. Very good for them. And we do know that the 18 is pretty easily 2-chestable and almost impossible to 3-chest. So looking at their run here, they only have that 1 death coming in. Oh, as I say, that Ellesmere does go down to burst from the Monster's Decay here, unfortunately. They could probably finish this boss without Ellesmere and save that battle rest. Or they just like get him up for safety.
Ellesmere's kind of had a rough weekend. I feel like there have been uncharacteristic deaths for him.
I'm not sure. It's possible that Ellesmere, because okay, so it sounds bad, like he stood in a swirly, right? But it's possible that it was like overlapping with the boss mechanic where they play Wernstone, right? Like you play Wernstone, you trade it to different people, and then you basically use the Wernstone to get out of the boss mechanic when he eats you. And we think that maybe Ellesmere was in that as he was pressing a Wernstone, and then it went off, which is not necessarily his mistake. That would be like more of a positioning mistake of the boss and the ads when they go down. I'm not sure what exactly happened.
You know, it does seem like hope for a team that has so many incredibly skilled players on it has been struggling a little bit this weekend, and we can chat about it a little more here, though we are going to have a bit of a swap here on the desk. Again, we'll have Tettles stepping out here and Zeronic jumping in. So Zeronic, as we kind of think about that some more, what do you think is sort of tripping Hope up? You know, we've seen some wipes, we've seen a lot of deaths. We saw even yesterday they kind of went out on a note they really, I don't think, wanted to kind of set themselves up for today. So what do you think is kind of hindering Hope right now?
I don't really know what necessarily. I don't think it's any one particular thing. I mean, I know that, you know, I know these players pretty well. I've been friends with a few of them for several years, and like I can tell just from the way that they kind of been carrying themselves, that the motivation might have been a little bit, you know, lower than it normally is for them, and that alone is enough to account for a lot of like the individual tiny mistakes that happen, right? It's not going to be something so drastic that's going to cause you to just be, you know, failing keys that you could otherwise easily time, but, you know, little random spot deaths here and there from just a lack of concentration could easily amount to those things. Like, you know, something else. Wait, what is going on here? Actually, hold that thought. What is Hope actually doing here? This is a interesting variation on the poll. Normally we see hyenas pulled here, but they've actually gathered all of the scavengers in that War Scourge, which is a poll that you sometimes see in keys on live, but normally on its own, not pulled into Gutshot. Has this been something the teams have been doing in this key, or is this just a dorky special?
This is... Yeah, I think we only saw Hope do this earlier. We definitely did mention this pull and it being like absolutely crazy. And we were not sure if they're going to be replicating this pull on the hierarchy as well or on the highest keys. But definitely looks like they're sticking to it on the 18. And yeah, it looks like the setup took some time to get it done. But still, seems incredibly efficient that they're getting so much count here. Because coming into Gutshot, they're much below the count compared to the other teams. Meaning they are saving a lot of pulls earlier on.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, you know, regardless of where the motivations are, something that you cannot just discount is the fact that every single one of these players is individually insanely skilled, and they have been practicing a lot together in the past few weeks. So I expect Hope to be able to pull through when it really matters. We saw them do it earlier today in that Azure Vault, timing that key by the skin of their teeth, just barely being able to get it done. what was the timer they had left? 0.05 seconds, just about as late as you can time a key as possible. So we know the player's skill is there. They're kind of, with their backs against the wall in that 4th place slot right now, kind of in the seat you don't want to be in this weekend. You really want to be in the top 3 to qualify for Global Finals. Still not even at the halfway point in the weekend yet. So plenty of time for them to get it up, get into gear, get some good keys done, catch up to Dratnos Guild Team, catch up to Echo. Maybe not catch up to Mistcount. They're kind of on another level right now, but, in an ideal scenario, they could do the same keys they're doing. But, so far, still pushing up this Brackenhide. We'll see where things stand whenever they get into the higher keys once the homework is done today.
Yeah, still a lot of time left. Miscount in the top left. Now, on Echo of Doragosa, they're at the end of their 15 Academy, and they're over the 3 chest timer in a moment. So, does that mean 3 chesting this 15 is not really something that is very doable? Or does it mean that Miscount had a lot of Sanguine Heal go off, maybe doesn't have like as efficient of a route as the other teams? Now, I don't know what is true here, but looking at Miscount's performance in the other keys, I'm just gonna go ahead and assume that the 3 chest is gonna be close to not doable if Miscount is not gonna be hitting it by more than a minute. What do you think?
Hey, maybe Hearthjacks just really can't play fire, you never know. There's no way it's that. That's just a meme. It's funny. I feel like the Miscount team members are just kind of being kind of secretive about it, and I'm willing to guess that it amounts to very little in the grand scheme of things. Like Teddles was saying earlier, talked to AJ, it's like, well, he can't play fire. Okay, clearly he can play fire. I saw Kira in another streamer's chat last night, and I was asking him about it. He said, well, I just make him play Frost because I don't want Mobs not to be slowed. It's like both of those are pretty much non-answers and kind of meme-y answers. Obviously, Hearthjacks can play Fireman. He's been a rank 1 Mythic Plus key mage for at least a couple of years now, maybe even longer. It just comes down to personal preference, I think. And, fire in this key is quite good, so we'll see. But yeah, in regards to the 3 chest timer, this is a pretty tough key to 3 chest, especially starting at the 15 key level. I would just hazard a guess that if Miscount isn't getting the 3 chest, other teams will also be less likely to do so, but we're not going to know until they step in there themselves. We'll see. It's gonna be a tough one for sure, though.
Yeah, sure. So they were 1 minute and 20 or something like that over that 3 chest. Something that we're gonna be able to compare the other teams to. And now it does look like Echo is gonna be done with their break soon, and it looks like they're going back to that 21 Brackenhide. So not switching to the Academy as we were thinking because they took the break. We were thinking maybe they're discussing the AA route with that Sanguine, but maybe they just took the break to discuss if they want to even do the 21 or go Academy. And they decided to do the 21. So that is something that Dratnos Guild Team is currently in on the top right side of the screen. And Miscount decided to leave the Brackenhide on the 20 because they 2-chested it even. So technically, we could see a 22 Brackenhide attempted by Miscount at the very... But that's probably going to be happening at the end of the day, right? They're going to be playing up Academy first and maybe do some easier keys that are not 22 Brackenhide.
I want to draw some attention to one of the strategies that we kind of tend to glaze over because it's more of we just assume the teams will do it and it's not something we have to focus out. But if you're not somebody who's done one of these high-end Brackenhides, you might not realize the amount of just optimization that goes into the start of this key here. Echo in the bottom left here on their 21 Brackenhide, and I want to point out the usage of Ornstone in this key. It's actually kind of insane in the first 4 minutes. How often this is used in order to make the run go faster. At the very start of the key, clicks on purpose, does not get in combat with anything. Once everything is pulled, he opens that first cage on the left side. Then he Warnstones into the group, so that he can, then be a participant in the pull. Just lets them get that cage a little bit earlier. After this pull is done, the Shadow Priest is going to run off, open a cage, Warnstone back to the group, so he doesn't lose any real uptime on his damage. And they're going to use this Warnstone at least 3 or 4 times in the early stages of the key, and Clix is also going to be distributing it out to whoever needs it to get back to the group over the course of the first 4 minutes. It's just a really cool way they spend... save time on just travel throughout the key. It's kind of cool. That 100-yard range is really neat. What is Frosty up to for
They were
Dratno's guild
just
team?
waiting.
Using the Wernstone yet again, pulling trash behind the boss. Once again, this has been approved. If you can get to the trash and not have to pull it through a wall, you're allowed to do it, as long as it's approved by the admins. And here we go, massive pull being prepped once again into Gutshot. It's really cool to see what teams are going for just to try to get as efficient of a pull as possible. Terrasant dropping low there, taking a little bit of extra damage, but nothing lethal, able to stay alive. I believe he still has the cheat death available to him as well, so they're good to go here.
Yeah, and this is an incredibly difficult pull. This is a 21 fortified key, so not only are you fighting Gutshot on a 21, which is difficult by itself, looking at all of these traps and the hyenas have to watch out for, while the tank is also just getting hit by all of these shots as well. But on top of that, you have all of these fortified mobs coming in, and not just the normal amount of mobs that you have on this boss. As Sarah mentioned, we have all of these Wernstone mobs that were pulled in, which makes this pull just crazy. Did manage to finish off most of the trash now, mainly cleaving off of Gutshot, it seems like. But still, pretty difficult pull. Again, something that we are going to be watching out for the most here in Brackenhide in general is going to be the last boss. But yeah, looking really good for Dratno's guild team. I'm honestly incredibly impressed still by the performance today. They already played incredible yesterday, but today, again, just continuing with the perfect play, still on 0 deaths here, just having really clean runs. So very impressive by that team. Akka on the bottom left, now also in their 21, Brackenhide, and Miscount. Can we actually, like, when Miscount does that Academy again, like, depending on if they do the 19 or if they have to reach the 17, whatever they're going to be doing, can we look at their start, like the early pull? Because they're definitely doing some snapping with the lashers, which is something we've highlighted on their Warcraft channel on YouTube, actually. Dratnos was doing a video about that from last group. But I want to see if Miscount is doing something similar or if they're snapping it a little bit differently, maybe.
I would get, so there's two ways that people are typically doing this pull, right? There's what we saw teams attempting in the 22 last week, where you try to do both snaps up to the Guardian Sentry, right? You do the lashers into it, and then you also have your Ogvoker fly by, grab the first set of Eagles, and then pull those up to the Guardian Sentry. Pulling the Eagles up to the Guardian Sentry, while it is definitely nice and a little bit of a time save, is not necessarily the most efficient thing to do because you don't have your Ogvoker with you, buffing you, doing his Breath of Eons, etc. for the entire time. What you can actually do is, once you've focused down the Guardian Sentry, you can just pull those lashers down to the first set of Eagles and lose very minimal time, because those Eagles will die before the lashers do anyways. So it's not the hugest time save to bring those Eagles into the first pull, but still very slightly optimized if you're trying to get everything in with your lust. I could have seen them doing either one of them. I didn't actually see what their first pull was either, so if we do get... we'll have to focus that when they get to their next Azure Academy for sure, just to see what they're doing. Jiff in the bottom right here had a little bit of issues at the very end of that first pull after the Warband. Shocks did go down, but it was after combat. It was the very end of the pull, so they're able to get a res off, not a battle res, hold on to those two, keep them in the bag for the next few pulls of the dungeon, and get themselves underway. In the top left, Hope able to get the 2 chest off in their 18. Brackenhide, sorry, bottom left now, I'm being trolled. And probably head off to the 20 right afterwards.
Yeah, possible that teams also start taking their breaks now because, again, 20 minutes is the mandatory break time you have to take throughout each day. Cannot be taken at the first hour of the day and not within the last hour of the day. You can break them up, take 10 minutes first and then 10 minutes later. And Echo was the first team to take that 10-minute break. They're already back now in that 21. Yeah, we might be seeing some teams take breaks to discuss what they're going to do. But I think for Hope, it's pretty clear what they're going to be doing as they have that 2 chest 18 Brackenhide sitting there. So they're very likely to do the 20 and then take the break after to discuss something, to discuss their plan later. But we'll see. Maybe someone needs to take an emergency shower, you know?
Just going
Hope
down
actually is
to
taking a 10-minute break.
lasher bleeds here. Unfortunate. Blackpink stands everywhere. Very sad that death occurred.
You know, as
Able to
we've
get the res
talked
off.
about... Oh, there we go. All right, all right. As we've talked about with Jiff and Hope, right? There was a moment where it looked like if they weren't able to get that 21, if they, were still struggling, that Jif might be able to overtake them. But I mean, I'm curious, Ironic, do you think that it's possible at this point? I mean, if Jif gets more on the board, they're sitting on a lot of ones right now, so they've got some work to do here. But right now, could they overtake Hope?
I'm not going to say it's impossible, right? It's definitely improbable. They are pretty far behind Hope, 3 points. Actually, it's going to be, 3 points behind right now with only one chest on the board. They would need Hope to falter pretty significantly here for them to catch up. Now, of course, we're going to get to the point pretty quickly here soon where all of the keys left for Hope to increase their score are only 20s and 21s. They actually only have... Well, they only have the one Brackenhide and then whatever they can do in Algathar before they get to that point, in which point, Jif could potentially go for some high timed keys to catch up. But really, the ball's in Hope's court right now. I think Hope are in a very commanding position to move forward today, to move forward to Sunday. And Jif just kind of have to hope for some mistakes.
Yeah. I definitely think so as well. And as we say that, Jif unfortunately did have a death as Johnny, Shadow Priest, does go down right as he pulled stream out. They have to commit a battle rest here. Thankfully, they do have one more left after this one, so they're going to be able to recover. And they don't have any trash on top of this stream mouth pool, so they are going to be fine. But yeah, not ideal. And the 20 is not going to be like too chestable for Jif, looking at the 7 deaths that they have already, because we saw the only team that 2-chested the 20 was missed count, and they only had 7 seconds left on the timer on an almost perfect run. So yeah, don't think Jif is going to be 2-chesting this, but 1-chesting is certainly a lot easier in the timer, and I think they're still going to be able to do that if they don't have any major mistakes from here on out. And we do see Dratnos Guild team on the top left are approaching the last boss on their 21 Brackenhide. This is going to be the first team to time a 21 Brackenhide this weekend, if they manage to do so, of course. And we're going to have to see, because Wrath Eye is coming up, which we talked about multiple times, is one of the most difficult moments, if not the most difficult moment in this dungeon, even on a fortified key. And they're playing, their trinkets are for this boss. They play Frost Mage because of this boss mainly. And yeah, everything is just kind of catered around Wrath Eye here. The timer is not going to be a problem. They have over 10 minutes left at this point, and they're about to finish off their trash count. So timer not an issue, but they cannot necessarily have a wipe and then try again if it happens like a little bit later on.
Yeah, I'm actually curious. I want to take a look at something really quick. I want to look at the trinkets that they actually are using for this key, because we've seen a couple of variations on trinkets that are being used at the end of the boss here. And if you actually want to follow along with me and check out their gear here, if you're on our Twitch stream, you can check the top left of the stream. There should be a little arrow there. You can click that. You should have a drop-down menu to check on 21 Brackenhide for Dratnos Guild Team. You can look at all the characters' gear and individual talents here as well. And you can see that they're running trinkets you normally wouldn't see in other keys, right? We've got a lot of Beloroloses, we've got a lot of Desperate Invoker's Codexes, that Razageth caster trinket as well, and all of these are being used to just do as much totem burst damage as possible. You can see they've actually stayed in combat for the previous 7 or 8 minutes of this key ever since they killed Gutshot, just to make sure that that Desperate Invoker's Codex cooldown is as short as possible. They can use it every second or third totem about, just for a lot of extra burst damage. And they're just cycling through those cooldowns on every single totem. You know, first couple of totems will be 2-minute cooldowns. Maybe second one will be Ray of Frost from the Mage. Third one might be a Belorolos. Fourth one might be a Grief Torch. They're just spreading them out so they have individual amounts of burst damage for every totem. And those are the kind of things that allow them to actually burst through every single one of those totems for such a long period of time on this boss.
Yeah, it's very impressive how they coordinate all of their cooldowns there and managing to get all of these totems down, which of course incredibly difficult on a 21 with the totem health just being so high. And they're about to pull that boss on Dratnos Guild Team and show us how they're coordinating those cooldowns. They did use their cooldowns initially for boss damage, because of course, the longer this boss lives, the more totems you're getting. And if you have to use a lot of your cooldowns for the totems, this boss can take a long time, even in a fortified key. So using your initial cooldowns here in the boss does make sense, and just allocating some trinkets for the totems instead. They did not commit Bloodlust for the boss at the start, which is something we've seen Miscount do on the 20. But we've seen most other teams save Bloodlust for maybe the second set of cooldowns, just to make sure that it works for more totems, basically. Because so you can even get Bloodlust to be up for 2 totems as well later on.
Yeah, just to get a better overlap on them. I'm still a little confused personally at what the delay on the Bloodlust is exactly for here. Maybe, you and Tettles were talking about maybe it's just potion timing.
Maybe, yeah.
Maybe it's for the better set of 2 minutes. Of course, Shadow Priest will have the 2 minutes with Shadow Fiend, and then the 2 minutes without Shadow Fiend, kind of flip-flops back and forth. Maybe they don't have Shadow Fiend on pull, so they want to use it on the Void form that's going to last a little longer. You never know. But saving the Bloodlust for now. 2 minutes are running out now, so this is the first time they'll actually have to use extra on here. That was the Belorolos coming out from Terrasant there. It didn't crit, unfortunately, but they'll have the damage to finish it off there, dropping low from the AoE burst from the boss, but nobody going down. Being topped up quickly by Timbermaw here. Let's see what the next totem is. It's probably going to be, if I had to guess, either a Grief Torch or another Belorolos. They might also have the Invoker Codex back off cooldown for this. Let's see if we can actually spy what any of them are doing. Didn't see any trinkets. So, it's Convoke from Timbermaw. Cat Farm Convoke.
Oh, yeah.
I think they also used an Invoker's Codex there as well. Zalia going down on Treemouth for Echo. They do have a battle res, though. If they can find where the body is, looked like they've gotten that up. I think it was Gingy going and grabbing that res in the back of the fight here. Yeah, just cycling through the cooldowns, not having too many issues on these totems. Notably, Cryptix is doing his best to get 2 Glacial Spikes off on every single totem before the cast goes off. Wasn't actually able to do it there, had bad RNG on the Icicles, but wasn't needed in order to finish it off.
Yeah, one thing to note as well is that they already used their second set of cooldowns still without that Bloodlust being used. So it's possible to maybe save it for like a lull moment where they're just out of cooldowns and they need it for totem damage. That is something that can technically be true. But we're going to take a closer look at that as they're getting closer and closer to finishing off that 21. Echo, though, on the bottom left, as you said, Gingy using that engineering res. So looks like for Echo, both Clix and Gingy are using the engineering braces, actually. Sometimes we see only the Archivoker run them, because of course you have the Rasta Druid that can use the Bell Res. And then you can also have one extra safety net in case your Rasta Druid goes down. But usually having 2 engineering rests plus a normal battle rest not necessarily needed. But sometimes it can happen, of course, that both your Evoker and your healer go down. And if you then don't have a second person with that injury rest bracers equipped, then that's just going to be horrible if you have like 2 or 3 battle rests you're sitting on, but you just can't use them. So, and of course, Mage also being really mobile, being able to blink to the dead player and immediately rest them back up, sometimes really makes or breaks a key because of, of course, the rest on a healer being very important. Sometimes.
Yeah, exactly. The healer's clearly the worst person to go down. What's up, Rook?
No, I hearing your conversation, this talk, it was really interesting, and chat had a question too that I thought you could answer fantastically. There's a bit of a theory going around. Is it possible that the healer death on Treemouth is intentional? Yeah. Seeing that Elismir died there as well. Is that something? Yeah, Nagura says yeah. Do you agree, Zyronic?
Oh, I wouldn't. I don't think it's intentional. I think it just overlaps with the sludge just dying, and it can happen very easily.
Yeah, there's a very clear overlap that happens, and I think you explained this earlier as well when Tettles was on broadcast too. When you're pulling trash on top of Treemouth, the current strategy on Treemouth, whenever the boss does his is it the Engorge? Is that what it's called? I can't remember the name of the cast, but the one where he pulls everyone and somebody has to soak the pool in the middle, otherwise he gets a massive shield and enrages. Whenever someone goes into that, the strategy is just to precast Warring Stone and instantly leave the boss. Now, if those slimes are also still alive and on top of the boss and doing their AoE around the boss, you can just die to that. It's unfortunate, it can happen. There's not really a lot you can do about it other than kill the slime off a little bit earlier. That's definitely what happened to Elismir. I didn't see what happened to Zalia. But I seriously doubt it's on purpose. The only reason that they would want to go down is if they had aggro on like trash that they didn't want to pull for some reason. And I don't see that being the case. So I think it was just 2 unfortunate circumstances happening within like 20 minutes of each other for these 2 teams.
All right, so while we were explaining that, Dratno's team did manage to finish off that 21 Brackenhide. First team to do so. Also, I think it was first try for them too. So Dratno's actually doing incredibly well here. And they cleared it in 31 minutes and 22 seconds, while the total timer is 35 minutes. So actually having a lot of time left, which again makes me believe that the 22 probably possible from a timer perspective. Now, from an execution perspective, if you're actually able to do the last boss, for example, and that 45 trash, that's a different story. Hope on the bottom left, unfortunately, having a full wipe there on their 20, but it's the very start, so they're probably just going to quickly reset and go again. Not too much time lost here, so not too bad for them.
Well, you know, first pull back from the break. Maybe you got to wipe the rust off a little bit, shake it off, get back in there. That first pull can be pretty difficult, obviously. On live, it's usually also helped out by having your healer go boomkin to help burn the pull down a little bit quicker.
Yeah.
Of course, the problem with that is the healer would then have to zone out and then go back into heal spec, which is not something you're allowed to do on the tournament realm. You are not allowed to leave the key once it's started. It's something important about the Brackenhide Hollow. So they're playing with those totem-killing trinkets for the entire key, so slightly less efficient for the rest of the key.
Huh, so what do you think about Dratnos guild team going into halls instead of starting their academy? Interesting. Do you think
That
they
is
have some
interesting.
secret strats that they want to hide a bit longer? Because that's like one of the reasons that would explain it. I don't see many other reasons why you wouldn't just get those points on the board for safety, right? Because we're already 2 hours into the competition, and playing up an academy to potentially at 22, which is something we've seen last week, takes quite a long time. So going into a halls here is a very, like, I want to say, a strange decision. That, yeah, interesting.
4G has had some interesting pulls that no one else is really going for. Not 4G, sorry, Frosty. But, you know, they're kind of similar names. I don't know. I can't really think of anything too interesting that we haven't seen in Algathar Academy yet, unless they're really going for some crazy pulls. I wouldn't
Affliction
think
Warlock.
it's something... No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Now, I will say that coming into the competition, if there was a situation, if there were 2 keys that Destro would do more overall damage in and actually be significant enough to where, like, you would actually want to run it in, there were 2 keys that I thought you could do it in. And they were Fortified Brackenhide and Fortified Algathar. Now, the problem with Brackenhide Hollow is Destro's not good at killing totems, so you just never see it there anyways. But Fortified Algathar Academy, you could pull that key to be insanely powerful for Destro Lock. So, if that's a potential play, that would be the key to do it. And Cryptix is really good at Warlock. I don't know. We'll see if that's something they're going to pull off. But for now, into the 21 Halls of Infusion. We know it's possible. We saw this done by Mandatory last week with similar affix levels. It's, you know, arguable whether or not this one's easier or harder than last week. That being said, I mean, 3 hours left in the day. They have plenty of time to get this down, even if it takes like an hour or an hour and a half, and then also go to Algathar and get like a 20. It is a significant investment if they don't get it down in the first couple of pulls here. Forgy, unfortunately, going down to the Spiteful Shade. He is going to be able to release and run back to the group, although that's going to be a pretty significant time loss. Notably, though, Drydos Guild team going for a much smaller, more concise pull than what we saw out of Mist Count yesterday. They're going to reset and go again, it looks like, by the way. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm thinking about, like, what's even the purpose of hiding strat, even if they would have something crazy or if they play a crazy comp. But Echo having some issues on the bottom right, as Echo did go, Salia did go down on this pull here, gathering up some trash after Gutshot. Did use a battle rest to get him back up, so they're going to be fine, be able to recover here. Not ideal that they had to use some battle rests before the last boss, because, well, to be fair, I guess the only thing that really kills you in the last boss is not dealing with totems, and at that point, a battle rest is not really going to save you that much. So yeah. I think the battle rest is maybe not that important. But back to my point, I think saving a strat, like, what's the purpose? Because let's say you have something really cool for the Academy, either with a comp or either with a route. The teams, like the other teams, are not going to be able to adjust to that route within today. Like, that's going to be incredibly difficult for teams to somehow be able to see their strat while playing and then also adapt to it and just, like, do the same thing within the same day. And for tomorrow, it doesn't matter because for tomorrow they would have to show it anyway today. Doesn't matter if they show it now or at the end of the day. So maybe this hiding strut thing doesn't actually make sense.
Yeah, but something else they could probably do, which I'm surprised none of the teams have been able to do yet, is like, I noticed they're all playing this Ogavoker, and like if you look at the damage meters across the board, the Ogavoker is like lower than the tank on a lot of these pulls. Why don't they just play a third DPS spec?
That's something I've been wondering too, and I was so confused and why no one of the other casters mentioned it. Yeah, this Ogavoker really underperforming in all of the teams. Like, we should get some people from Twitch chat in and replace these Ogavokers. Yeah.
We let the Ogavokers in kind of as like a pity move this go around for TGP, just so they felt like they could do something,
Obviously a joke. Obviously a meme. Ogavokers are contributing significantly to the overall damage in the group. We saw on the damage meters posted at the start of the day that they're doing actually like maybe 100k less than the mages, so they're doing a lot. Also, their utility is insane, right? The knockups, the survivability. It's wild.
So, Zeronic, is that what you would say if people are looking at what they contribute to the comps and what they contribute in this kind of setting? Would it be that kind of utility? I mean, obviously you have the buffing capabilities, but what do you think makes them a strong team player in the composition?
Oh, Ogavokers are doing everything in keys. It's actually wild. Rescuing your Shadow Priest to safe spots, putting scales on the group, scalesing the tank to give them extra armor, doing extra damage, buffing the group with crit, buffing the group with main stat. Something that actually kind of goes under the radar a little bit is their Shifting Sands buff that they put out whenever they use an empowered ability. That buff gives people like 20 to 25% verse while it's active. That's a lot. That's a lot of verse. That's like 10% damage reduction. It's actually insane. So yeah, they're actually kind of the all-star of the group, but you don't see them on the damage meter, so people don't really realize it.
Yeah, Ogavokers of course contributing like crazy. Did want to say that GIF on the top left. They are currently on their 20 on the last boss. Their timer looking good, but they are missing some counts. So they're going to have to play one trash mode like real quick after this to get that last little bit of count, which I think they also have time, but I hope they're aware of this to make sure that they're optimizing their damage on the boss here as well in Wrath-Eye. Because sometimes maybe you're like, oh, let's play super safe to get the totems done, but yeah, if they're aware of missing count, and I don't know how far they have to walk to get that count here. Oh, Shock's actually going down to the Withered Eruption here. They do have a Battle Rush, of course, getting Shock's back up, but adding to that timer, they have still 2 minutes left. So again, they're fine. Just need to be aware of that missing count and find it somewhere.
Yeah, they've got that Rod Hexer that they could pull, right? That should be enough on its own. It's a lot of HP to chew through on a 20 fortified, but that will be enough. They have 2 minutes left in the key, minute 45 now. Boss dies at 5%. They got to do 20% of the boss's HP. 2-minute cooldowns are coming up in a minute, so the time is there. It's just about living the remainder of the boss here. We already saw Shocks went down to that last decaying strength cast. Looks like they're going to be good for this one. I think that was the ice cold being used there. The timer? I think the timer's there. I think they've got the time.
Yeah, as you said, that 2045 mob has a lot of HP. They might have to pull it into the boss and cleave it down soon.
Well, this next totem should be the last one they kill.
A minute 10 seconds. They're also going to be stunned by the boss at the end. A little bit of an RP event.
Oh, right, the stun. Ooh, okay, it's going to be a lot closer than I initially thought. You have to burn the boss, though, for sure.
Ooh.
No totem kill. No totem kill. Go boss. Go boss. On boss.
Looking at cooldowns.
Boss dies at 5%.
They have PI coming up in 10 seconds. Icy Veins 20, so they're going to be able to get some cooldowns up still.
Okay, boss dies. We're stunned for like 10 seconds.
Afflicted
RP.
Has to be dispelled immediately.
Those are going to go off. Those are going to go off. Those are going to go off during the stun.
They might.
This is terrible. Okay, they got him. Okay, they got him. Ooh, okay, 2 minutes are up here.
That is so close.
2 minutes are up. I think it's personal lust for Shocks as well. Have to burn. Have to burn. Is this Hexer going to die? 25 seconds on the board here. I don't remember if these slashers give count. I don't think they do.
I don't think so.
I think if they do, they give one each. Wait, if that's enough, if they give one each.
Oh, yeah, can be.
They don't give anything. They have to kill the Rod Hexer.
No.
They have to kill the Rod Hexer. Kill the Rod Hexer. Kill the Rod Hexer. 5 seconds.
No.
They're not going to do it. No.
Oh my God.
It's over. Oh, man.
That is heartbreaking for Jiff. Oh my God. I feel so bad for them. They managed to deal with this 20 so well. Managed to get the boss done, and then just missing that little bit of count on one of their pulls earlier. Oh, how unfortunate for Jiff. They're gonna have to go again. Or they probably have to go to Academy at this point. Just getting those points on the board in the meantime.
Notice how missed count was just casually off screen while Jiff was missing count? Suspicious.
It's very suspicious indeed. Yeah, miscount on a break for 10 minutes, huh? Well,
Weird.
I guess Hearth Jax is not on a break. He's gonna consider his fire pick for this academy. He's working on the PowerPoint presentation, convincing his team that he can go back to Frost. He's like, look, hear me out. I know it's Sanguine, but
Let me make a case for
Listen.
this, please.
Guys, I promise I won't press a single one of my slowing abilities if you let me play Frost. He's like, that's all your abilities, man. What are you talking about?
all right,
Echo
on
in the top left. Oh
Yeah.
man, we're in sync here. Go for it. All you want, you.
Actually,
All you
The
want, you.
standoff. We need like the Western stinger, like wow wow wow.
Trying to do what we saw Dreadnought's guild team already do. Notably, they have less of those on-use trinkets, those cantrip trinkets to deal with totems, than Dreadnought's guild team did, but still making it work here. They also did the delayed bloodlust to make sure that they had the damage for these later totems as well. And we're about 3 minutes into the encounter here, so they're 2-minute-less for the next minute or so here. Hopefully they have enough damage on these totems to deal with them. Second Glacial Spike will finish off that totem from Genji there. I think he has the personal less active right now. Yep, you can see his hands glowing purple. That means that Time Warp is active, so it's a lot easier to get that second Glacial Spike off. And once that runs out, should have a couple of trinkets prepared for the next 2 totems, then they're back in their 2 minutes, so they should be home free. At this point, though, they only really need to kill 2 more totems before they can just decide to burn the boss. And notably, they have their count. That's the important thing. They're good to go here.
And taking a look at the time here, because potentially 21 is the highest key that is doable, at least today, or maybe even for the whole tournament as well. Even though we are thinking that maybe we see a 22 for miscount. But yeah, if 21 is the highest key, that might be important for a tiebreaker at some point when it comes to the time cleared. And Echo is actually pretty fast here. We do have Dreadnought's guild team that did the 21, sorry. 31 would be impressive. But they did it in 31 and 22. So Echo doing it in 29:52. Pretty big time advantage here for them. There we go, Dreadnought's guild team in that 21 halls, as we mentioned. A little bit of an interesting decision that they didn't go into the academy, just because usually teams want to push the keys pretty early on in the day, just because you don't want to end up having a situation where you're trying to get the keys done and it takes you longer time than you thought. Vorgi going down, they have to go again. Yeah, they don't have a battle rest.
That was
Ooh.
that was
Now
interesting.
they
He
might
died to
have
the
think-
static field.
Oh,
I don't know if you noticed that. He died to the ground effect, so that means
didn't have a hover, a rescue.
no rescue. I mean, as a Shadow Priest, you can either drop a feather for yourself or Power Word Shield for the body and shield increase, and you can run out of it as it spawns, and you should not take any ticks of the damage. If you greed any cast time, though, you will be in it for the entire duration as it expands. So, little unfortunate there. Maybe he was expecting a rescue, and it just didn't happen. But their timer really wasn't great there anyways, right? You want to see a watcher radius split of about low 10s, high 9s on a 21. They were looking there. They were like 9:15 with 12% on the boss. They were definitely going to be into the mid to late 10s with that kill time there. So good time to just reset and go again for them.
Yeah, but again, not going to the academy may be something that they want to reconsider now. The fact that maybe they have some time allocated. Each team kind of approaches the TGP time differently. Some teams say, okay, we're going to spend X amount of time, let's say like 1 hour per dungeon before we like do something else or before we start pushing. Or we, I don't know, like 2 hours, 30 minutes in, we are going to have to go to this dungeon or whatever, right? So it's possible that the skill team has something like this where they say, hey, we're going to go to Academy at like 2 hours left of the day. So they do have more time trying to get this 21 halls done where they're fresh. Because that is another thing to consider, right? They're probably the most fresh at the start of the day. Now, of course, these are competitors that are experienced. So they probably have gamed and focused for more than 5 hours per day before. But still, TGP, I do think, requires just so much focus, even with those 20 minutes that they have to take mandatory breaks in, that maybe doing some hierarchies at the start of the day might just be the strategy that Dreadnought skill team wants to, like, decided on doing. And that's why maybe they don't go into the academy right away. It's also a possibility, I guess.
There's a lot of strategizing, right, as the teams look ahead to the rest of the day, how many hours they literally have to complete these when they're taking these breaks. And as we've seen, many of the teams are actually taking their breaks right now, which gives us a little bit of a moment to have a little fun ourselves here on the desk and with all of you in chat. And I think Dratnos is going to also peek in here too. And we're going to play a round of Whose Spell Is It Anyway? This is a game you might have seen last weekend or at previous events where we ask all of us and all of you to try to decipher the spell based on the information that will be shown on screen for the tooltip. So we'll have to look at it. We'll have to see based off of the few words that are left open. Okay, here it is. Shapeshift into increasing damage by 0%. All right. Any guesses?
Well,
I
mean, well, that's a form.
Mm-hmm.
But it could be, well, it's probably Moonkin form, but it could, well, it's increasing damage, right? So I guess it
It's
has to
gotta
be Moonkin form,
be.
and then it increases armor as well, which would be bear
Okay,
form
yeah,
too.
great answers. Thank
Bear.
you, production. Which form is it?
Bear
Travel
form. Oh, yeah, bear form does not increase your damage, right?
I don't think
Shell
so.
form also doesn't increase your damage. Moonkin form does.
Isn't protection from polymorph effects, is that all forms, or is that a particular
It's
form?
all forms. That's all.
It's all forms? Okay.
So I'm gonna go with. I don't think cat form has a damage increase per feral. Or maybe. I don't think so.
I'm gonna go...
I'm gonna
I'm
say
gonna go cat
form.
I think it's
yeah, I
Moonkin.
think I'm gonna go cat form too.
It could be.
Are 2 cats, 2 moonkins? What do we got?
A speed boost or
Could
something.
be physical damage. Yeah. Well, it's not speed boost because it says
What?
it's auto attack damage.
Ah!
There we go.
Let's go. It was auto attack damage.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, I wasn't sure, because auto attack damage obviously not something that is necessarily super significant, but still something.
Yeah, I mean, it's always tough when you see these, like, partially, you're like, oh, I've looked at this 100 times, but then when you start reading it this way, you're kind of going, wait, hold on, wait, but that could be, like, 5 different things. So I think bear form was a good guess, Nagura. I think it was a good guess.
I did say Moonkin form.
Oh, no.
Oh, I'm sorry,
wow.
Moonkin.
Whew, I think this is. Oh wow.
So
We're trying to find
A
which
looks
icon
more
is the
natural
real
to
one,
me,
right?
but
Yeah.
Which
B,
one
I think,
seems
is
more natural?
probably it. A seems more natural to me, but look at B, C, and D. They all have 4 claws, and A only has 3. But that feels kind of right.
We're trying to figure out which
I
of
think
these is the
A
cat
as
form icon,
well.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's 3 talons, not 4, right?
You think so? Okay, so you
Really?
think it's A?
I'm pretty sure it's 3. I'm pretty sure
You
it's
think it's
A.
a classic misdirect here that they heard us last week talking about the test taking strategies, and they're going to try
I
and
thought it
exploit
was-
us? Yeah, I think you're right.
Oh,
I think it's A.
Oh gosh, I was gonna say B. I see just looks like somebody decided to scribble in some like gray MS Paint.
If
Well,
it's
think
C, I'll
about
eat my
it.
socks. Yeah.
Think about it, right? It's a lot easier to add something in Photoshop than it is to delete something. So, okay, I just
Good
made that up. I have
point.
no idea.
That certainly is true. I do also want to say that for some reason, I feel like the mirrored version Like, for some reason, I think the claw is coming from the left. But I do believe in the 3 claws as well, so I think I'm also going with A. Or maybe it's not on the list at all. Maybe it's A but mirrored.
Yeah, imagine the answer to none of these idiots.
No, it's definitely facing left.
Oh, you've all convinced me. Fine, A. I think I'm going to say
We're
A
4
too.
for 4 on A. Let's go. Watch it not be A now.
Yeah, I know. Watch
Oh,
it.
okay.
Oh, hey.
All right, we got there.
There it is. Well done, everybody. Chat was on it. I saw a million A's coming through. Absolutely. You all knew it even before we had settled on it. So well done. And, always interesting to see how we can test our own knowledge even when we've seen the game and all of these tooltips or icons any number of times, right? But as we look back into the action right now, of course, we have some teams who are on break, and it does seem as though all of our teams today have at least gotten in their 10-minute break thus far. So they're not putting it off, kind of like they were yesterday, and some taking it with those 20 minutes. So they're going to be pacing that. And I'm kind of curious, Nagura, how do you think they're sort of strategizing around these break times that they need to do for today?
Well, we've seen some different approaches before. We've seen teams take breaks before they go into another dungeon. For example, a dungeon that they have not seen before, or they didn't know the affixes before. For example, Academy with the Sanguine affix in Corporal Fortified, making it a little bit more difficult, and some teams taking breaks before going in there, just discussing their route and seeing if they have to change anything with their usual route. But then we've also seen some teams take the breaks at the very end of the allowed time to take breaks in, which is not within the last hour, which I also like a lot, because then you can take the time to look at the leaderboard and really assess, okay, so what do we have to do? Are we in danger of getting eliminated? Let's see what the other teams did. What is our goal here for the last hour? What do we have to do? Do we need to increase our time somewhere? Do we need to get a higher key done for a score tiebreaker or for a high key tiebreaker? Or are we just safe and we can fully play for the next day, for tomorrow? So I do think no matter which approach you're choosing, I think it has merit either way. As long as I like how I'm just thinking about using the break for the actual tournament when in fact they should just be getting up and going outside and
Yeah.
I don't know, drinking some water or whatever. And I'm like, how could they use this for the tournament?
Touch grass, have a revelation imparted to you by nature about how to win. Yeah. No, I mean, it is important. It's important to take those breaks, both for the actual well-being of our teams who have a long weekend where they're doing these 5-hour days, and also to be able to kind of clear your head, reset, or figure out how you're going to divide up those time frames. So I think you bring up some great points, Nagura. And speaking of breaks, it's time for you to go on one. You've been with us for a while now, so we'll say goodbye to you on the desk, and we'll be welcoming in Tettles. But thanks so much for taking us through so much of the action today.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Tettles, as you jump in, I mean, what have your thoughts been here as we have watched day 2 continue to unfold?
Sanguine Academy is brutal. I think there was a chance that we see warlocks in this dungeon if it wasn't Sanguine.
I honestly think you could see them even with Sanguine. Warlock can kill mobs through Sanguine, man.
I mean, you're gonna blasphemy stun the Veximus trash into Sanguine. It's fine. Just stay there. Yeah.
Just kill the mobs through it. Who cares? All good. I think it's definitely doable.
I don't know. I think that there was a high chance that we were gonna see Warlock in this dungeon. I think this is the premier Warlock dungeon.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't think on Sanguine it's that feasible anymore.
Oh, remains to be seen. Obviously, still a few teams left to even step foot into this key so far. We'll see, though. I mean, I still think it's a solid choice. I mean, notably, right, the thing is, once your Blasphemy is spawned, as long as you just keep increasing the duration of it, it doesn't stun anymore, and on these bigger poles...
Sure, that's true.
On these bigger poles, with Infernal up, you're just going to have, a 40-second duration Blasphemy, so, all good.
Yeah, and for those who don't know, the reason that the Warlock is so good, so the Warlock would be replacing the Mage. The Mage just have a lot of value with things like Arcane Intellect and whatnot, but the Warlock is it just does so much more damage in a lot of these large pulls because the mob density in this dungeon is really high. The Shadow Priest actually loses a lot of value whenever they're not able to hit all the mobs with the Shadow Crash. So once they exceed 8 target pulls and stuff like that, I don't say the Shadow Priest is bad. It's just it's more obnoxious to get all the targets dotted
Yeah, the Warlock definitely takes value away from the Shadow Priest.
But it's in Sanguine, I don't think you play it. In Sanguine, I don't think you play it. I think if there's a bit of different or easier affix set, you would be seeing Warlocks in here. But we shall see in the future.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Oh well. Maybe maybe that's a Global Finals special. Well, it remains to be seen. I do think Warlock is a premier pick in Forward Algathar.
Until they get Tyran, and then it's Warlock's gone again. Yeah. How have you felt about the dungeon so far? So I was off for 45 minutes. I went and found some lunch. Anything like massively important happen? I see that Dragon's Guild team is in a Halls of Infusion.
Well, of course, I think the most notable thing that happened is Jif unfortunately was unable to time their 20 Brackenhide, missing count and unable to kill the Rot Hexer at the very end. So they've set themselves even further behind, and I think their chances of making it through today have dropped drastically after that. They need Hope to fumble for a long period of time here. I mean, Hope would have to pull a Shinra Tensei on day 3 and just spend 3 hours in this key not timing it for Jif to catch up at this point. It's a really unenviable spot that Jif have found themselves in.
So Nagura and I were talking about this earlier. It seems like there's like currently tiers of teams right now where it's Miscount and Echo at the top. It seems like Miscount's kind of breaking away from Echo a little bit, but this can all be rectified on day 3, assuming that Miscount and Echo are able to time the same level keys. But it seems like that's the tier 1. Then there's like a tier 2 for this weekend where it's Stratnos Guild team and Hope, and that's going to be the 2 teams that are really battling for that 3rd place spot for the Global Finals, be able to really make it in there. They're both really good, but they have moments of inconsistency, which I think are going to hold them back a little bit. How is that tier 2 level of team? How has that battle been faring, you feel?
I think it's been heavily favored to Dratnos Guild team. I mean, you can see right now, based off of our leaderboards right now, they are a solid, at least, dungeon ahead of Hope right now. Of course, they're attempting the 21 Halls of Infusion, and that's cost them several attempts on this first pull alone here. They're having a lot of issues just kind of getting it consistent, especially with just letting a lot of defender shouts off. Their splits haven't been ideal on Watcher Iridius as well. They've had a couple pulls where they got to Watcher Iridius, got them to like 10% or so, and just didn't have solid execution there, and it's cost them a lot of their advantage over Hope right now. But if they can get the 21 done in the next couple of attempts, I still think they're in a pretty significant lead over Hope. Unfortunately, though, Tersent going down there in the middle of the pull there, I think he might have got clipped by, he
got bled by the defender. Yeah.
Unfortunate.
It's tough. Dude, look at this. Forgie's playing Cool Terran.
I noticed that. Yeah, you wanna go into why he's doing that?
Dude, Dranos posted something in our group chat yesterday. Hold on, let me read it off. Exactly what he said about the Cool Terran. Because I noticed it yesterday whenever he's playing it. It just like made absolutely no sense. All right, so he says, in case it was mentioned on the broadcast, the tidbit of Cool Terran is 1% frost damage resistance and lightning res, which is all damage in halls. And then obviously you get the versatility, and then you get Haymaker. Haymaker, basically 0 value, but the lightning resistance and frost resistance plus the 1% versatility seems pretty good.
Yeah, that's pretty insane. Does Cool Terran have like a healing component to it as well?
Yeah, so it's kind of like whenever you take any hit of damage as Cool Terran, you have a chance to heal yourself.
Oh.
So like each individual damage hit, this would probably be useful in like Kajen, for example. So each individual damage hit that you take as a Cool Terran, it has a chance to like heal you for a very small amount. It's not like, I don't even know what the number would be, maybe like 1,000 or something like that.
Okay, I mean, but if it's happening, if it's a high chance, it procs a lot. It could add up to something like 1 million worth of healing over the course of Kajen, right? So that does sound pretty good.
Yeah.
But probably less valuable. It's more of a sum of the parts, right? The 1% resist, the 1% verse, etc. Like that sounds pretty good overall, and it sounds like a Halls of Infusion only pick, to be honest.
Yeah. Kind of wild because it's not the highest damage ratio. I don't know how bad it is or how good it is for Shadow Priest. The highest damage ratio is like typically seen as human.
Yeah, human for sure is the highest. The 2% all stats is kind of 2% all secondary stats is kind of insane and scales up to a pretty ridiculous amount when you consider the amount of stats we have right now.
I just looked it up, brush it off. So it increases versatility by 1%, and then when you take damage, you heal for 2% of that amount over 4 seconds.
Okay,
and
2%
then you also
of the
have
damage you take? So it's just 2% DR, essentially.
And then you have Rime of the Ancient Mariner, which reduces frost and nature damage taken by 1%.
Yeah, that's just 3% DR on Kajin. That's actually pretty insane. Yeah, cool to know. Cool tech for the priest in that key. Love it.
Yeah. It's, I mean, they're definitely the only person who's been cooking Kulterin, I think, during the TGP.
I think the only other time we've seen Kulterin like really be a standout pick is during MDI when it was used for its Haymaker CD, which was also at the time an interesting pick. So I don't know. I mean, Haymaker is a pretty good CC. I've seen some describe it as an S tier CC. Not sure where I stand on that.
No. That is some cope. that is not a good CC.
Well, back to current events here, though. That was some cool tech, and we'll see how that fares for them in the 21 halls of Infusion. This attempt for them in the bottom left going pretty good. They're on Watcher Iridius, and they pulled it pretty early.
Yeah, they need to be off this boss by about 10 minutes, 30 seconds. If they're anything under that, they're definitely on pace to time the key. Even if they're off of this boss about at like 10:30 to 10:45, it's still possible, but their second boss and third boss splits are going to have to be like pretty fast. I only know like first boss Watcher Iridius, you really want to be out of here by like 10:30. Second boss or third boss Kajin, you really want to be out of there by like before 26, like 25:30 is what we're really looking for to be able to time that key. And that is like up against the timer. That is like, oh, we are barely going to time this key. If you're anywhere under that, it just allows you a lot more wiggle room to be able to time the key a lot more effectively. 21 of this dungeon on Tyrant has only been done by one team in the world. It was mandatory last weekend. So, and they weren't like super fast in there. It was done. We do know that missed count was pretty close. They were actually pacing really well to be able to time the key before wiping to Gulp and Goliath. So it seems like it's going to be done by a few teams this weekend. It does come down to a question of how long is it going to take Dragon Skill Team to be able to time it. Are they like if they have to bail on that today, that would also be catastrophic. But if they're, if they put forth 2 to 3 hardy attempts and are able to get it on like the third one or something like that, that's well used time in my opinion.
Okay, sounds good. I mean, that 21 holds of Infusion is still a stretch goal for sure, so we'll see how good the progress Dragon Skill Team is making in that key. We have some other keys in the top side of our screen to focus in on. Hope now nearing the end of their 20 Brackenhide Hollow, closing in on the 2-chest timer, just 40 seconds left on that. They already had used their Bloodlust on the pull. They're well within their second set of 2 minutes, and I think that Void Torrent's about to fall off for Yips here, so the damage on the boss is going to drop off a cliff here. The 2-chest just isn't going to happen for them, but I doubt that was something they were really going to be heading for. They're probably going to the 21 next, but also in the top right, Echo starting to work on their Algathar. They're actually on pace for the 3-chest here. They still have 2 minutes left on that timer.
Missed the 3-chest in this dungeon, right? So Echo will be the only team that's 3-chested it. And so you might notice that they don't have count. There's like an important mob that's MC'd. So they actually MC a Restorer here, and you'll actually see that Absorb Shield that's around Genji that's not his Blazing Barrier. What that Absorb Shield does is it applies haste gain. I believe it's like 30% haste. So it's like a really large haste gain. Whenever the shield falls off of you, you get a debuff and you're not able to get that Restorer buff applied to you again for a minute. But you do get that haste buff for a really long period of time whenever you don't have that debuff on you. So it's nice to see Mirrors is trying to make sure that Ethereal Restorer is getting MC'd. And it looks like Echo is going to be able to get this 3-chest like you were pointing out. And that's big. That's going to save them a little bit of time. Kind of depends on how high the Alg Academy is going to be able to go. So say it's only doable on like a 21. Then missed count, if they're able to 2-chest this 19, Echo and missed count are probably going to be doing the same amount of Algathar Academies. But if the dungeon is able to go up to a 22, Echo might be posturing for like a better position here.
Yeah, for sure. And if I'm not mistaken, if I remember the events of Week A correctly, we had different affixes, obviously, but I'm pretty sure mandatory, if I remember properly, they 3-chested the 15, 2-chested the 18, and then they also 2-chested the 20, right? I'm pretty sure that's what happened. But instead of going straight into the 20, they did the 21 first. But now knowing that the 22 is possible, if Echo's also able to follow that same line of keys, they could potentially be in a scenario where they've saved themselves 1 key's worth of time versus missed count just by getting that 3-chest in.
So the Alg Academy affixes last weekend were Fortified, Volcanic, Spiteful, which are fairly lenient affixes, all things considered. Spiteful maybe not the fastest, especially in like Alg Academy where you have to do a few skips. You have some of those wind tunnels that Spiteful can be a bit of obnoxious on, but Sanguine is much slower than Spiteful ever would be.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's definitely a lot harder of an affix. We'll have to see if the 22 is even possible with Sanguine, because the amount of time loss you can get from that with the size of the pulls you're doing is pretty incredible. And of course, miscount. You know, they're one of the teams in Azure Vault that were having issues, but that was due to the Frost Mage. And, you know, surprisingly enough, Hearthjax has found the change spec button, is playing the Fire Mage in this key. So maybe that won't be an issue for them when they don't have those slows, kind of making small Sanguine scenarios that much worse.
Yeah. I guess there's a question as to whether or not this... so this 18 gets... Can this 18 be 3-chested?
I don't know. I actually don't know. I think it's... Well, I mean...
Because if you go 18...
There's no way.
If you go 18 2-chest, I think it's going to be 2-chest. I think you're going to go 18 2-chest, and if you can 2-chest the 20... say 22 is doable, that's going to give you 1 key level over miscount, because miscount is going to be 2-chesting the 19, then they'll have to 1-chest the 21, and then they'll have to go and do 22, as opposed to being able to skip like one full dungeon. So you want to do that 21.
Yeah, that 3-chest has pulled Echo back in a little bit. This is,
I don't
you know,
yeah, that is really good timer-wise for them.
It's for sure the Echo that we're used to seeing now, and they're 18. Getting right back into it. No time for breaks for them. Going again for the double snap here. You can see on the left-hand side, Zalia positioned for the Wernstone from Clix. Clix is already back with the group. Those Eagles are starting to move in. And on the 18, perfect snap from Echo, trying to save as much time as possible to give themselves as much clearance on the 2-chest as possible. If they're able to pull off the 3-chest, that would be wild. I just don't think that's a possibility.
Halls Infusion is probably the most important key that we're seeing on screen right here. Bottom left, 11-11 first boss split, pretty slow.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's gonna be really tough for them to be able to battle back from this. Again, that 26 minutes for Kajin is what we're seeing as like the absolute like bare minimum for them to be able to have a possibility of timing it. And even then, like 26 minutes is not like, you have no room for leeway for that Kajin split. So. But watch your Iridius, you really want like a 10-30. Like an 11-11 is about 40 seconds off of what you wanted here.
Well, it's interesting that the Halls of Infusion is an interesting topic of conversation this week, notably because when we saw Miscount attempt their 21 yesterday, they did something completely different than what we saw from any team was attempting last week, and any team so far this week as well, opting to instead go on the left side instead of the right side. What do we think about the differences in routing there? Because the left side definitely is more volatile, I would say, especially since the Miscount likes to pull these shock troopers in as well, but they do it all in one pull, right? They pull every single bit of trash on the left side, and just pull it straight into the mini-bosses.
So they do the shock troopers where most of these other teams aren't doing the shock troopers, and I think that that's like the biggest discrepancy. I do think that on Fortified, or on Tyrannical, it's possible to be playing the shock troopers. Your tank or your healer just has to really be making sure that they're diligently in bear form and not getting one shot by the shock trooper. It's just like a really good second lust of the dungeon as well. We did see pages per hour doing that pull, and they were a little bit slower in the Halls of Infusion. I think it's difficult for me to tell without a bunch of testing, but I will say that I think that watching it, it's like visually more impressive to watch Miscount's route in here. As to whether or not it's faster, like this is only something that we have to ask Miscount after the weekend, like what they had split-wise between the two routes, because I think it's something that they have probably tested thoroughly. And they also do kind of like a unique skip after Watcher Iridius, which helps them get into that boss room faster. Dude, Kira died in the top left to melees from the Echo Knights as they were setting it up. If they're not able to get the 2-chest out in this Azure Academy, that is catastrophic for Miscount.
2-chest timer here is 25:36, so they are quickly running out of time and just having issues gathering this pull back together after the tank death, and it might just be a full reset and go again. Hearthjax has died, AJ has died. If Kira's still alive, maybe you can somehow get it all back together, but with it being so spread out and so many casters in the pull, is it even worth it at this point? I think you might just... There's no way they're 2-chesting at this point, right? With 3 minutes left, and with the trash being where it is down here, it's just... There's no time left in the key. Oh, the Energize too?
Okay.
Yeah, it's recent.
This is probably the largest mistake that Miscount has made this entire weekend, right?
Biggest time loss for sure, yeah.
Yeah,
so they're costing the 2-chest.
So they're still going to time the key, but they're losing 30 minutes because now they're going to have to go into the 20.
Yep.
Which we know is 2-chestable, but it was 2-chestable on easier affixes. I don't think it's 2-chestable on this affix set.
I don't think so either. I think maybe it's too chestable if you get like 0 Sanguine healing, but that's just like, that's not possible.
That's a prayer, not an expectation, I think.
Yeah. I don't know. That's we'll see. They have the Bloodlust available with only 1:45 on the 2 chest timer. Yeah, now we just have to go for the trash pull.
And so that's a mistake for a team that's had basically like a perfect weekend so far. They have like a 21 Ruby life pools. They're very unlikely to get eliminated today. I think that there's a near 0% chance that they can get eliminated today, so it's not an issue of that. It's more like, first off, setting them up for tomorrow, and honestly setting them up to win this weekend. Those are the kind of reasons that would be a problem, right? It's not like the end of the world, but this is a team that, you know, they're playing for their pride. They want to win the entire weekend. There's also some prize pool money that's on the line as well by winning these cups. That's not an insignificant amount also.
You know,
also...
missed count. I mean, Saronic, no, I'd love to hear your thoughts here. I was just going to jump in really quick here because missed count yesterday we saw, right, being so dominant to the point where, you know, we kept exclaiming like, oh my gosh, they might actually get the 21-21-21. And what is that going to sort of mean for the first weekend? But here, a small mistake, it goes to show, can immediately give your competition a chance to catch up. And
Oh my God,
Echo
he died.
today has been, Echo today has been slowly but surely kind of building their way up. Zaronic, please feel free to give your other thoughts too. But do you think that this is the opportunity that Echo needs to overtake missed count?
Oh, yeah. Oh, definitely. I mean, that's actually the point I was just about to make, is that with miscount faltering and Echo getting their 3 chest in, I mean, that's an opening back into it, right? This is -1 key for miscount, +1 key for Echo, and suddenly they're pretty much back on even footing here. Actually, you know, instead of being 3 keys ahead, miscount is now just 1 key ahead. But any more mistakes, and Echo's right back in the running for the top spot, right? So, miscount, you're gonna get this 19 on the board, but when you get into this 20, we gotta get the game phases on. You gotta go for that 2 chest, gotta play clean, and it's really hard to do with Sanguine.
It's just unfortunate because I think this dungeon is only doable on a 21 this weekend, so if they were able to 2 chest it, then they would... It honestly wouldn't have even mattered if they missed the 3 chest. Like, it's just kind of unfortunate. But, like, missing the 2 chest here, now they have to do this dungeon on 20, then they have to go do it on a 21, which they're still in, like, a really good spot because the 21 Ruby is, like... that's an insane key. Like, that's a key that no other team has done on Tyran. Echo even elected to play a safer approach and didn't even go for the 21. Instead, they went for the 20.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Echo still does have to go back and do that, but it looked very, very doable from the way Miscount pulled it yesterday, and, you know, Echo is extremely good at breaking down what other teams are doing with their routes and essentially just copying it and doing it as good, if not better. So we'll see. I mean, Echo's looking good today. They're looking more like the Echo we expect than they did yesterday, for sure. Miscount, though, finally onto Echo of Dorgo, so plenty of time left on the key. They've got their count. Of course, just like we talked about with Echo before, it says they're missing the count. They've got that one Restore, mind controlled on the boss that they'll be finishing off once the boss gets lower. Probably even just kill it off after the boss so they make sure they don't have any Sanguine mishaps as well. But, again, like you were talking about before, most important key, I think, right now in the weekend still remains that 21 Halls of Infusion going on for Dratno's Guild team in the bottom left corner. And like you mentioned earlier on this boss, before you did die, it was not that bad of a death necessarily because he wasn't in cooldowns, but still, no battle reses plus the time loss, and this split is not looking great for them. I think you want something around, I think we're talking about like maybe a 19-minute Gulping Goliath to set yourself up.
Yeah,
the next one.
I was just pulling up tyrannical splits from last weekend, and so whenever Mandatory was able to time this key, they were a minute and a half under the timer. Their Gulping Goliath split was an 18-10. Like you're saying, I think that you need like a 19 to be like on the cusp of being able to time this.
Yeah, I think at this point, with 19 spent on the key, even if the split on this boss is bad, I think you still want to head on to Gaijin just so you can get a good idea of how difficult that boss is going to be. Fortunately, the addition of the Incorp affix is kind of nice because it reduces the key level damage by 1, essentially, whenever that is active and you have it dominant-minded, but it's still a difficult boss to get through.
Well, so it's not... Sure, while it does increase maybe the survivability a little bit, it does decrease the amount of damage that you're doing, right?
True.
Because you end up spinning the globals to MC it, you're spinning the global to sleepwalk it as opposed to, what was it, Entangling Bursting? Yeah, Entangling Bursting, which is, 2 basic non-affix for the timer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, it's still, even with
I think a 20-minute Goliath is Chalkingtoned. This is Chalkingtoned. We gotta get out of here, I think.
Don't bring that one back.
It's back. You gotta get out of here.
Okay. I gotta come up with my own make-believe word to start saying, too.
You can say brick. You can
say that.
Yeah, you can say Brickington if you want to. Oh, look at their town portaling.
Okay, they aren't gonna. Okay, maybe this is good news though. Maybe they've already seen the 21 Kajin in practice, and they're like, you know what? We know we can do that. We don't need to see it in tournament. We know our timer's kind of bricked here. Just go again, or go somewhere else. Brickington, yeah, there you go.
Yes, some mutual friends of ours say it, but it's cursed every single time they say it. Okay, so miscount, top left. Okay, so we're kind of talking about how Dratnos Guild Team, unfortunate that they weren't able to time the 21 first attempt. It's totally fine. They have a lot more time for the remainder of the day. Not the end of the world. They need a better first spot split. Miscount, 9 deaths, able to time that 19, but now they have to go do 20, and then they have to do 21 of this dungeon, which is, they have a lot of time to spare, but if they wanted like a perfect day, they would have had a bit over an hour and a half to be able to do chase keys, which would have been nice, as opposed to having to do 2 AUGs back to back that you would not have preferred.
Yeah. I mean, they just decided to go for their chase keys a little earlier in the day, right? I don't think there's anything wrong with that, especially if they had the strat like safely in their mind from beginning of the day before they were revealed the new dungeons. I don't hate it, and you can see they've decided. You can see by our leaderboard there, their green dot has moved to the Algathar Academy. They had their couple of fun attempts in the halls of Infusion, but
interesting.
Let's go to Algathar Academy, do our homework, get that pushed up, and then we can head back to the halls after the fact, maybe.
Yeah, they have enough time to either do the 21 Ruby or the 21 halls today, depending on what they feel more confident in and what they felt like they're better practiced in. I think posting at least a 20 Alg Academy is probably the important thing. You're probably going to want to post a 21 Alg Academy to be safe for the weekend. I think that's the key, that you never have to revisit Alg once you have that posted with a good time.
Mm-hmm. And the important thing is, and I mean, maybe this was going to happen at the end of the day anyways, so it's hard to bring too much attention to it, because they spent that time in that Halls of Infusion, that's allowed Hope to kind of claw their way back into it. They got the 20 Brackenhide done. They're still one full key level behind, right? They've got the 21 of Dratnos Guild Team versus the 20 of Hope in the Brackenhide, but the other keys are the same, and Hope and Dratnos Guild Team are now both entering the Algathar Academy at roughly the same time here, so, if Hope can get a 3 chest here where Dratnos Guild Team doesn't, or do something a little bit more efficiently in this key, they could find themselves back to fighting for that 3rd place spot.
Are they at the same score right now? Are they both at 81? Oh no, Dratnos Guild Team is 82
Hope
because
is
of the...
one below. It's just the Brackenhide that's the difference right now.
Yeah, that makes sense.
There's a question from chat for you, Zyronic. Do you think that a +3 18 is possible?
No. No.
+3
All right, there you go.
18? Oh my god,
There's your answer.
Oh no. Sanguine's just tough in here, guys. Like, it really just like slows you down. Those lasher pulls, or not the lasher pulls, the pulls with the worms and that big Ravager and the Foragers, like that pull is like really hard, and it's like so easy to get a bunch of Sanguine on. Same with the Veximus platform pull.
So let's just draw a little comparison here for Echo in the top left-hand corner. We have their splits for at least the first 2 bosses written down in the 15. They had a 620 Croth split in the 15. They had a 1210 Veximus split. We're in the 18 now, and mind you, 10% scaling per key, 3 key levels, means that this key is roughly 35% more damage, 35% more HP. 2 minutes longer on the Cross split. It's going to be close to 2 minutes longer on the Veximus. If they're even able to keep it at 2 minutes longer by the time they finish the key, that would be impressive in its own right, but adding 2 minutes on to their 3 chest timer in the 15 is well past the 3 chest timer for the 18. So I don't even think with perfect play an 18 is 3 chestable. I think you're extremely happy with a quick 2 chest on the 18, giving yourself a little bit of time to potentially get the 2 chest 20. But even then, like you were saying earlier, Teddles, we don't even know if the 22 is possible with Sanguine. It was already a really tight timer last week without Sanguine.
I mean, if 22 chest isn't doable, then I don't think that 22 1 chest is doable. That's kind of my thought process on it.
Yeah. I agree.
And like, dude, 22 chest is just, again, it's the Sanguine. Sanguine just like slows down. Sanguine slows down TGP teams and MDI teams by a lot. It's bolstering has a more noticeable impact because it affects like what pulls you're able to do. But whenever you're watching Sanguine has a lot of invisible time loss that you will only see if you're like really, really scouring the healing meters. But you know, if each and every single pull costs you 10 seconds here, 15 seconds there, just because the mob's healed even just like a couple of percent, it just adds up over the course of the entire dungeon.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
These are bleeding edge level keys. These are bleeding edge level keys too. Like that's probably something that maybe some viewers take for granted a little bit.
Yeah, it's so easy to watch these teams just like play like 99% efficiently, sometimes in some cases even perfectly, and like make the keys look super easy. And then you go on live and you get into an 18 with your main team, and you're like, wait, why is our timer?
But the timer's
slow?
tight. Yeah, the timer's tight. Like what?
It's just like,
they 3-chested this
right here.
They 3-chested this key that I'm 1-chesting barely. Oh, we're not the same, huh?
We are not the same. Yeah, these teams are... I mean, all 6 of the teams we had this week and all 6 last weekend, they're all incredible competitors and making things look easy when they really aren't that easy. Let's cheer on Jif, though, in the bottom left here as they go for yet another attempt at the 20 to Patriarch Wrath, notably this time with much more time on the board. And, important to mention, they have their count this time around. They're going to be getting this Brackenhide down. All they got to do is deal with this boss, which you've seen them done before. They can get it done, so it'd be a massive ego boost for them to get this one done. I know they can get it.
I think their timer is a lot better this time than it was previously. They're also playing a safe lust. So this is something that we saw from Echo as well whenever they were doing this dungeon. So there's 2 types of lust that you can do. You can do the lust on pull with all of your offensive CDs. That allows you to get a lot more boss damage. And you can do the lust that Jif is doing in the bottom left right here. And this, if you have a lot of time on the timer, this is what I would recommend. Is like, whenever you start to run out of the Bellarelloses, you start to run out of your Desperate Invokers codexes, you don't have something that's like super strong that's going to be able to... Or 2 pieces of utility that are super strong. Pressing that lust is like really good value for being able to kill off these Rotburst Totems. And so, you know, Jif there, pressing it at the 60% mark, they didn't have any offensive CDs, so the boss is going to be a bit longer, but the totems are going to be easily dealt with.
Something that this is also really useful for in general is spacing out the haste buffs to make your Frost Mage's life a lot easier to get double Glacial Spikes on the totems. Your DCDs are actually very valuable while a totem is alive. You only have, 8 seconds to finish off that totem before the burst goes off. And there's a little bit of RNG involved sometimes whether or not you get your icicles for a second Glacial Spike. And if you have that extra haste for a global GCD to get another Slice Spike off, that's really useful. So they're actually not even double bloodlusting on a Frost Mage. They're spacing out their lusts just so they have more of that potential haste uptime.
It's also kind of funny because there's multiple things, too, that you're also going to be using the micro. Like, I think your movement and, like, your placement relative to the totem also matters a lot. Obviously, the Vengeance Demon Hunter and the Resto Druid are going to want to be in melee to be able to hit that totem. But even things like Shadowy Apparitions have travel time. Even, like, the Glacial Spike has travel time if you're playing, like, a Warlock Chaos Bolt. So, like, planting yourself right in front of that totem and making sure that you're getting, like, better Shadowy Apparition value and having those apparitions contact the totem faster, that's going to yield a little bit more damage, too. That's like small stuff. None of those things are like really that large though.
But all the small things add up, right? And they can be the difference between a totem living at 5% HP and being overkilled. So very important to see Solar Maelstrom, Belorlo's cast coming out from Jizu there to help them out on this totem. They've got the Ray of Frost as well. That totem is living though. That totem is living though. No.
Okay, we have battle reses. Raven's still alive, so Raven's gonna be able to battle res everybody at 100% HP. Now this is actually the most sketch part now because Raven's damage. So while we do have some of these debuffs off of these players, and so they don't have the damage penalty, Raven's not going to be able to contribute basically any damage here. So you're probably going to want to use like 3 pieces of utility. So you're going to want to use like a Bellarellos plus this Grief Torch. So the Grief Torch got pressed by their Demon Hunter player, and now they're able to get through this totem. But now they have to get through this next totem at the same time that the burst is going off. And this is a way that you wiped this boss. This is really, really scary for Jif here.
Yeah. This is brutal. If they can get through this
Raven
totem, though.
Bellarellos on herself. She might die here.
Finish it off. Finish it off.
God.
Okay, they're good. They're good. They reset their debuffs. They're good. Now, of course, they still have to kill off at least 2 more totems. Now, did they use too many of those utility buttons to not have them available for these next 2?
That's a good question. Typically, you can full send the boss at like 15%, but I think that they're going to have to probably do 2 more totems here. So get a GS. They don't even have like Ray of Frost or Void Torrent here? Okay, they do have Ray of Frost really late.
Frost. Okay, they're good on this one.
Okay, it's fine.
That was the Priest Bellow, too. Okay. It didn't crit, so they had bad RNG there. one final totem, then they can burn boss. They've got the 2 minutes coming up as well, so they can even swap to the last totem. Just have to finish this one off. This is it, even committing the breath of Eons here, but that's not going to pop on the totem. Not sure, maybe that was just to extend buffs. The Wither Eruption does take out Jizu, though. Can they finish off the totem? No, the burst goes off. They have 2 minutes coming up. This is also going to be VE in 5 seconds. I think you just have to go for boss here. You
hit the boss
right?
here. Yeah. I'm pretty sure you hit the boss here. It's really unfortunate that your Shadow Priest is down. Or not your Shadow Priest, your Invoker's down. But the Shadow Priest with their cooldowns is probably going to be able to carry you home. I think you just let this totem go off.
Yeah. 100%.
We're going to be taking a lot of damage here. Jif might wipe.
They've got the VE active to help with healing for a little bit here. It's going to be up for a few more seconds. It's with the 2 minutes. It just now ran out, so it's all going to be on Raven Seeker to keep people alive for the last percent. Can they get it done? Yes, they can. 20 on the board. They get it done through adversity. That's got to be a good feeling for them.
We're so back.
A tough one.
That's big IO, actually. We needed that. Play safe, big IO.
Whew. It's a tough one. Meanwhile, Hope in their Azure Academy, not able to get the 3 chest. Very, very important things happening for the 3rd and 4th place teams here. Gonna be, if you're a Dratnos Guild Team fan, you're happy with that one for sure. His Dratnos Guild Team potentially on 3 chest pace here. They're going at a significantly faster clip than Hope is here. Their Croth split was about 40 seconds faster. Is that fast enough for the 3 chest? I don't think so. Echo's 3 chest Croth split was 620, so
God,
I don't know.
620 is so fast.
620 that's crazy fast.
Yeah, so what is the guild team going to need for a Vex split? Because that's, I think, the biggest time loss that you can possibly have in this area is making sure that you have like 0 Sanguine healing in the Vex area. Ravagers, Foragers, the Vex trash itself. What time do they need to kill this boss at to be on pace to 3 chest?
To be on pace to 3 chest. So Echo's 3 chest timer, they had about a minute left on the timer, if I'm not mistaken.
Sure.
Echo's Veximus split was a 12:10, which is also crazy fast. So
God.
they would need about a 220 boss kill on the side of Dratnos Guild Team to get that done. Now, importantly, I didn't see where Echo used their lusts in the 15. The lust is going to be coming off cooldown during Veximus for Dratnos Guild Team, but I don't think that's where you want to use it. I think you probably want to use it on the trash in the Echo of Doragose.
Oh, they killed the boss! Oh my God, they killed the boss!
Oh, okay. Just one little tick. Just one little tick of Sanguine healing. Just fun.
They have 21 million Sanguine healing, man.
Just one little tick. It's not that big of a deal.
I think it was. I think they got 2 ticks. What? I was gonna say I think it's probably possible that they 3 chest this dungeon. I'm feeling less great about it now.
Just one little tick of Sanguine. That's all it is, you know. Maybe it was 2.
That's okay. So, dude, you know what happened? They pulled the 2 Foragers into the boss for like Shadow Priest funnel, and then you're just like, yeah, this is good. And then the Foragers like leapt out, and as they were coming back in, it just like died underneath the Veximus while Veximus was doing the pushback, so Frosty couldn't move the boss.
That's rough timing. Well, let's see. This boss
million healing.
This boss is dying very quickly, I will say. And we said, I don't know, man. If they can get this down, okay. I'm gonna say if they can get this dead by 12:45, they might be on pace. They might be on pace. I think it's gonna die significantly before that. Even with the Sanguine healing.
Okay, prior to the Sanguine healing, I was thinking they were probably gonna do it, but the boss is by far the worst mob to Sanguine heal to.
Yeah.
What are you talking about, Tettles? Ironic said it's just a little bit. Just a tiny little amount, like 21 million, just
one
a little
droplet.
tiny drop. Yeah.
Yeah, one drop. One drop of Sanguine healing.
They don't even.
Wait.
They don't even. There's no Grievous in this group either, right? So.
Hold on. Goop was mounted, and he just got slow falled, and he actually didn't have to use a hover charge. Is he not playing Time Spiral? Is he able to do this without Time Spiral?
Yeah, you can do it without Time Spiral. I think if you're mounted, it's actually really fast.
Dude, no other Evoker was doing that. Are Evokers frauds?
Yes.
Okay, noted. I'm writing that one down.
Put that one in the notes.
All right, I'm gonna put that right down.
I think the thing that you might need Time Spiral for, just to be safe, is during Entangling Week. If you get entangled midair, you definitely need to Time Spiral for a hover there, because you lose all your momentum when that happens.
Makes sense. Cool. I thought you had to have time spiral for it, and I didn't know that you didn't until I saw Goop doing it. Goop Grippin.
Oh yeah.
What a character name.
Oh, finish that off. Commit. You had that. They could have filled
It dies or I die.
It dies or I die. Yeah, make the call. Okay, well, they've got the sentry down. We're going to be snapping down the lashers here as well. Shouldn't be any major sanguine issues. They've got the birds too, so they can start the RP here. Looking good for Hope on their end. Let's see, what was that split actually for Dratnos Guild Team? Dude, that Veximus split was a banger. They must have had like 0 sanguine healing in that section of the dungeon, because on pace with Echo, with the 1 tick of sanguine on the boss, that means no sanguine had to happen on trash. That's very impressive.
They're pretty low count.
They are.
So, one thing that was kind of discovered last weekend that wasn't really widely known was the Invoker stuff that you were talking about last weekend, where the Invokers, they will only target players with the missiles that are in front of them. And so that's actually opened up a lot of different strats for how you can pull this end area, where before teams thought you would have to break up the end area into 2 to 3 pulls, but being able to like fully send that in 1 pull, knowing exactly how to position and knowing exactly where to put those Invokers, that's like a pretty big deal.
Oh yeah, making sure people are like perfectly positioned behind them. I was told by one MDI competitor, I don't want to name them because I don't want to like, out them for talking to casters or anything.
Understandable.
Essentially, the way that the Invoker frontals work is it's like imagine a front in front of the mob and behind the mob in like 180-degree circles, right? As long as you are in the back 180 degree, you won't be targeted by a missile. So ideal positioning is your tank pulls everything, has all of the mobs facing in one direction, and then the rest of your group can just stand behind, in quotes, the Invokers there, and they shouldn't get targeted by missiles. It's kind of actually hard to pull off if you're not used to doing it, but looks like Dratnos Guild Team have it set up. Now, of course, the problem with this pull type is that your tank is just going to get pelted by missiles. Look at Frosty's HP bar right now, just going up and down, because he's getting every single one of those missiles on him, and as long as you're able to keep him alive, this pull is that much more doable, and Dratnos Guild Team doing a good job of it right now. Gotta keep an eye on Frosty, though. No cheat death on Frosty either, by the way, so they're pretty scared.
Sanguine's a bit suspicious here, too. That's why you see Timber moving in. Okay, so Timber actually moves in to knock the Echo Knights off of Frosty to make sure that he's not going to die. He actually procs his cheat death there. That's why he gets stunned there for a half second, and this is now where the Invokers start to missile the party, as Frosty's gonna have to start kiting these Echo Knights out of the Sanguine, and all those mobs are kind of bathing in that Sanguine. It looks like they're a bit slowed, but I can't tell by what. Maybe it's the Typhoon. The Typhoon displacement slow on them.
The healing. They're just whirlwinding in the Sanguine, and they don't have knobs for them.
So the Echo Knights are fine. We could take this into the boss though. Like I'm not too upset if the Echo Knights heal a little bit to Sanguine. It's more about the Invokers.
Yeah, that's true. The Invokers are the dangerous part, but every bit of time loss is time spent away from getting the 3 chest, and I'm also kind of scared about the idea of pulling things into boss, because that's more situations for potential sanguine healing.
What's the exact timer for 3 chest in here?
1912.
1912.
So they have about 3 minutes right now in order to get this done. They have to pull into boss.
Okay, so they kill the boss.
Don't have time.
This boss, even without lust, is probably 215. Assuming that the boss doesn't heal, right? And assuming that you're able to like full single target the boss. You have to play, I think that for Dratnos Guild Team it's on the table. The 3 chest is still on the table, but they're gonna have to play perfect from here on out, and they can't sanguine heal anything. They're actually kind of taking this a bit slow here. Being a little bit more calculated.
Good blast wave from Cryptics there to get them out of the Sanguine. I think they kill off this one low Echo Knight, and then you go into boss. Yeah, okay. Just make sure that you have your buttons for the knocks whenever these mobs go down. They're going to be passively cleaving these 3 as well the entire time. And ideally, 3 mobs, you have 3 knocks to get them away. You have the grip sigils from your tank as well. Should be able to get it done. Now, 1912, like you mentioned, 3 chest timer, 2 minutes to kill the boss on 15 fortified. I think it's doable.
I think it's on the table here. Yeah, I think it's on the table here. You can't have sanguine healing, though. Very, very important that you don't have any sanguine healing. Ooh, Terrasant dying to the power vacuum. He's going to be able to get battle resed here. It's not great. You do see 40 there with that Spectral Restorer still kind of piloting that mob around like we were talking about earlier.
Forgy did notably lose his Restorer shield, so no haste buff on him. Cryptic still has his, so hopefully we can see that shield back up on Fergie. Nope, Cryptix has lost his now as well, just from
Echo Knight dying soon. Good knock.
Yep, they've got it away from the boss. No Sanguine healing. They still have to finish off the Restorer that's currently mind-controlled at some point. That'll probably come out after the next shield goes out. Unfortunately, because both Cryptics and 4G lost their shields, the next one went on Terrasant, which, you know, not ideal to have your Augavoker get the shield buff, but next one goes on 4G. Love that.
4G has it back on him, yeah. So that mob, like, whenever you lose the shield, you get a debuff, and you can't get it reapplied to you for a minute. But yeah, I think 4G losing it almost immediately, and then being able to get it back up is fine. It's unfortunate that he didn't have it during a CDs, is what I would say, is the notable part of that.
It's actually pretty annoying to deal with as well, because the way that shield mechanics work in World of Warcraft is that when you have multiple shields on you, the smallest shield goes away first. And you can see they're playing like ultra defensively just to keep those shields active. He even dispersed the energy bomb dispel there just to try to keep the shield active a little bit longer. Unfortunately, it just goes off to the next tick of damage here. But can they get the 3 chest off? 1912 is the timer. 25 seconds left. 15% on the boss. They also have to kill off the Restorer, but notably, you do not want to kill that Restorer on top of the boss. Doing a good job kiting it away. They've got a knock as well to keep it away. 10%, 15 seconds. Do they have the damage to get it done?
Bust and Shadow Pre-CDs are up right now.
Get it done. Get it done.
Oh, man, this is going to be close. I think they have it, though.
I think they've got it. They've got the 3 chest. That's huge for Dratno's kill team.
Okay, so we're not allowed to make fun of them for Sanguine Healing Veximus anymore. That's no longer, we're no longer allowed to ever bring that up again.
Oh man, fine if we have to. I mean, this is honestly perfect timing, maybe a little bit too perfect, because here in just a moment, Dratnos is actually going to be joining us on the desk. I mean, Dratnos, would you say that your hexing of the other teams this weekend has led to this, or did you do some other arcane rituals of some variety to ensure that we would have this hype moment?
I have a question. Is it true that you spread Sage for the guild team?
Actually, all of it's a placebo. The power's been within them all along. Is the thing that they're coming to discover here.
I love that. What an incredible story of, you know, persevering. I mean, I love that. Yeah, find your own inner power, and Dratnos' guild team is definitely finding that power for themselves as well. With this, we are going to have a switch off on our desk here. Zyronic will be heading out for a bit, and Dratnos will be coming in.
Ooh, Hope.
So, oh, check it out. Go ahead. Go for it, Dratnos.
Oh my gosh, Hope.
That's landed. Yips and Goop down to a frontal, looks like, from the Ravager there. 1 release and actually 2 releases as well. No battle res available for them.
Oh my god, Ellesmere going down too.
As well to the Rift Breath. This is catastrophic for Hope. He's going to release, and now 3 of them are running back.
So I know how Ellesmere gets back. How is Yips supposed to get back?
That is a great question. I mean, you could run the long way. That might be what he's having to do right now.
Are they going the long way? Like,
yes, he is.
I hate to see it. That's really unfortunate.
The thing is, this is a 17 keystone, right? So the timer isn't going to be endangered, right? The 2 chest timer might be, but even that might not be. I'm not sure.
Dude, you know what? You know what he actually could have done? He could have slow-falled himself and gone through the alt.
On the side.
Gone through the alt entrance off to the side. Yeah, I haven't thought about that in so long, but I think that might have been faster.
Yeah, that may have been a move there. One of those things that, yeah, you definitely don't think about, because you just don't usually practice, like, what happens if we wipe and I have to release and the rest of my group is already there? Like, not a common thought process at all, but that does sound like a potential adaptation that could have been done. Yips does rejoin the party now for Hope, as we are going to have Goop and Ellesmere not far behind as well, also getting back involved. So they are able to keep this pull going. It's going to cost them maybe something on the order of a minute or so, the extra disruption here. But if they can keep the Sanguine healing to a minimum, I think they will still be just fine. Meanwhile, Mist Count up in the top left in the midst of their +20 Algathar. Their run is looking so good. This is going to be their 3rd Lust of the Dungeon they slam right now. And the question here is, honestly, are we in 2 chest range in this +20?
So, I was thinking about it a little bit earlier. I think if you can 2 chest this dungeon, then you're able to time it on a 22. Oh my god, Dratnos' guild team is healing the sentry.
That's fine. No, we like to give them a false sense of security there.
Just continuing my train of thought.
You gotta remember, it's more scared of you than you are of it.
I think if the 20 is 2 chestable, then the 22 is doable. I think that the 22 is really tough in this dungeon, though, on Sanguine.
Yeah.
There's just, like, so much time loss that you can incur via Sanguine. And we saw the 22 last weekend from Mandatory and Mage, I think, were the teams that were able to put that up. it was doable, but it was like really tight. They were, I want to say, like 20 and 40 seconds apart respectively. So it's, I think that's the time that Sanguine would otherwise knock out, unless you have a significantly superior route, or you somehow make Sanguine a non-affix by having perfectly kited mobs and stuff like that.
So yes, Sanguine is active, and that does slow you down. But last time we had Spiteful and Volcanic active, and Volcanic in Algathar actually is sleeper time loss. Like, your Shadow Priest gets knocked a lot by Volcanic. They lose a lot of damage, particularly when you're like hiding from those Ravagers or dodging those. So I would say that it's not... Like, Sanguine is definitely slower. Is it 40 full seconds slower? I think if you play it well, it doesn't have to be.
I think it is 40 full seconds slower, but I think that there is some counterplay potential to where if you have to play it perfect is the problem. Like, the advantage of it's like, it's not like bolstering where you're gonna have to reroute the dungeon, right? Where you're not doing like a Ravager pull or something like that. It's not as like up in your face in like a routing change. But I think that even if you lose, 5 seconds here, 5 seconds there, every single pull, if you're losing that 5 seconds, you're gonna lose that 40 seconds of leeway that you had on being able to time the key. Because that's like a 22 is like a bleeding edge key. Like that was a world first key whenever we first saw it last weekend.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's not going to be easy. But
they're not two chesting this either. I think that the 22 is only doable if the 20 is also two chestable.
I think that there's the time in the 20 Sanguine. I think you can speed up. Like, I think Sanguine is one of those affixes that it can cost you more or less. Like, it can cost in kind of invisible few minutes, but I think if you're playing really, really, really well, you can minimize Sanguine healing and also minimize the time invested to do it. It's just really, really hard. Like, it's extremely difficult, but I don't think it's impossible. I think it's one of those things where I would not count out miscount from being able to, especially if you give them, like, we are seeing them one-shot these keys, right? We've seen them one-shot these 21s. If you give them 3 hours of attempts in an Algathar 22, I think there's a very good chance they could put a run together.
Well, just speculatively, it would be the hardest dungeon that we've seen so far, right?
Yeah,
Where
I think that's true.
So I think that 21 Halls Infusion much easier than 22 Alg Academy. And funnily enough, I think that, I don't know, obviously 20 is not the cap for Brackenhide. There's a question as to whether or not 22 is the cap for Brackenhide this weekend.
Yeah, it's definitely true, right? We've seen Dratno's guild team do the 21, miscount sitting on a two-chested 20. It will be interesting to see whether or not they go into that 22. I think they maybe don't have to think about that today. Like, they're not in elimination danger today, so you could instead opt to use the remainder of today on stuff like Algathar and Halls, and maybe even... I guess at some point you do probably want to go to Brackenhide again today, but... It is a question of whether you want to start with attempts in the 22.
I mean, I'm just looking at timer-wise. The DGT had 3.5 minutes on...
yeah, so the timer is on definitely the there.
Oh, dude, can we call them DGTFC? Dratno's Guild Team Football Club?
That's right, yeah, that's sure. We can call them whatever we want.
The DGTFC.
There's no counterplay.
What are they going to do, mute us?
Yeah, they don't have power to do that.
Okay, so miscount top left going to be able to time this 20 Alg Academy. Echo also in that 20 Alg Academy. Miscount, I think, lost a decent amount of their advantage in the AA over, like, most of their advantage of the weekend over this AA. But I think it's not the end of the world for them. They're still going to have a lot of time for chase keys, and I think that this day 3 is going to be super hype.
I think that, I mean, there's still 2 hours left in our day today that they will be able to deploy pretty much wherever they want to, right? Like, I think that 21 Halls of Infusion certainly has to be calling to them, but, looking at their score at 100 points, 100 points is almost certainly already safe for today, right? Like, there's very little chance that they're going to be in danger of going out at 100, and they're about to advance to 101 points here.
I also have it on good authority via the tank of miscount that they're going to be timing 21 Halls of Infusion today. But he said that yesterday, but... I still believe that that's going to happen. I think that that's their next dungeon that they're going to.
I think so as well. Just looking at their scorecard, it makes the most sense, I think.
Dude, they hit a fat first pull of this dungeon, of Halls of Infusion, not of this dungeon, but of Halls of Infusion. That sets them up to be able to time that key, I think, in ways that other teams might struggle a little bit.
Yeah, it is always good when your strategy involves danger at the start. It scales really nicely into the high keys, in TGP in particular. One of those weird kind of quirks of the format, because you can reset so often, it's really good to have have a hard first pull that kind of sets you up to be ahead of the timer for the rest of the dungeon. And Miscount, they have a pretty unique route. Like they have a unique route in there. A lot of other teams are not doing just as much big trash pulls as they do in there.
Yeah, I think they saved 1 pull in the first area over other teams, which is
that's a lot.
It's scary, but it's if it's doable, it's fast.
We right now are sitting at 2 hours, roughly, a little bit less than 2 hours before the end of, the ability to start a run. So teams will be able to enter into a dungeon. All right, there's one done there. Teams will be able to enter into a dungeon, but they'll have to either complete that run or lose the points if they're unable to within that less than 2 hour period. So I'm curious, Dratnos, with that in mind, how do you think this is looking for all the teams with the amount of runs that they can still get in today?
Yeah, so at this point, we are out of low keys that can be done under 20 minutes, right? We do have some keys that can be done in that 25, 30-minute range. So I would say, optimistically, a team could maybe finish 4 keystones between now and the end of regulation time and then start a 5th. So we maybe, that's a optimistic count. I think more realistically, it'd probably be 3 plus 1 in overtime, something like that. Which is starting to get very sketchy for Jif in particular. Jif, obviously they're still working on putting Algathar on the board here. They need to get this Algathar ranked up, and they need hope more than anybody, but maybe Dratnos Guild team as well if things go really wrong for them, but mostly hope. They need hope to implode over the next couple of hours.
I think that either Hope or the Guild team would have to not put up a 17 Academy for Jif to be safe.
The problem in particular with trying to beat Dratnos Guild team at this point is that they have 2 21s, and if you're Jif, you don't have any yet. Hope have 1. But
Jif has 120 and 319 still,
exactly.
And it's
Jif if you ignore Algathar, Jif are 4 points behind Hope and 5 behind Dratnos Guild team. So even if they're able to equalize in Algathar, that's still so many points with so little time left in the day. So really, they need to be able to get 2 more points in Algathar, then say Hope, and then also go get 2 points from the rest of their keys. That's going to involve Hope wiping on Echo of Dorogosa here in this plus 17, running back, wiping again, that kind of stuff. It's already the pathway to survival for Jif is narrowing, even with 2 full hours left in the day. It's narrowing to the point of becoming almost impossible.
I think it's almost impossible here.
You still got to play for it though. You never know what might happen to the other teams.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's true. You never really know. Somebody could get knocked offline for the remainder of the day or something, I guess.
Yeah, not the way you're hoping for it to happen, but if you're Jif, you'd take it at this point.
Somebody who I guess could forget to go on break or something and lose 5 points.
Oh yeah, that's a good path to victory.
That's better than talking about internet troubles, I guess.
Yeah, we don't encourage this. We don't encourage this here. No.
Well,
we'll say for positive.
Listen, we're just speculating on the worst. Yeah. I don't even think it's not very funny. Even it would be terrible.
No, it would be awful. I mean, hopefully that won't happen. And I think when we last checked in, if I do a quick little look, all of our teams had taken their 10-minute breaks. But, I mean, Tettles, that is interesting, though, because they will need to consider where they're going to get in the next 10 minutes. So how do you think these teams are going to be trying to structure that?
Where is Miscount? Did Miscount are they rerunning the Alg on 21 right now? Or are they? I think that Miscount. Okay, so I think Miscount's going to do the Alg on 21, then they're going to take their break. I think that's the easiest play for them. I think Echo kind of similar situation where they finish up this 20, they do the dungeon on 21, then they take their break. Hope and Dratnos Guild team are probably going to have to take their break after doing this dungeon on a 20. Before being able to do an attempt at a 21.
I think, so you only have 50 minutes left to start your break. I wouldn't cut it close. I would just take breaks. If you have any breaks outstanding, I would be taking it after I finish my next keystone, as pretty much any of these teams. I don't think you want to have the stress of ooh, if we come close to the timer here, we're also coming close to our break timer.
That's what Stove said happened last week for mandatory, right? Is that they were well, if we time this Nuku to 30 minutes, then we can take our break.
And then it's you wipe, and it's we could recover this, but we can't recover it within the break timer. So that is something you very much need to avoid as Goop. Dropping low from those missiles for Hope. as they make their way into the Echo of Doragosa room. This 2-chest timer starting to look somewhat suspicious for them. I think they're still on pace for it, even with that wipe, but they can't afford to sit around for too much longer. They will need to get this boss pulled. Luckily, it is a fortified keystone, so they shouldn't have to take too long to actually take out the boss.
I think the boss is pretty easily killable within this time period. It's more just like they need to make sure that they don't Sanguine heal the boss. Ooh, good knock, too.
Yeah, coming up soon for them, too.
To get all those mobs out of the Sanguine. But, it's gonna come down to, like, great Sigil Chains gripping here. And you see that Sigil Chains being deployed right as those mobs start to die from Dorky. That was an expert play by him.
Yeah, followed with that blast wave to knock them out of the Sanguine that had just been dropped. Dorky staying in that AoE as well, getting an extra stack of damage amp. We do have some Sanguine dropping now. Looks like not landing on the boss. Another Sigil of Chains coming out for Hope.
Okay, I have a question for you. Do you think it's time efficient or time inefficient to eat an orb on this fight? Because I have seen some degenerate stuff by some of the team members.
I think taking
of some of these
an orb
teams
at the
here.
start of the encounter can make a lot of sense. Yeah, like if you're on 0 stacks, taking orbs when you're at say 0 or 1 stack and then not taking them at 2 or 3 stacks is going to increase your average stack count. It's also going to increase the speed at which you drop the first puddle, which is not a great side of it. But
That's
I think
bad,
that the
right? If you have to
damage is
cancel,
worth.
if you have to cancel a cast, it's like really bad.
Yeah, it's not great, but you might not get targeted, and in which case you're maybe talking about actually gaining just 5% damage for the rest of the fight, which can be a big deal. So I think that having your priest and mage take 1 orb at the start of the encounter is something I endorse. I don't think you want other people doing it, and I don't think you want them doing it once they
Oh my
already
god,
have 1
Yips
stack.
died.
Yeah, gripped into an energy eruption. That's a nasty combo there. You gotta watch out for where you're gonna get gripped through.
Somebody spawned the puddle too, I think is what killed him.
I think it was him as he got hit by it. It killed him and spawned the puddle.
Yeah, it's tough.
Tough indeed.
spot.
They do land the res. They do hit.
You notice some good tech? You can actually so the boss doesn't target players whenever it will cast the energy bomb on them. It just turns and faces them. But if you notice that it turns and faces you can actually meld it and not get the energy bomb applied and it doesn't recast.
That is good, yeah. I know you can see. I know you could see how it looked because I know you can reflect it as well if you're playing.
Yeah.
A warrior.
So, but you can meld it and it won't recast, and then that will actually save you a stack, and that's pretty useful in some spots whenever you're.
Once you start getting to high stacks.
Exactly, if you don't want to drop a puddle or something like that.
Yeah, the other nice thing to know about this fight is that the initial 2 puddles that she spawns go away around that 2-minute mark. So you can start the fight in one side of the room, and then after that 2-minute mark, you have a free half of the room that you can move to.
DGTFC, Deathless in the Azure Academy. Of course, Death's not the most important metric in here. Honestly, Sanguine Healing probably is, but still a good mark of a solid run from the guild
they're
team.
already on overgrown 8. They're well on 2-track pace here in this plus 18, or 2-chest pace in this plus 18, which is a very good sign, as Hope do secure their 2-chest, but it is only in the plus 17. So they are still a keystone level behind once Dratno's guild team do put this 18 on the board, if they can secure that 2-chest, which right now they're on pace, but there's still a lot of dungeon ahead of them.
Okay, so miscount bottom right. Typical timer that we're looking for to see Croft be killed off at, about the 10:30 mark. A lot of it comes down to, if you watched last weekend, Lust timing. Because you press your Lust about 45-ish seconds into the dungeon, you have a little bit of leeway for pressing that second Lust, but you need Croft killed off pretty fast. Otherwise, you're going to be losing a Lust over the course of the entire dungeon. So making sure that you get Croft killed off at that 10:30 mark is the optimal timer. Now, I think that a team like Mistcount, team like Echo, these top-tier teams that we're seeing from this weekend absolutely can have this boss killed off by that timer in a 21. But there's a question: is a 22 possible? Like, what would that timer be looking like? Because if you want this to upscale to a 22, then you're going to need to see Croft be killed off by these top tier teams. Probably at 9:50, 10 maybe.
Yeah, something around that 10-minute marker for sure. Which it's tough, and a challenge as well is that a lot of the Sanguine danger is ahead of you. There is a lot on the first pull, but there are a lot of hard Sanguine pulls after Croth as well, so you need to stay on pace with handling that. As Echo up in the top left in their plus 20, we'll be pulling Echo of Doragosa here.
Do you take 10 minutes of break if you're Echo after this dungeon?
I would take my break, yeah. I would take, if I was any of these teams, I'm taking my break after this run. I'm not trying to squeeze one more in before the end of the day.
Yeah, because Echo in theory can time their AUG 21 and then take their 10 minutes of break before deciding where they're going, and that would be optimal strategy-wise, but if they have to reset the AA, then they're going to kind of kill their vibe in the middle of the run, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's okay as well. If they get their key started, I mean, they still have a few minutes to start a key, right? I never want to start a key where the amount of time I have before I need to take my break is less than the dungeon.
Oh, that's
time, right?
bad. Yeah.
That's the main rule that I think that's the mandatory rule that we've learned from last weekend is don't mess around with that. But Echo, certainly still have another few minutes before they run into that threshold. So if they're feeling good about the Algathar, I think starting up at 21 definitely makes sense. I think all of our other teams that'll be finishing their keys later than that should just be heading straight into their break if they need to.
It's just insane that we ever talk about this because we've literally never spoken about the break rules before until last weekend.
Yeah,
where we're just like,
it almost cost mandatory.
Yeah, what was going on here?
All right, so we do have just the Algathar show now. Every single team in our weekend is working on Algathar Academy. Almost all the other dungeons, most teams, I would say, are probably pretty happy with their other dungeon times up on the board right now.
Yeah.
Most teams have one or two that are still maybe, quote, easy points that they could go and grab from some of the other dungeons, but I think that the Algathar certainly is still the easiest points on the table for everybody. But you saw everybody kind of avoid it at the start of the day, I think as they were trying to wrap their head around how they wanted to do the Sanguine affix in here, because the way that you do TGP practice generally is you practice a lot of Fortified in each dungeon, you practice a lot of Tyrannical in each dungeon, and then you do a little bit of thinking about bolstering, about Sanguine, right? About how you want to handle those affixes. But you kind of can't afford to spend the time to practice Fortified Sanguine in every dungeon, Tyrannical Sanguine in every dungeon, Fortified Bolstering in every dungeon, right? Like you kind of have to have some of that be theoretical and just be like, all right, during the weekend we're going to get assigned some of these keystones that that have affixes we're not really prepped on, and we're going to need to adapt our strategy to it. And I think this Algathar is definitely one of those for... In fact, I know that this Algathar is definitely one of those for Drato's Guild team, because I know they had a different comp they were planning for Fortified Algathar.
Oh, dude, Fort Alg should be a Warlock dungeon.
Exactly, they were thinking about... They were planning on using a Destruction Warlock for this dungeon, I believe, with the... As other teams have, I believe, also, we've seen use in this keystone, but the Sanguine Affix plus the Destruction Warlock is not a combination. You cause these Blasphemy stuns to come down, you're playing a spec that doesn't have knocks and stuff like that, so something that I think even teams that have practiced it, because if you ever go on Tournament Realm, if you ever snoop around there, you can do /who, you can see what people are playing, and you'll see teams on those Warlocks from time to time in some of these keys, but not something that I think the Sanguine Affix really allows.
Miscount 1038 cross split. That's kind of what we were talking about for like bare minimum to time the key on a 22. Whenever you're like looking at like lust timing and whatnot. Because I mean, look at this. Their lust is just coming up right now. They need to press this lust in another 10 or so seconds to be able to even get full value on it and get the remainder of the lust for the dungeon. So I think they're just going to be eating the fact that they're not going to get full value out of the lust exactly when they need it every single time, because they're not having this pull set up correctly. And Kira dies during the middle of the pull, and then people die in the severing slot.
Error. Minus 12 minutes for miscount. They have to zone out this keystone on a 21 level. There is nowhere near enough room for error to have something like that happen. So miscount. Zoning out, and they're behind Echo on our leaderboard, as you can see.
How did that happen? Kira procced his cheat death. He procced his prophetic stone scale. I wonder if it stunned him in a weird spot and he just got bled. Like I couldn't.
That does sometimes happen. The cheat death trinket is very powerful. It does give you haste when it procs, and it does reduce the damage of the enemies responsible for your untimely demise. But it also stuns you for 2 seconds as it's proccing, so that can sometimes mean that it doesn't actually save you from death.
I've seen it like you miss kick or something like that because you accidentally get your cheat death procced. Tough.
Yeah,
dude. Hope has a mana fiend on this platform. Huh. I missed how they got that mob.
Okay, we can see it a little bit. Vicious Ambush is what took out Kira there. That's the jump from the Ravager.
Yeah. Where's he? He procced his prophetic stone scale like during the gather. I just didn't see exactly where during the gather he procs it. Oh, he procs it there. Oh my god! And then he gets targeted with the ambush by the Ravager. He shouldn't even have that ambush on him, but he but because he procs the Prophetic Stone Scale, he's stunned, and then the Ravager dashes him at the same time everything else hits him, and he just dies.
Yeah, that is brutal turn of events for Miscount. So Miscount and Echo are both in a 10-minute break now, which should finish off their break timer. We're going to see Hope, Dratnos Guild Team, and Jiff probably following suit after these keystones finish. We might get to that rare situation. No, I guess we're not, because Jiff and Hope are still at the start of their key. I was thinking we could maybe get to a spot where all 5 teams are simultaneously on break. That would be cool. We could do so much fun trivia. But I think that probably by the time Jiff and Hope finish their key, Echo and Miscount will be back in it.
I'm trying to see if we can get a replay of how Manaphy got on the Hope platform, because that could be a slight time save, right? If Hope is able to snap more mobs onto this platform than other teams. We know teams have done it in the past with things like the tricks of the trade and whatnot, misdirection style effects, being able to snap mobs across
I know you
Alg.
can snap those Mana Fiends up to the Guardian Elemental platform pretty easily just by walking near them on a mount. And then as long as you don't get autoed, you can still take the Sky Bridge. So maybe there's something like that where you just do that twice.
Yeah, but then there's a question. So like the first pull is Guardian Sentry plus all the Vile Lashers plus the birds. But then how are you going to loop the Mana Fiends in on that as well? Because the Mage is already doing the Lashers, the Evoker's doing the birds. Like, who's going to go get the Mana Fiends? Shadow Priests aren't capable of doing anything on their own. Maybe be the healer?
Could be, yeah.
Well, no, the healer's got the Wurnstone on him. I don't know.
Maybe you could do some kind of slow fall off of where they live to Wurnstone onto the Croth platform. I don't know. We'll see if we can get some footage. Actually, I can go sneak through Ellesmere's VOD and see if I can detect how they did it from there.
I think he's probably got VODs turned off, if I had to guess.
Oh, yeah. Darn it. 5 steps ahead.
He knew that you were going to be looking to see how they were snapping.
Cool. We'll keep a lookout on it. This probably won't be the last time we'll see them do it, so let's make a mental note. Next time we see Hope in an Algathar Academy, we got to look at the start of the dungeon on how they set up that second pull.
Guild Team's also on a 10-minute break.
All right. 3 of our 5 teams in breaks right now. After Dratnos Guild Team puts up a 23:59 in the 18 Algathar Academy, a nice timer for that keystone level, so they've got to be feeling pretty good about themselves. Meanwhile, we have Hope and Jiff working on 19 and 17, respectively, in this dungeon.
How have you been feeling about Hope this weekend?
I think that they're the team that's in the most danger of going in 4th currently. They looked vulnerable in several of these keys. The Ruby, I think they're Ruby 20. Obviously it's faster than Dratnos Guild teams, but it was the Dratnos Guild team one included a wipe. So if you factored that out, for instance, I think the Dratnos Guild team time is certainly better in there. The potential for a 21, I think, is higher as well. The Halls of Infusion looked pretty good for Hope.
Dude, look at the bottom left in the scoreboard. That Azure Vault for both Dratnos Guild Team and Hope. Dude, I think that both of those are going to have to be reran for both of those teams.
It's a question, like, if you're rerunning for time tiebreaker and another team just progresses a key and gets +1 point, you feel pretty foolish at the end of the day for making that decision. So it's only true that you need to do the Azure Vault if you think it's going to time tiebreakers, which I'm not sure I'd be confident about that, because if you look at all these keystone levels that are currently on the board, Ruby 21, Halls 21, Bracken 22, Azure or Algathar Academy obviously nowhere close to its cap. All of those other keystones have +1 level available in them that is going to be difficult but obtainable with enough time attempting it. I think these teams are going to have enough time to attempt those key levels, so I don't think it's going to make much sense to spend 35 of your minutes gaining 2 minutes of time tiebreaker when you could instead spend that time progressing towards +1 point, which is always better than time tiebreaker. We'll have to see, though. It always is a question what it's going to come down to.
Yeah, the time tiebreaker versus the score is always
down to a Mystic Blast from a Spellbound
Oh my
Scepter
God.
for Hope. They now will try and make this pull work without him, but the problem is you can't really go and res him. Goop is going to go on a mission here to try and land this res, but now he is vulnerable to getting leapt on. Gets that Arclight Vital Corrector cast off. Now Ellesmere and Goop both in some danger until they can rejoin the party. Vicious Ambush coming out. All right, they've stabilized it, it looks like. Situation normal.
That's very scary.
You know, this is a little bit, I mean, obviously we're in a bit of a lull here with a lot of the teams taking some time off, which they have to do, again, so mandated, and they will lose 5 points if they don't, as I've seen some folks asking about it. So 20 minutes that they were able to split up into portions throughout the day, 10-minute segments if they wanted. So everybody's taking those breaks. You love to see it, so they can hopefully get those full runs in here a little bit later. But this is kind of a more general question that I've seen tossed around today that, especially for players who are new to TGP, I thought might be kind of relevant. And I don't know, Tuttles, maybe you can give us some insight into this. But gearing in TGP, right? We know how it works, but do you want to let everybody know a little bit about how gearing, both like in and out of runs, kind of works for the teams during this competition?
So you have vendors on the tournament realm. You'll see them sometimes whenever the groups will port like to Valdrakken or whatever. And you have these vendors that have basically every single piece of gear at max myth track that you can possibly ever want. Then you would probably purchase them all, put it in like a Raidbots sim, top gear the entire thing, and then be like, okay, this is what I'm going to be wearing. And then you'll be wearing those pieces of gear. And then you'll change them out slightly depending on specific dungeons. Specific talents might change your stat priority a little bit. Specific situations might change your stat priority a little bit. So there's a couple pieces that can maybe move around a little bit. There's also a couple of pieces that are completely static, like some embellishments, like a blue silken lining piece is always like going to be completely static. All of your tiers, of course, can be completely static as well. And then trinkets, you have the option of like playing basically anything, and I think that tanks probably have the most mobility for their trinkets for what they're playing, whether it be for damage or whether it be for slightly more defensive value. But you can pick between any trinket you want.
Nice. So yeah, there you have it, everybody. It's not so much a thing as you see in other, competitions where you might be running stuff to specifically try to get drops, to try to gear up to, right? They give you a little bit more of an even playing field, and when you're outside of those dungeons, you're able to swap things around, but you can't mid-run, obviously. So our teams have access to that as kind of the threshold and the base level. I think we're also going to be doing another trivia here Here it is. As we have a little bit of time, we're going to play this mini game that we've been playing both last weekend and this weekend called Whose Spell Is It Anyway? We are going to have Zyronic joining us as well coming in, and we'd love all of you to join us too in guessing. So we're going to try to decipher the spell based off of the vague tooltip image that we're going to get.
I'm so bad at this.
Oh no, you're
so
great.
bad at this.
It's okay. We've got Dratnos. We're good.
We are going to get carried, yeah.
Fire several missiles. Interesting.
Is that arcane missiles?
Might be arcane missiles.
Now, is it arcane missiles
No,
from
no.
the invokers, or is it the arcane mage arcane missiles?
No, this is a misdirect, because look at the top left of the tooltip there. I don't think that's enough space for the words arcane missiles to go. It's also something that deals reduced damage beyond certain number of targets. So
12.6% of what?
Effect.
Of spell power of your mana? There's no way it's mana cost, right?
I could see spell power.
I'm kind of thinking it might be something like rapid fire for
Yo,
Hunter.
wait, show us the multiple choice, please.
What's the multiple choice?
All right, thank you.
Okay, barrage, arcane missiles, missile barrage, multi-shot.
What's missile barrage?
Missile barrage, I believe, is a talent for arcane mage. I think that this could be... I think I like barrage for this, but...
I'll take missile barrage.
Missiles.
No shot. It's not arcane missiles. It can't be.
We're
It's either
getting
barrage or
tricked.
multi-shot.
Okay.
I believe it.
You know what? It can't be arcane missiles because the top isn't long enough, right?
Yeah,
There's no way
exactly.
that's two
the
words.
problem.
Yeah.
I think you're getting tricked. Okay, maybe
No.
it's just barrage. Okay, fine.
Close.
I'm
I'm getting
gonna
close to
say
the screen.
multi-shot.
I'm getting close to the screen. I'm enhancing the pixels. I think it's barrage.
I think it's multi-shot. I changed my mind to multi-shot. I'm on multi-shot.
I'm staying on
It's not-
barrage.
No. It's not. There's no way it's barrage. I'm going arcane missiles. First thought, arcane missiles. That's what
It's
I'm saying.
multi-shot.
12.6% of what?
multi-shot.
Of attack power?
Yeah, something like that. Like multi-shot. Multi-shot does little dam. Yeah,
Is 12.6% a lot or a little? Actually,
that's small. That's a small coefficient.
oh,
So what is it? I'm missiles. Dratnos is
I'm
missile
multi-shot.
barrage.
No,
You're
I'm multi-shot.
multi-shot.
Okay.
Tettles?
I'll be barrage, I guess.
Okay, Rook?
I'm gonna do multi-shot, although chat's saying that it's only 30-yard range. Not that I'm looking at chat,
Okay.
no, obviously.
That is cheating.
It's multi-shot!
Yeah, easy.
Okay. All right.
Easy. A classic misdirect there.
A bunch of fake hunters in chat not knowing the range of multi-shot.
Yeah, who wouldn't know that was multi-shot?
Call them out.
honestly?
Say their actual name, please.
Who would ever have a class that had some abilities that were shorter range than others? Ever tried to land a kick on a shaman? Wind shear, 20-yard range.
This is...
Oh, all right.
So
Glaive
it's definitely not
toss?
B. No, these are the multi-shot logos.
It's
Oh,
the
is this
multi-shot
multi-shot?
icon. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
Glaive
it's
Toss is blue. Glaive
it's
Toss
A.
is blue.
It's A.
I think
It was
it's
A
C.
last time, though.
I think it's C.
I'm like
Would they give us 2 A's, do you think?
I'm
No
between
way.
A and D, but I'm like 90% sure it's A.
You guys ever filled out a multiple choice test and you just realize you have too many A's in a row, so you give a different answer? That's what I'm doing.
I'm giving
It's
A.
C.
Surely I
Yeah.
don't.
C.
I think you're right, Tettles. I think it's A.
I'm gonna shout out Petals for this one.
The purple
Surely
is
I'm not
right,
wrong.
the blue is not right. There's definitely lines on it, and I don't think the...
I don't
the
think there's
three
lines on
straight,
it.
like the 3 parallel lines is correct.
Nah, the lines are misdirect. It's got to be C.
I mean, it would make sense for the
Misdirect
lines.
is a different one.
Yeah. No. I mean,
No, okay, I
with
changed
it
my mind.
being
I changed my mind. It's
brown-
A. I changed my mind. It's A. It must
Did you
be
just
A.
Google it? What do you mean you're changing your mind?
Look at C. Look at C, and you see there's the part where the bottom line is coming out of the bottom blade.
Oh,
and then it's like cut off. Yeah.
My producer's a noob with Photoshop.
It must be A, because I'm pretty sure that's what that.
Our
little bit of
producer's a
white is
noob
there.
confirmed.
Producers, don't listen. You're amazing. You're so good at Photoshop, but I am going to say it's A. I'm
must be
changing
A.
it to A now.
I'm locking
yeah.
it in.
Yeah.
Oh.
Hey! All right.
Yeah, I never had any doubt. I knew it was A from the start. Goose goes
So-
down for hope, and Yips as well up in the top left. Oh no!
Wait, are they wiping? Wait, did they wipe? What happened?
I think they got combat. Okay, so I think they got combat while trying to skip that bridge. So they ended up having people have to die and get masked. That's okay actually. So this didn't cost too much. I said oh no, but it was actually fine. This was just a slightly scuffed skip, minus 20-30 seconds at tops. Ooh, Echo are back in it as well now. Echo and Miscount both getting going here in their Algathar 21s. So all 4 teams are currently in dungeons. It's only Dratnos Guild team that are still in a break.
Dude, I want to see Hope rerun
no,
this
right,
Out
there
Academy.
you go.
I gotta figure out how they got the Man Fiend to the bird platform. Apparently, we couldn't find a replay of it, so we'll have to do some detective work next time they go over there.
Yeah, next time Hope start a Algathar, we will be sure to catch it and see exactly how they have executed that.
From the Warcraft chat, at Dratnos, we're going to need to have to have a word after broadcast. What does that mean?
Whoa, what did I do this time? Oh no, Frosty for Dratnos Guild team. He got sent back.
Oh no!
You hate to see that.
Surely this isn't a problem. Oh, okay.
Oh, he's dropped it super low. You can see the health pot used there, the Withering Dreams potion, gonna save his life. And somehow Drano's Guild team have parlayed this into a pull that is still live. I think usually if your tank gets sent back there, it's a disaster, but
Dude.
they have somehow recovered this. Terrasant dropping super low. Forgy is, I think this is intentional. I'm sure they just called the jump off. That must be what happened there. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Probably a plant failed to snap or something, and they just jumped off.
I think it has to be a plant failed to snap, but it looks ridiculous whenever he just like jumps off the edge like that because it looks so unintentional.
Yeah, surely.
I was gonna commend Terrasant's wherewithal to like not instantly pull those birds. I think most evokers are just like immediately ripping those birds, but Terrasant was waiting for the go ahead from Frosty to be able to actually pull those, because otherwise he would have just got melee to death and die.
All right, Echo having a death on their first pull as well. Gingy ended up going down, so they're going to be playing this without a battle res for the next 10 minutes. Still okay, though, as long as they can avoid Sanguine healing on this Guardian Sentry. Miscount, meanwhile, are about to spawn Croth as they manage their Sanguine affix expertly on this double eagle pull.
What I've seen from a couple of Resto Druids, too, is looking to like taunt this Guardian Sentry if you know that the cast isn't going to happen, to make sure that this Guardian Sentry is going to be away from these Vile Lashers before the snap. That's something that you actually don't see a lot, but is a really heads up play by either your DPS or your healer. Is like taunting a mob off of the tank to avoid dropping a sanguine puddle in a bad spot.
Yeah, that is a really powerful strategy or powerful play you can make. It's very scary to do, especially the first time you do it. You feel, it's dangerous, right? You're not supposed to taunt things if you're not the tank.
We get out of melee, yeah. You gotta get out of melee too.
All right, Echo are finished with the Guardian Sentry. They are ready now to adventure to the Croth Arena as well. Meanwhile, Mistcount starting that boss fight. Jif working on Echo of Dorogosa, and Hope up in the top left. Finishing off Overgrown Ancient here. Actually, nice timer in this plus 19.
Now got smoked by the Eagle Frontal and procced his last resort.
That's okay. No, that's a tactical frontal, so you do a little bit more damage in meta form, so sometimes you want to proc that last resort to get into meta form.
He definitely did not see the ground effect for the Eagle Frontal.
No. I think it was intentional.
Uh-huh.
It's a very small amount of extra damage, but you do slightly more damage in meta form.
For your 8-minute cooldown or whatever it is. How long's last resort? 8 minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Darkness comes down as a tank cooldown for now there. Something that I think Vengeance Demon Hunters don't do often enough is press Darkness just for themselves. Darkness is so powerful now, it's a 30% chance to avoid damage. But a lot of stuff in these dungeons it won't be super effective against because it's like a single big damage hit that's threatening to kill people, right? You think about the Screech on Croth, for instance. Is Darkness nice? Sure, right? Like, it might save your healer having to top people back up, but it can't be relied on to save anybody. But if you're taking 20 auto attacks while you're standing inside of Darkness, then it can be relied upon to heal you for a substantial amount. So that is often one of the best uses for it is if you can't get good value on it against bursting or, a dot tick on the group, Kajin the Unyielding, something like that, then just using it for yourself as a tank is extremely potent.
Oh, Dratnos, I hate to say this. I hate to say it, but apparently the guild team did wipe on their first pull
in
Algathar and had to reset.
All
right. Well, they'll rally. No, absolutely, 100%. I mean, it looks like a lot of our groups are coming back from their breaks here, and we are looking at about an hour 20-ish left on the clock for everybody keeping track. I mean, Tuttles, as they're coming in, what do you think these teams are going to be pushing for to try and get on the board before tomorrow?
Yeah, so let's start at the top. Talk about Miscount. Miscount times this 21 Alg Academy. Then if they're able to go in time a 21 Halls Infusion, I don't want to say that they're like 100% safe tomorrow, but that postures them to be looking really solid to have a spot in the global finals. Again, it's not like 100% safe, but that is very, very likely for them to be safe if they're able to get all those dungeons done on 21. For Echo, kind of a similar sense. They have to go and do a 21 Ruby and a 21 Halls of Infusion at some point. So I think that will be one of the two of those is going to be their next course of action, whichever one they feel more confident in, having a couple of attempts at. Because I don't think that you're going to be able to get both of those done under the timer. While it is possible, it's just going to be pretty difficult to be able to one-shot. For Dratnos Guild Team and Hope, I think that your end of day, you're just kind of hoping to get a 21 Alg posted. And if you have any bonus time, you can go do something else. But I think that the 21 Alg is like your main goal for those two teams.
Yeah, I think there's enough time to get that on the board and potentially go somewhere else if you can do it quickly, right? That is the, of course, variable. One cool thing our producers have pointed out here, look at the left side screens and the right side screens. You can literally see which teams are playing from NA and which are playing from EU based on whether it's light outside or not in the Algathar academies. That's neat. That's cool.
Dude, I love how that also affects Night Elf racial.
Does that happen in Keystones? I thought that's...
Yeah. It does happen in instance combat. So Touch of Elune has increased your haste by 1% during the night, where it'll increase your crit strike by 1% during the day.
Oh man, the EU advantage, the EU favoritism. Apparently on Tournament Realm it's always the same. So
okay. Well,
that's something we need to worry about here.
I'm cooked, but I didn't know. Okay, on live it's not the same, but on Tournament Realm apparently. All right.
So we have Hope will be the first of these four teams to finish their run as long as they can keep it going on this Echo of Dorogosa pull, which at this point most of the danger is finished. They're looking to avoid Sanguine Healing, but even a little bit of Sanguine Healing on boss would not spell the end of their run here. Goop is going to go down to a power vacuum. That's going to be a battle res here, and this is now somewhat worrying for them as they are now playing without a battle res, so a death on Dorky in particular would be the end of their run at this point. They need to be able to avoid that. As long as they can avoid that, nothing else can get them. No other way they could wipe from here.
It's kind of unfortunate that they weren't able to two-chest this too, because if they were able to two-chest this, then they'd be able to skip over that 20 keystone level and get that 21 that we believe that they're going to need.
19 is so tight, though. I mean, that even in the 18s, we've seen it be close, but the 19, certainly with 5 deaths, is not happening. Looks like they are going to be maneuvering over to the other side of the room now, as those first 2 puddles are expiring around this 2-minute marker. Incorporeal spawn quickly handled. Oh, yeah. Not going to be a dominate mine, it's just going to be CCs on those 2. Another Sigil of Chains comes out from Dorky to keep that Echo Knight away from the boss as it starts that power vacuum cast. One of those times it's in the most danger of getting a big Sanguine heal. It looks like they're going to let it harmlessly whirlwind off to the side. One more Typhoon comes out from Ellesmere. It looks like Hope have made it through all of the trash except for that Restorer, which they had mind controlled, of course. And this is looking pretty good for them. They're going to be putting this 19 on the board. That's going to be tying them up with Dratnos Guild Team. Actually, it's going to be advancing them ahead of Dratnos Guild Team. Or no, it'll be tying them up. Okay, yeah, they'll be both at 100 points, but Dratnos Guild Team will have the better tiebreaker as a result of the 21 bracket on their scorecard.
Whenever Dratnos Guild Team times this 20, then they'll be... They should, in theory, be 1 point ahead, right? Like, Dratnos Guild Team is the Brackenhide Hollow 1 point, 21
and
versus
also
20.
They're currently higher in Algathar, but they're at the start of their run instead of the end. So call that
exactly.
half a point or something. So they're maybe 1.5 points ahead of Hope at this point, but almost all of that will kind of stop mattering soon. And what's going to matter is just which teams are able to put up, say, the Algathar 21. As it looks like Hope probably do just need to go and enter Algathar 20.
Oh my God, AJ died.
Ooh. Okay. They're able to. It looks like he's just going to release and run back.
He's running back.
Yeah, I mean, you don't need healing on a pull like this.
That's true. This is like a really heavy Sanguine management pull. Him not having the knock is kind of unfortunate. Oh, Yardi going down to the
off here. Maybe they were maybe that was a knock that they were used to having from AJ to stop that one.
Sigil they rotated back to Silent Sigil. Oh, dude, he wanted to hold on to the Silent Sigils for this next pull that's on the Vex platform.
Well, now their cooldowns are all going to be desynced from what they're used to. Hearthjack's having to exit the ledge there to go and land some Dragon's Breaths.
How bad is this?
It's not great. I don't think it's the end of the world, though. This is probably
I don't think it's going to
25-second time loss. The big question is, have they committed CCs that they need for the next pull? And that's the answer that we'll have to find out here in a second. You can see Hearthjax as well. This is a dungeon where he plays fire, so not a Frost 1 trick, as it looks like on day 1, is in fact capable of specializing into fire when needed.
Dude, he's the capable. Play the MDI as fire.
Yeah, despite what his tank will say, he is indeed a extremely capable fire mage as they make their way now into this room. They do have 1 charge of Sigil of Silence. The next one will be up in about 10 seconds here. So
they only have 1 charge of
this pull.
Chains. Oh, God.
Yeah, next set of chains won't be up for 35 seconds, although there is some cooldown reduction available.
They rip a DB immediately.
Other CDs. There's the Oppressive Roar. The Oppressive Roar, usually a sign that a Silent Sigil will be happening towards the end of that roar. And there it goes. Increased duration on that silence.
Banner also talented into Breath of Eon stun, so this comp has a notoriously low amount of stuns. It's just basically Kira's Chaos Nova, so you can have that Breath of Eon stun for free. So he pressed the Oppressing Roar, like you were saying, and then they went Breath of Eon stun, and then they went Silent Sigil. And so that's just like maximum CC duration. That's really, really optimal.
I mean, it's amazing here watching everybody kind of do what they can to maximize the time that they have. Of course, we'll have 1 team eliminated at the end of today. And while some of these big hitters at the top aren't in a lot of danger of it, some of the lower rankings are even trying to set themselves up for tomorrow. Puts a little bit of extra pressure on the situation. So we'll have to see how this continues to pan out. But we actually have a bit of a switch happening here on the desk as well. So we're going to be bringing in Zyronic, and Tettles will be saying goodbye just for a little bit. Goodbye. Soon you'll be back with us. Goodbye. But Dratnos, I mean, it's kind of amazing that they're still allowing you to stay on desk after the sass you threw.
It wasn't sass. I identified a clever thing in the graphic there. I used my brain. That's what I'm being paid for. They can't get mad at me now for that.
It's true. It's true. You know what? You're right.
Clever, right? Yeah, exactly. If they wanted to,
Absolutely.
they hit an Easter egg in the icons, and I was, paying attention to it. That's what they want.
Maybe you should get a bonus
for this. That's what I've
Yeah,
been trying
you
to
should
say.
get a bonus
but
for it.
I think that's a good point. I think that they should listen to you more. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I think Dratnos should also be given a little bonus for this, but
I think
we've
I
been
should
given
get
a bit of a bonus.
some royalties for Dratnos Guild team's winnings as well, because they're using my name, so I think I should get a cut there too.
All right. Now we're
Wait.
reaching.
What do they get in return, though? I heard a little bit of whispers that they might get to potentially sit on farm if they qualify for Global Finals.
We can't afford it, man. Too many people are already sitting on farm. We're not gonna be able to raid.
Man, it's just brutal out here. Tough times in the Dratnos Guild.
So Hope are taking their 10-minute break now as well. So they are 4 minutes into their last 10-minute break as well. That is nice. It looks like Jif are also not currently in an active instance, so maybe also on break. These should be the final breaks that teams need to take. Of course, any break time that is still unspent in the next, if teams don't start their breaks in the next 12 minutes, they are losing 5 points. So I suspect that these are indeed, last breaks for Hope and Jif, and everybody will be then done with all their breaks and ready to end the day strong. Mistcount and Echo are currently the top of our leaderboard. It's Echo who have had a strong day so far, getting now a point ahead of Mistcount. Although Mistcount are sitting on a extra two extra two chests relative to Echo. So if they can realize those points, they do still have a slight advantage over Echo, but certainly not as strong of a day for Mistcount as yesterday was.
Yeah, a couple of hiccups here and there, some wipes that cost a lot of time. Still, I mean, the fact that their day one was so strong set them up successfully to have those mistakes today and still be in the running for first place. So, not too big of an issue for them. I don't think they're in panic mode just yet. They still have proven that they're able to go back into that Halls of Infusion 21 and get that done at some point without too much of an issue. So they've got that in the back pocket as well for another +2. But something we need to bring up is, we have to send one team home today, unfortunately. And Jif, unfortunately, are 6 points behind Hope right now, and with only an hour and 10 minutes left in the day, I don't think there's actually even enough time for that to be a possibility. That being said, that actually does give a little bit of leniency for Hope to not have to worry about getting eliminated today, and to be able to potentially, go for bigger pulls, go for some things that you might not normally see them want to go for, because they would be thinking about staying alive today rather than pushing for a potential score tomorrow, which puts Dratnos Guild team in a situation where they have to think about that as well. So, what's going on with the overall leaderboard is definitely changing the mindset of the teams that are still active, still alive at the end of the day today.
Yeah, it's certainly true that the fact that Jif, they, for instance, only 2-chested the 15 Bracken, I believe, instead of 3-chesting it. A couple of events like that happening for Jif means that Hope and Dratnos Guild team are both freed up to be fully maximizing their Sunday score rather than their, Saturday score. We saw last weekend in the Group A, for instance, that teams like Shinra Tensei needed to go and do, say, the easiest key that they had left for them to try and avoid getting eliminated, which in their case was a 20 no-cood when they had a 19 2-chest. So then when they came back later to the 21 no-cood, all that time they spent in that 20 no-cood was effectively worthless, right? And they were forced into that position by just how close Perplexed and Exposed were in those first 2 days to, overtaking them, right? That was our Group A weekend, was both Friday and Saturday. 4 or 5 teams were in danger of elimination in the last hour. The fact that that's not true this time does mean that Hope and Dratnos Guild team don't need to make any aggressive, just get points at all costs. We can worry about tomorrow plays. And we definitely expect, therefore, not to see any, we wouldn't expect Dratnos Guild team to try a 19 Algathar, for instance, for just +1 point. That wouldn't make sense under these circumstances. It's not like Hope even have an option to do something like that. They don't have any 2 chests on their board.
Right. Yeah, it's not like there's any massive strategy changes that can be applied to either of the two teams here anyways. They're going to be going for the easiest points on the board for the most part. Now, it does come into play for end-of-day key scenarios. If there's certain keys that they think that they want to save strategies for tomorrow, maybe they think they have an upper hand and they can save those for tomorrow. But timing-wise, at the end of the day, it's just going to be about maximizing the time you have left available, with just over an hour left in the day. Theoretically, if you play perfectly, you might be able to get 3 keys done starting one right now. Hope will be in that scenario when they come back from their final break in a few minutes here. Ideally, they get 3 more keys done, but that's assuming you play perfectly, which is, not something that's going to happen at this key level. It almost happened for Miscount yesterday, but even they had some mistakes in their final 21 of the day.
Yeah, as we do see Miscount working on this 21 Azure Academy. This is a key that has yet to be put on the board by anybody. There have been a couple of resets at this key level already. 2 deaths on the board so far for Miscount, including 1 that required a battle res, so their run isn't perfect. You can see with the way that Bloodlust is coming off cooldown as well that they are only going to get 1 more Bloodlust in this dungeon. So it's a question of where it's going to be most efficient to use that cooldown, as they do have this Ancient Branch getting killed off at the perfect time, basically, here. What you want to do on this fight is try and delay. If you have some Dwarf Racials, some Cauterizing Flames, you just use those on the first bleed, and then delay the death of the first branch until the second one spawns, and then you can basically play without any of those bleed stacks for the remainder of the fight, as long as you keep killing those branches. You basically just don't target them and let them get cleaved down, and they'll usually die at right around the perfect time to remove the next stack as it comes out.
Yep, you can see they've got that Ancient Branch just being nicely cleaved down from the Fire Mage Ignite, from the Shadow Priest dots, and now that that bleed is going to be coming out relatively soon here, it'll be after the next Germinate, that's when they'll go ahead and swap to it and just finish it off here. You can see they've done a great job of just cleaving it down passively. It's at 20% here, and the bleed's going to come out right about now-ish, and then they can finish it off and clear it instantly, just like that. So good execution there from Miscount. They'll clear up this bleed and then probably just straight up burn the boss here. With it at 20%, they shouldn't need to wait for the next bleed. They were already focusing the boss anyways, so the question then remains of the timer. I mean, the 21 timer is looking extremely within reach here, right? They've got essentially 1 massive pull left. They've got the Bloodlust before that, which I assume is where they're going to use it on the fortified key. It's really going to come down to making sure they keep their Sanguine management in check. And then, of course, afterwards, should they choose to, they can pull some of the boss in as well, but 8 minutes, 45 seconds from right now to deal with that seems like plenty of time.
Yeah, let's see if we can get a look maybe at the Algathar timers to compare just what the teams have been up to in the 20, for instance, because 23-25 is going to be the Overgrown Ancient timer for Miscount, which means they do have 8.5 minutes for 1.5 big trash pulls and a boss. I mean, it is okay. So we can see what these splits are. Okay. In the plus 20, they had a 21:03 on Overgrown Ancient, and they finished with 4 minutes to spare. So they are now 2 minutes and 20 seconds slower on that third boss split, which means they're probably going to end up being maybe 3 minutes slower overall, which means that they should be finishing around, say, that 31-minute marker, maybe a little bit ahead of that, and they are definitely still fine here. As long as they are able to keep this pull clean. With Sanguine, this is a very, very potentially scary pull, just for the timer, if you get Sanguine healing at the end of it.
So, something interesting, we were talking about this earlier, the Invoker positioning. Look at where Kira is standing right now, and look at where the rest of the team is standing right now. Imagine there is like a line going horizontally through this pole. Kira is on the other side of that line, the rest of the team is on this side of the line. That's their ideal Invoker positioning. Now, of course, all of that is going to get ruined once Kira has to start kiting out this pole for the Sanguine healing, but you can see for the first 40 seconds of the pull there, the only person really taking missile damage was Kira. That's one of the things that Mandatory was doing incredibly well in this key last week that we weren't seeing other teams really take advantage of, and that's something that pretty much everyone is doing really well this week. Unfortunate Blast Wave there, not the ideal knock. Invoker getting a little bit of Sanguine healing off, but nothing too consequential. You can see Sanguine hasn't even peaked set on the meters yet, but it looks like it's going to be coming up now. Yes, 3 of those Echo Knights getting Sanguine healed up there. Still, only 25 million healing, and not too bad so far. Can they keep it that low, though?
Wow, beautiful positioning there for that next Sanguine Puddle. This one's going to be a little bit less good. It's going to require a knock, but that's okay. That's what knocks are for. Looks like we do still have Typhoon available as well. You can see AJ posturing to use that as the next one needed here. Looks like it's not going to be necessary just yet. Okay, there it is. Mob. Ooh, into the upheaval, into the chains. We have a bunch of stuff starting to die. And a little bit of a blast wave now going to come to knock these away a tiny bit. We're going to get one more Sanguine Puddle, and it is going to be beautifully handled by Missed Count. 90% trash done by them now as they set up the final 2 packs that they need and start running into the last boss room. 6 minutes still on the clock for them too. That is more than enough time for this encounter on a fortified keystone. They should be chilling here. They just need to make sure that they don't have any massive catastrophes on this pull. Okay,
Yeah, that's
Hope,
what you're looking for.
Let's take a look at the bottom left here. So one thing that Hope did last run that was pretty cool was they snapped in a Mana Fiend with them into the Croth platform, and it was Ellesmere. And I don't think this is especially intricate tech that is used by Ellesmere here. He is going to pop Shadow Meld to be able to depart combat so that he can take this Sky Bridge. And he's just going to come over here, and he's going to aggro that pack by walking next to it. And then as long as you don't attack them and they don't land a hit on you, you can still use these Sky Bridges. Now those mobs have queued up a snap to Ellesmere, and he's going to go Bear Form to survive any autos, plus use Stampeding Roar to escape them. Once again, doesn't actually get hit, is able to take this next bridge, and they should once again now teleport to him. And so they will use Ring of Frost to land a stun on those effectively, once they are possible to do so. Ellesmere using that Ward of Faceless Ire to survive now as well. Yeah, getting all the wards
on him.
Beautiful.
Just
So
to
it
make
turns
sure
out-
he didn't accidentally go down to the evade aggro. That's funny.
It's the other thing you gotta watch out for there is I think one of those mobs does the bleed too, so that is very scary if it lands on a tank, and it's especially scary if it lands on a non-tank. So I suspect that is the reason we see a lot of teams not doing that, but Hope killing off that pack, it's actually nice for 2 different reasons. Not only is it a little bit of extra count, but most teams skip that pack because those mobs are dangerous and annoying, which means that they then have to kind of dance around as they finish Croth, and they have to set up that pull a little bit more carefully afterwards. Hope won't have to worry about that because all those mobs are dead now, so they can just walk straight through the middle without worrying about pulling extra stuff, and that will mean that probably saves them 15 seconds of setting up the next pull.
Oh yeah, for sure. And like your healer not being with you at the start of that pull is not really that big of a deal anyways. You're kind of just waiting for the lashers to snap down anyways. There's a little bit of evade time while they get resettled because, you know, snapping is fun. So yeah, that's actually like just really efficient use of time. And as long as Dorky isn't in danger of going down to melees, it's great. It's worked out for them so far. Love seeing that little extra bit of innovation coming out from Hope here. Is it going to transition into a faster time for them, though? We'll have to see. We've already seen 20s timed from both Echo and Miscount so far. Dratnos Guild team well on their way to getting this 20 done as well, with plenty of time left on the board. This Overgrown Ancient split is going to be well within the area of just being able to time the key with no issues whatsoever, so we'll see if Hope's able to make use of that split. We'll see on Croth. Well, I guess we'd have to look at Veximus to see whether or not that pull really reduces their time spent whatsoever, because it's only going to make their Croth split longer, right? Because they're actually killing extra trash before Croth.
Yeah, this
Echo
is it
Sanguine
is
healing
a
on this pull.
investment in the start.
Look
of
in the
dungeon,
top
for sure.
right here. Look at this Sanguine healing for Echo on the top right. This pull's not been going great for them.
169 million Sanguine healing on this pull. This is they are indeed having some trouble getting this done cleanly. It looks like they are stabilized for the most part, but yeah, you can see just so many of these mobs at 30% health that should already be dead. Another knock going to come out here to try and avoid more Sanguine healing. We're up to 177 mil. Can we break the 200 million Sanguine healing on this pull is the question. Another upheaval knock going to come out. And last few mobs starting to die now. Dragon's Breath is going to stop those casts. We do have another Whirlwind starting in Sanguine.
Oh, 194?
194 mil.
On?
Little bit more. We're not going to break that 200 million mark on this pull. That is, I think, a new record, though, for Sanguine healing on a pull.
Wait, the mobs are running through the Sanguine. Hold on.
Could be. Pause, champ.
We've stayed in combat. We might see more Sanguine healing. Let's go.
All right. I think it'll reset once they get into boss combat, though, usually. So
Oh, wait. Yeah, that's true.
I think the dream may be dead here.
No.
All right, well, maybe in another keystone, as they do get involved with the boss, and that does reset our details to the boss combat now. Meanwhile, Miscount up in the top left are going to be finishing off Echo of Dorogosa here in this plus 21 keystone level. This is still only about a 4-minute boss encounter as well, even at this high of a key level. So they are doing a lot of single target DPS. Very impressive out of our tournament leaders. The timer overall in this dungeon does make me think that 22 is unlikely to be something we see today or tomorrow, because they only had 1 minute and 20 seconds to spare. The run was relatively clean. It wasn't perfect. improvements could certainly be made, but could you improve it by enough to make a full extra key level possible with only 1 minute and 20 seconds to spare? I doubt it. As for Jif, we do have Raven going down as a Mystic Blast goes off from that Spellbound Scepter.
Yeah, unfortunate death. Fortunately, healer not really needed for these last two mobs here. You can line of sight the remainder of the Ravager casts, and without all of the Foragers being alive, nobody should be in any real danger here. So once the Ravager goes down, they'll get a quick res on to Raven here. Ooh, Zoo not lining the Ravager charge there. Interesting, but stays alive. Should be okay. They might get one more charge left. Normally you'd want to run behind these pillars here and line of sight that charge, but I guess they're just choosing not to do it. But trash goes down either way, so who am I to judge? They'll be able to get the res off and move forward here. We saw that Mist Count was able to get the 21 Algathar Academy down. Echo have less time on the boss to get it done, actually about 1 minute less time, but if they're able to do equal amounts of single target damage to the boss, they should still be able to time the key, albeit with a much slower time. We're looking at sub 1 minute left on the key if they're able to do it as quickly as Mist Count did. They also need to make sure they don't Sanguine heal the boss, but the knockback on that final mob as it goes down will prevent that from being an issue. Just the Restorer left alive for the count now, and they're probably going to wait until the boss dies to finish that one off.
Yeah, things
Now,
looking... Oh, good.
Oh no, Dratnos, I'm just jumping in really fast because before it shows up here, we've been prompted by production. Do you have any predictions about where Mist Count went?
My suspicion is Halls of Infusion makes the most sense for them, because that was the one that they had the 2 chest on the board for. But if they are really confident... I mean, I would be shocked if they tried the Algathar 22, but they are warmed up on it. It does look like it is that Halls of Infusion 21 that we saw them attempt at the end of the day yesterday. Now they have a full 50 minutes to make progress on this key and potentially put it on the board.
Look at this pull for them. This is both of the first 2 pulls that we normally see in Halls of Infusion being pulled together, line of sighting everything around the corner here. Now, one of the problems with this pull is some of the far mobs take forever to get in, and that can sometimes include one of those apparatuses, those orbs that cast Expulse and one-shot everybody. So if that stays out a little bit too long and starts to cast Expulse as it comes in, that could be an issue for them. Looks like they have everything nice and stacked, though. It's just a couple of defenders that sort of joined the pack a little bit later. Something to keep of note is that they've really had almost 0 of the demoralizing shouts go off during this pull. They've been extremely careful with their AoE/CC and interrupting pretty much everything dangerous in this pack, even waiting until just now to grab the engineering orb because they don't want to expend that too early on. And first try back in this key, getting this pull down on the first attempt is really impressive. This pull took them like 3 or 4 tries to get right for the first time yesterday.
Yeah, they are looking on form here in this 21 Halls of Infusion, but of course, much of the danger of this dungeon is at the end, not necessarily just this first pull. They have found a very scary first pull, though, to attempt, so big credit to them for being able to master it on their first try today, at least. We'll have to keep checking in with them as they proceed through the rest of this dungeon. But in the meantime, up in the top left, we are going to see Echo finish up and put this 21 Algathar on the board. It is going to be a little bit slower than Mist Count, but they have done a good job of ramping their damage here. They are going to be able to finish this still with the better part of a minute to spare, which is nice. That is a good sign for Echo, but... You know, they are going to have a worse time tiebreaker than Mist Count in most of these dungeons that the 2 teams have both completed. So, Echo... I think it'll be okay. Like, I don't think that they're going to come to time tiebreakers for the difference between, say, 3rd and 4th. But I do think it might matter for them for the difference between 1st and 2nd, which, even if both of those qualify to Global Finals, Echo is not a team that likes getting 2nd.
No, they are not. But, you know, with how things have gone this weekend, they might just have to settle for that. We'll see. 6 hours left on the entire weekend, 1 hour, just under 1 hour left today to try to finalize some of these runs, and we're getting into the difficult keys, right? We're getting to the point where mistakes start to cost you a lot of time, potentially cost you the key being timed, and play has to be nearly perfect across the board. For Mist Count, it could very easily be 1 or 2 extra demoralizing shouts going off in this first section of the dungeon that causes an issue. For anybody in the Algathar Academy, it could be too much Sanguine healing going off that could cause failures in the key. For Echo, we saw 200 million Sanguine healing, but the only reason they still were able to time the key was because they played the rest of the key so perfectly. So you really got to keep the mistakes to a minimum when you're at this point of the day.
Yeah, this is when it all starts to really matter. We get to an interesting point as well where you start kind of doing the math on how many more keys you can get done, and then at a certain point you actually start to get a little bit more flexibility again, right? If there's 20 minutes left in the day, you know you're not going to get another extra key in, you kind of then get back to like, okay, we can screw up a couple of times, right, and just restart the key if we need to.
Yeah, it's true.
That's not where they're at right now, though. Right now, every single run that we're looking at is we need to finish this so that we can start another run and maybe get that in before the timer has expired. We have 53 minutes left in our day. So basically, I think for Miscount and Echo, they probably only will be able to finish this run and one more. But for Hope and Jif and Drana's guild team, I think the chance of getting an extra run on top of that is still live. I don't know what Drana's guild team are in the middle of. It looks like they are at the start of an Algathar 21, so they may also be in a 2-key situation. But Hope and Jif at least should be able to finish this and then get 2 more in before the end of the day, which, as we mentioned already, Jif, I think it's fair to say, are mathematically eliminated at this point. There's no way they can collect the 6 points they would need to tie things up with Hope, even if Hope didn't time a single keystone from here. So we are seeing Jif playing for the glory, playing for the love of the game, but I think no longer playing to survive to Sunday at this point, unfortunately. It's been great to watch them, though, so far this weekend.
One of the things that I want to highlight here is something we were going to talk about at the top of the show today, but we kind of ran out of time to because we actually had so much else to talk about anyways. It was this Halls of Infusion route that Miscount is running, and we've covered it a little bit throughout the day, but haven't really gone too much in detail of it. That first pull they do is obviously kind of insane, but then they do the next double pull that we also normally see. But, normally you're waiting for your 2-minute cooldowns to come back up. I think theirs do come back up just because of the size of that first pull. But not only do they just, kill off the orbs like we normally see, but, once the orbs are dead, they just drag the rest of the trash down into the boss. So they have something like 8 or 9 mobs on top of the boss. That's defenders, that's geomancers hopping around. And they just cleave all of that trash down with the boss. And they've gotten it done here. That's hyper efficient, and if you're able to pull that off with a good Iridius split, your timer in this key is going to be insane. Miscount, the way they pull this key, it reminds me a lot of the route that Yoda was setting up early on in the season, where you kind of just do 5 massive trash pulls, and that's your entire count for the dungeon. That's also why I like going left side too, because you can skip past some of the harder trash and then just do one big pull with your second Bloodlust. That's all of the trash on the left side into the mini bosses. Then you have the trash in between second and third boss that we see typically pulled, and then you have the entire bridge pull. So it's kind of crazy that you can get that done in a high key, but if they're able to pull it off, they should have plenty of time left in the key.
Yeah, I think it would be especially nice if it was a fortified keystone, because you're just getting such great trash lusts that way, but as it stands with Tyrannical, I think it's still good. It's a little bit unfortunate because you're lusting so many trash sections of the dungeon instead of bosses, but that is what it is, Sometimes you got to. And I think with the way that Halls of Infusion is set up, I agree with you that it's just a really, really clever way to attack the dungeon. As Echo also heading to a Halls of Infusion down in our bottom left after putting that Algathar 21 on the board. So if both Echo and Miscount complete this keystone, they will both be at 104 points. It's not going to be this one for Mirrors, though, as he gets autoed by a Geomancer and immediately releases and hits Town Portal. A little false start there for Echo, not a big deal.
The setup for this pull is extremely difficult to get done, especially if they're going to be going for the same pull as Miscount. You just don't have... You don't have that many tools to get aggro on everything. I mean, you have the tools, but making sure your DPS players don't also pull aggro in the middle of gathering that pull can be really annoying. I think Mira's, maybe he's trying to save his Fade for something in particular there. If he popped it there, he wouldn't have gotten meleeed, but, every time you wipe here, we like to say, oh man, that's not too big of a deal. They lost 30 seconds or so, they can just start the key, but what we're seeing here from Echo is, something we don't normally talk about. At the start of every key, before you start the key, you have to prep. Your Shadow Priests want to have some Insanity going into a key. They also want to have 3 stacks of their Forset going into the key, so the first time they press their Devouring Plague, they can proc their Forset, get those extra Shadowy Apparitions out, do maximum DPS. So there's a little bit of extra prep time that goes into each of these resets, too.
Yeah, you usually want to see the timer as well. You don't just want to slam the key in because you want to drink a shocking disclosure potion right before you start that key as well. So, plus you just also need everybody to kind of focus, reset, get back, get ready for it. Some stuff doesn't reset CD as well, so you might need to be waiting for that. All of those things, yeah, it does add up, but it's still not a huge... We're talking about expending maybe a minute and a half instead of 30 seconds, something like that at the end of the day. As we do have Jif having a death there for Raven. Does get a ward to prevent it happening again, as they are still on 2 battle res as well, so things looking good for them. Meanwhile, Dratno's guild team attempting that 21 Azure Academy. We are going to see this first snap pull being set up. Looks like the Fell Devastation from Frosty coming out.
Looks like he's going to be good. Looks like they've got that snap pull together on one of their first attempts, so they're off to the races. Bloodlust is off. I want to draw back attention to miscount in the top left corner here. This Iridia split.
Thanner.
Okay, Thanner dies. That's unfortunate. Boss is at 2%. I guess this is actually closer to like 6 or 7% because the boss starts at 30% HP. Still, the boss should go down here after this last static surge, as long as they don't lose any of their cheat deaths. They actually lost the one on Heartjack, so that's a little unfortunate, but that's what the engineering cheat death is there for. Even with the death, dude, this Iridia split is insane. Tettles and I were talking about this when we saw Dratno's guild team attempting this 21 earlier today, and their Iridia splits were something like 11-10, 11-15. A good Watcher Iridia split is somewhere in the 10-15 to 10-30 range. 937 that's bonkers. Like, that's incredibly quick. And you'll see their lust isn't ready for this next pull yet. Now, they're not going to pop it till they get to the bottom with the mini bosses, and it should be off cooldown then, but they're actually almost going too fast in this key.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good problem to have, right? It's not like you can't start that pull without lust either if you need to, but of course it is nice to get access to if you can. So you can see Kira going and grabbing a couple more of those skitter flies. You got to make sure you don't get hit by that frontal. You can interrupt it, but of course you don't want to expend the silent sigil or something like that this early. And they are going to be taking all of this forward into that mini-boss section of the dungeon. Hearthjack staying behind to Polly and Incorporeal. And this is, like you said, very, very fast. I mean, their entire strategy in this dungeon just gives them so much wiggle room at the end of the timer. They just have to avoid wiping.
Yeah, one main focus here, they do pull the triple Shockkeeper. This is not typical. Usually you avoid these things like the Plague. Their single target damage can burst somebody from 100 to 0 here. You also have to make sure you're interrupting every single one of these elemental focus casts too. If one of those buffs go off, anytime you deal damage to them, they have a chance to retaliate and to shock you, which on this key level, even on Tyrannical, can one-shot you. So you'll see individual bursts of single target damaging. That's damage coming from those shock troopers. You can see Yargi gets hit there, instantly gets topped from the Vampiric Embrace healing. Looks like once everything is nice and stacked together here, they should be fine. Even another Sigil of Silence coming out to make sure those shock troopers aren't going to be too dangerous, and after that, they still have a slew of AoE knocks just to make sure too much damage doesn't go out. Going to be an upheaval on that set of elemental focuses there to make sure they don't go down. You also have to make sure you're keeping an eye on those dazzle frontals from the skittering dragonflies as well here too. Nobody gets hit by those. Hearthjax is the next target from the shock troopers, but fortunately doesn't get one shot. Thanner also the next target, but you can see they're doing fine here. They've got it all dead for the most part.
Yeah, looking very solid. Ooh, Ellesmere down for Hope. Hearthjack's down for miscount. As soon as I start speaking, players start dying. Yargi now down to a lightning blast. That is that shock trooper zap that you were talking about. That is the reason we don't usually see those pulled. And this is going to be catastrophic for miscount. That is the end of this attempt. Minus 15 minutes for our tournament leaders. Meanwhile, Hope will be putting Overgrown Ancient back into the dirt here with a solid 11 minutes left for them in this dungeon. Where is Yips adventuring to, I wonder?
Is he resetting his buff? Changing his buff?
Could be. No. It looks like it looks like a single solitary corrupted Mind Fiend or Mana Fiend will be coming with them. Its mind has been dominated. What is the value of this, I wonder? Does this do anything? Like, is this a high damage mob to MC? Or is this just, oh, we need this count, and so we'll get it later? But if that was the case, you could just kill it when you kill all those other mobs in those bridge pulls. So maybe it's just good to MC. Maybe it does something cool.
All these things do is cast Surge, right?
Maybe that does a lot of damn.
Maybe. I would have to guess that they just need the count. That's the only thing I can think of.
If you needed the count from it, you would just kill it. They already are killing all those other mobs in the pools that it lived in to start with, right? So, Sigil of Misery is being used to set up this pool here. And they have that Mana Fiend now.
What is it doing?
Well, it's currently AFK. Yips is now getting in combat, and it starts casting. Okay. Yeah. And it has to redominate
He's keeping it mind controlled, so it's got to do
into the middle of the
something.
pack. Yeah, I wonder. Its damage will show up as Yips is on details, right? So if it's doing big damage, it will count for his. Right now, he's not doing any DPS on this pool, but that's because he wasn't here for the start of it. You can see very quickly ramping up as they actually are starting the combat now. They do still have that Mana Fiend MC'd under the pack. He's now doing top damage by a lot, but that might just be Shadow Priest things.
That's just Shadow Priest.
Okay, we're going to need a logs investigation of what on earth this corrupted Mana Fiend is actually doing.
Okay, looking at the abilities that the Mana
He's doing
Fiend
3 million
has,
DPS.
that's just
He's
Shadow
raping.
Priest, man.
Is
That's
it?
just Shadow Priest.
Are you sure? There's a lot of damage that he's doing.
I'm sure we'll be able to get a log of what's going on here after the fact, but when you look at the abilities that a corrupted Mana Fiend has, it has Surge, which is just its single target cast that does a lot of damage to one person. The other thing that they have is
drain
Mana
mana,
Void.
right? Yeah,
it's Mana Void, right? It's the circle AoE that goes on a person, and when it hits, it drains mana from enemies around it. It also does a pretty significant amount of damage, so maybe draining mana does something? It definitely
maybe it's just
AoEs
AoE
the
damage.
pack.
Maybe it's just uncapped AoE damage from Mana Void.
I guess.
Yeah, or maybe
Is
draining
that-
the
is
mana
that
from the mobs
stronger
also
than-
is nice.
I wonder if draining mana from the mobs makes the invokers not cast missiles, potentially. I don't know if there's an interaction here that we're unaware of. But you have to remember, because he's mind controlling the corrupted Mana Fiend, they don't have access to the Restorer mind control, which is pretty nice for the spell haste. I want to see the logs for this. I want to see what's going on, because this is tech that we haven't seen yet, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I mean, and the thing that makes me think it's got to be worth quite a bit is they spent so much time setting it up, right? They pulled those 2 packs on the bridge that normally get skipped, in fact, by most teams, and they then sent Yips back to go and MC it and bring it forward. Like, we're probably talking about 45 seconds invested in making that MC possible. You have to imagine if they're going to do that, they wouldn't just do that for funsies, right? They would do it because they think it's worth, so it must be doing a lot of damage.
So, Zyronic, really quick, as you've both been talking, right? We've had such an intense weekend already. Miscount and Echo. Miscount, obviously, the first day, really setting the pace for day 2 with some of those wild keys they pushed right off the bat. And now today, Echo, after having played it fairly safe, steadily coming up here. And I'm curious, when you're both talking about kind of Miscount being sort of the tournament leader or kind of driving the competition today, Zyronic, what would you say between these two right now are sort of their strengths are kind of leading you one way or another as to who might be in the lead right now, although of course it's neck and neck?
Oh man, it's really tough to say, because we're kind of all even up now, right? Like, it's neck and neck. If both of these teams were to time this 21 Halls of Infusion, they would both be on 1-0 for a score with the same keys done. It would come down to a tiebreaker right now. I mean, yesterday I would have said Miscount would have been by far the favorite, just because of how efficient they were at getting their 21s done, but they've started showing signs of struggle today. Things haven't gone as quickly as them, and they're even having issues in this 21 Halls, which they looked like they could have potentially one-shot yesterday. So, I don't really... It's really hard to give either team necessarily the edge right now. If you were to choose one of them, I think you would have to give it to Echo, just because they're Echo. There are 9-time champions, so...
I think it's Miscount.
But the way they're playing that right now, I mean, I think it's pretty close.
It's certainly close. Yeah, I mean, I feel like Miscount still have the edge, because they're at 102 points with 2 chests on their scorecard. Echo are at 103 points with 0. So that's kind of 104 versus 103, kind of. as long as Miscount can actually convert, which this is now going to be their third attempt, their third real attempt at the Halls of Infusion 21, having failed that. Echo, you can see, are working on Watcher Iridius. They are going to get it down. It's slower than Miscount, right? We're talking about killing it in that 10 minutes and 30 seconds-ish range for Echo, which is definitely slower than Miscount can do, but there's still more than enough time in the dungeon. So if Echo put this on the board and Miscount fail to by the end of the day, then I'll agree with you that Echo are looking better. But until that happens, I feel like Miscount have an edge across the rest of their scorecard.
Yeah, the Iridius split for Echo, notably, like you said, it's slower, but it's not slow. Like, this is still plenty of time to complete the key. It's more than fast enough. And it's still arguable whether or not the left side or right side strategy is even faster in the middle of the dungeon. Obviously, you're consolidating one pull versus two pulls, but we already saw from Miscount in that last run alone how difficult that pull is to finish off. Those shock troopers, if they stay alive for too long, they will kill you after a certain period of time. But, you know, we'll see. Echo's going to be heading into their right side pull, which has become more of the standard route nowadays. Of course, these Swoglets are incredibly dangerous to deal with. Stacking up that poison debuff on you, if it gets to 10, you essentially get one shot unless you have some massive damage reduction up. The idea, though, is, you know, you're not going to have your lust up for Watcher Iridius. You want to set up some super dangerous pull right after the fact with Bloodlust available, and both sides do that. It's just the left side is a little bit bigger and a little more dangerous.
Yeah, we did see those Shotcasters did directly contribute to Miscount wiping before, so it is certainly sketchy. I mean, we're talking about mobs, these Shotcasters, where every second they're alive, there's a decent chance they're just going to nuke somebody for a full health bar. And so if you run out of things like barriers, things like that engineering cheat death, defensives that you can just keep rolling preemptively, people are just going to start dropping like flies.
Oh, I'm super excited for this Hope key to be done because I want to get into the log and see what that Mana Fiend was doing.
Oh, yeah?
Man. I want to see how much damage Mana Void was doing. Also, I noticed at the start of the poll there were lots of missiles going off on Dorky. That's standard. But for like the last half of the poll, I don't think I saw a single missile cast go off. I'm pretty sure I only saw Whirlwinds from the Echo Knights going off, and that was it. And the Mana Bombs they cast too, but those aren't too much of an issue to deal with. Interesting tech if it makes it safer.
Okay, so that is Hope putting that on the board, advancing to 101 points. That's putting them 1 point behind Dratno's guild team, 1 point behind Miscount, although that's sort of deceptive due to those two chests, and 2 points behind Echo. So Hope very much still in the running right now, trying to avoid that 4th place spot by the end of tomorrow, which they're currently in, but they've got a lot of time to rectify that. We'll see where they decide to go next, because their entire scorecard now is 20s and a 21 vault, so no easy dungeons left for Hope to journey to. I suspect that 21 Algathar is going to be tempting for them, but 21 Brackenhide may also be calling to them. Their Halls of Infusion time is also phenomenal. That might be a specialty for them. They might decide that that is actually their best next point, although watching Echo and Miscount in there, that dungeon scales up nastily with that extra key level.
Something to also take note of is while we were talking about how sick the Watcher Iridius split is for Miscount, in the direct comparison between Miscount and Echo here, Miscount actually only have about 42% trash count, whereas Echo have 51. So Echo pulling more trash before Iridius and still having that good of a split on the boss, I actually
do it in
like
one
their
more
first section
pull.
of the dungeon faster, yeah.
They do it in one more pull, but because it's one more pull, they can pull a little bit more trash from the right-hand side safely. And they're just waiting less. You're not waiting as long to set up the pull and for all the mobs to group up, which if you're doing it in one big pull, obviously that does save you some time, but Echo do claw back some of that time by just getting their pulls started more quickly.
Miscount goes left and grabs this massive pull with the Shotcasters and triple pull with Lust.
Yeah, we were just talking about specifically the split differential
the very
on
start
the
of the
first
dungeon.
boss there.
Yeah,
Sure. I actually think Echo might actually be just faster in the first section of the dungeon when you factor in the extra trash count. It really just kind of comes down to whether or not Miscount can pull off their massive second Lust pull and get through it alive.
I suspect that the Shotcaster pull is better, but it is much more risky because as the keystone level goes up and that pull starts living for longer, I think you just do run out of defensives to prevent death to random Shotcasters. All right, so Echo working on Gulping Goliath. Meanwhile, Hope have decided that 21 Algathar Academy makes the most sense to journey to. Same place that Dratno's guild team have gone to. Both teams have enough time to finish this run and start another. We are nearing the end of our day. 34 minutes left to get a last keystone started. So pretty much every team can finish their current run and then start one more. That's where we're at right now.
Unfortunately, Smacked going down for Hope here. That's going to be their battle res committed. You don't want to wait for your mage to run back here. Something I've noticed a lot of teams are very scared of doing, and maybe they're not used to on this poll when you're just cognitively overloaded by all of the swirlies plus the Guardian Citrus swirl going off, is line of sighting behind the pillar whenever this swirl goes out. I notice a lot of people are like hard focused on staying outside of the circle. It can be scary to be inside the white circle, but as long as you're behind the pillar, you're safe from that. I just don't notice it, but I've noticed everyone else has been doing it too.
Yeah, it's tough because like if you're lining the sentry, you're probably lining everything and not able to do too much damage. But depending on your class, you may already be out of range if you're getting out of that circle. As Hope experiencing a couple of ticks of Sanguine, including one landing on that Guardian Sentry, which is the big thing you're trying to avoid. Sanguine healing on some Lashers is fine because you're just going to drag them to the next platform anyways. Every point of healing that lands on a Guardian Sentry is slowing you down.
Not an ideal first pull. A little bit of Sanguine healing going on some Hungry Lashers, but that's fake. We don't care about that too much. And with the Sentry down, I think we'll see Ellesmere go for this same tech again here. He's going to Shadow Meld out of combat once he's far enough away here. Ooh, are we good? Are we out of combat? Hello? Waiting for Haas to fall off, potentially?
Yeah, possibly that Grove Guardian, or maybe now being targeted by one of these seeds is causing him to stay in combat.
Maybe waiting for them to snap down before before getting the meld off. Either way, able to get the meld off, going to be running into and melee range aggroing these without taking damage.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
I think what may have happened there was the swarm jumping.
Yeah.
You saw the adaptive swarm jump off of Ellesmere onto those mobs. And I think that is probably going to slow Hope down to the point that it's maybe worth just pulling the trigger on a restart.
This is a reset.
Point. Yeah. Here's the problem. There's only 32 minutes left in our day. That's a 32-minute dungeon. I think that might have cost them one extra run unless they are able to do it with some minutes to spare.
I think as long as they get the dungeon done today, it's mostly fine. But I will say it's not... having to reset that key, not having any advantage during overtime is a bit of a problem for sure.
We'll have to see. I mean, if they can get it done at like 30 minutes, maybe they have a chance here.
Dude, look at this next little bit from Mist Count after they kill off Iridius. Obviously, you guys were talking about the Iridius split, but they're the only team that's running up that platform and not doing the frog hallway this weekend. But look at how they get up there. Like, Kira, like, double jumps and they'll, like, Warnstone rescue grip, like, the entire squad, like, across it. It's kind of crazy how they get everybody up, and so they're able to save, like, 15 seconds doing it this way. Because if you just, like, hand time the difference between left side and right side running, it's like you lose 30 seconds, and so they're able to save some time there.
Love the alternate entrance being used by Terrazet to get back to the group there after... dying.
This is what we were talking about earlier.
This is the thing. Other teams aren't used to their players just dying randomly all the time, but Dratno's guild team, they are forged in the fires of Terrasant dying to all kinds of stuff all the time, so they know all the runbacks like the back of their hand.
It's insane that he sat up just to flame his team.
Oh, that's right. Nothing I love more than a good opportunity to flame my guildies. All right, so we've got them working on this Ravager pull. How's the timer looking for Dratno's guild team? I think it's okay, right? Croth at 10:08. That's probably right around where you need it to be to get this done timeable. Yeah,
it's about 20 seconds faster than what Mist Count were in their 21. So.
Oh, I just went back and looked at what Terrasant died to. That's
dude, this pull by Mist Count. This pull by Mist Count in the bottom right is insane. AJ needs to make sure that he's able to stay alive. Like, you'll see him, like, bear weaving and stuff like that, or pre-press defensives, because the shock troopers can just, like, 100-0 you.
All right, Echo in the meantime, up in the top left, having killed off the Gulping Goliath, sub 19 minutes on that Gulping Goliath split. They are making very quick time in this Halls of Infusion, getting started with this Proto-Dragon pull. All right, so we have gotten some logs for the Mana Fiend Mind Control for Hope as Ellesmere goes down for them on the first pull. It only did about 4 million damage to the other mobs there while it was MC'd. But it did cause those mobs to lose a lot of mana. So maybe them losing that mana is actually something valuable. Maybe that's the reason that they do that MC, is just to drain the mana from all those mobs and reduce the cast. I'm not sure.
I wonder if they just like completely stop casting if they're something
What is
weird.
the damage taken by Arcane Missile? If that drops to 0, then we've solved
Yeah,
the
if they
case.
can stop it from casting a bunch of missiles, that is probably phenomenal for them. Meanwhile, Jif heading into a 20 Azure Vault, having a death early in Laymore here, but they do have a battle res available. Looks like all of our teams settling into what may be their final runs of the day. I think Hope at this point do not have enough time to finish more than one more run. Drano's guild team, Echo and Mistcount, do have the potential to finish their current runs and start another, though. So this actually could be very bad news if you are a Hope fan out there. The fact that they weren't able to get this Azure Academy started on the first attempt may well cost them a point at the end of the day here.
Halls of Infusion for Echo here, I think that they need to have... Oh my god, Miras. They need to have Kajin killed off by about the 26-minute mark. And they're having a couple deaths here. This isn't looking great. Mandatory in their...
Team.
Oh my god,
no.
Drano's guild team wiping.
They are done for sure. This is a reset this key. All right, so that's -1 point that they can potentially earn today as well. Whatever keystone they decide to head to next will be their last possible timeable key of the day. There is not enough time left in the day to put up 2 points for them. So, tragedy for the DGT. Meanwhile, Hope starting it up once more. Ellesmere sneaking through. Getting ahead of the group onto that platform. Looks like they have enough time to try this a couple of times before they have a bunch of time left in their day now, right? There's no more pressure to get this going on the first try because they have lost. No matter what happens, they only get one more key timed today.
I feel like teams have been more consistent with the snap this weekend than they were last weekend. I don't know why.
Yeah, it seems like it's usually been working out. Like, maybe it's an affix difference. Last weekend we had Volcanic, so maybe people were getting Volcanic, and that was leading to getting hit by the seeds because you're getting, griefed by more swirlies and stuff. I'm not sure. Maybe they've just found some way to make it a little bit more consistent. Beautiful Ring of Frost from Smacked for Hope is going to cause all of those Eagles to be safely CC'd as they snap over.
Zalia's just him, casting Wrath on Kajin.
That's
just
good.
wrathing the boss there a couple times.
Yeah,
21 Tyrannical Kajin.
Tree of Life gives you those instant rats as well. That's big value. Start blasting those in.
He was hard casting it before the Tree of Life for Rocky. Yeah, it was crazy.
Look at the wards being given to the Shadow Priest just for a little bit of extra BSL uptime, just for a little bit of extra damn, just allowing him to pop off. Love that play. Now with the Incorporeal alive, the boss is going to be doing a little bit less damage, provide a little bit of a reprieve here. Zalia can maybe get a little bit of extra damage out here as well. Everyone's nice and healthy for them, man, and the mana bar is pretty healthy for Zalia as well.
If they can get this boss killed off by like 25-30, we are big chillin' for Echo, being able to time this key.
Yeah, they are looking so good here. They've already hit that Lust as well, so no Lust pressure. They'll definitely get another Lust at a nice spot on Primal Tsunami if they want one. They may even be fast enough that they won't have a huge amount of time for that. Forgy down for Dratnos Guild Team during their Lust. Looks like they're maybe just going to take this opportunity. Right? Yeah, you can see Cryptic's blinking to the side, starting to cast that Town Portal. They're just going to throw this one back and try it again. Hope also on their first pull. Finishing it up now. They've gotten that sentry dead. They'll be snapping the rest. Ellesmere trying to land the meld. This time it looks a lot more... Actually, doesn't even need to meld. Nice. Gets in range. Struggling to actually get them aggroed. Yeah. You don't want to get too close, of course, because then you might just get autoed in cat form. One of the forms you want to get autoed in the least.
Zalia's just like sustaining 900 HPS on this fight. What is going on over there?
Still diff.
That 21 Tyrannical does have a very high HPS requirement. But Zalia, I mean, Resto Druid is so well suited for this damage pattern, right? It's perfect for it.
His mana is starting to get a little bit low, but you do end up playing Innervate and Tree of Life for here, so you just like play full healing build. Zalia even running that Fire Act trinket. That's crazy.
Yeah, strong option defensively here. You're talking about the Rage Heart, right? Not the...
Yeah, he's running Rage Heart, yeah. Which you see sometimes. It's not super common to see both Rage Heart and Ward ran by healers. It is ran sometimes. But in a dungeon like this, you're, again, playing full defensively to be able to heal this fight, because that's going to be the limiting factor, is your healer's ability to be able to get this fight dealt with.
I mean, Rage Heart gets you a lot of value on 3 of the bosses, right? Everything except for Gulp and Goliath. And even on Gulp and Goliath, you just press it for value on the Toxic Effluvia cast, and you're getting some nice value.
Is that how that word works?
That is how that word works, yep.
Okay. Ooh, people procking their cheat now for Echo, too. This is gonna be tough. Dude, their timer's not looking great. Again, the 26 mark is like, we're barely timing this key. If not,
okay
we might...
still. I
Honestly,
feel like...
Procking the cheats here is great, though. This is the perfect time to proc them. It's a full heal, back to full HP. It's going to get consumed on the first Tempest on Primal Tsunami anyways, right? So why not just let it pop?
That's true. The 26 minute, though, was on a slightly faster affix set. I guess Spiteful doesn't really slow you down from
It
here on
shouldn't
out.
slow them down at the end of this dungeon. And also...
Incorporeal's slightly slower, though.
Echo pressed their 3rd Bloodlust nice and early as well, so they will get it whenever they want it on Primal Tsunami.
This is going to be tight. This is an incredibly tight key, though.
Yeah.
But look at Miscount. Miscount's Gulp and Goliath split. They are like they're pacing much faster than Echo.
20 seconds faster. Miscount are zooming through this dungeon. Miscount also on a 0 death run, notably, whereas Echo do have 2 of those on the board. They have another 8.5 minutes to stop the clock here, so they do need to be quick in this bridge area for sure.
You're going to be kicking yourself a little bit if you're Echo and you're not able to get this 21 dealt with because of those 2 deaths. That would be really bad.
They did save the 2 minutes at the end of the boss here, so everything's up for this pull. The Gather is obviously the scariest part here. Got to keep an eye on now here. He's going to be taking a ton of damage while he's gathering these up, but once it's all stacked together, he should be safe. Looks like they've got it all together. The 2s are ready. Got to dot everything up. Looks like they have it all stacked, and now you can pump out the AoE CC and keep your tank alive. Through the scariest part of the pull here, next Deep Chill is the next big damage event here, but they've got the Master Spell ready for that, so I think Echo... If they can get through this quickly, spawn the mini-boss quick and get through that, they're setting themselves up for a potential time here. But again, timer's going to be really, really tight.
What do they need for the last boss? 5 minutes?
I'd say 4:30 to be safe.
Okay, 4:30 with Lust, I guess.
It is tyrannical, but yeah, that boss went from being one of the longest fights to one of the ones that you can do a little bit more quickly ever since it was changed to only do 1 intermission. Mm-hmm. It's going to rely on them doing the intermission quickly, though. They get there quick. Nobody gets griefed by the run back, right? By the gauntlet section of that fight. And
the Crims run
kick
back.
All the mobs instantly, right? Like get them all grouped up. Waste no time on setting that up. Usually, I think that with this composition, like you have enough stops that you can afford to be a little bit inefficient with them. You just need to get damage started on all the mobs instantly.
They haven't even killed off the Aqua Rager that spawns the mini boss yet. That Aqua Rager is starting to get a little bit lower. They focused down the trash. Now the Aqua Rager dies off and they immediately pull the mini boss.
Yeah, so we're thinking about 2 minutes for them to pull this boss and still be okay. It is definitely going to be tight. This is a mini boss that has a lot of health, even on Tyrannical.
Yeah, this mini boss has a lot of health, and you also lose a couple of casts too. So you can maintain 40 yards of range. And be able to cast on the boss permanently, or the mini-boss permanently, but whenever your tank has to move the mini-boss around to dodge the waves, it's difficult to maintain that 40 yards because that inundate cast is the 40-yard range.
There's an optimization question here as well for cooldown usage. This mini-boss is at 70%-ish. 2 minutes come up in 10 seconds, but for overall key timing, I don't think you can press them. I think you have to save them for the start of the boss here. You need to push that boss quickly.
Dude, I hate that.
Get the intermission back. And it's just not... It doesn't feel good, but look at the timer left. They have 6 minutes left on the key. They're only going to get 3 more presses anyways.
I worry that...
Never mind. They pressed instantly.
I just worried that their Kajin split wasn't good enough to be able to time this key. That's still kind of where I'm like really worried about is that third boss split just not fast enough.
Yeah,
well, this is actually really important.
Okay.
This is really important. Pressing the 2s here is extremely important for timing the key. That only means they're going to get 2 2-minute presses for the rest of the fight here. They might get one at the end of Phase 1, and they'll get one press of them in Phase 2 with the Bloodlust, but that's it. I think if you save the 2s there, you can pop them on pull on the boss and still get 2 more presses throughout the fight. I think that was a mistake from Echo just now.
Yeah, they would need to press it within the next minute and 20 seconds, right, if they want to get 3 more total presses. Probably within the next minute. But yeah, like you said, on pull would work. They would be pulling the boss a little bit later, right? They'd probably be pulling the boss maybe 10 seconds later, maybe 15.
He pressed
But
at
yeah, it would
exactly
still be good.
29, so he's only going to get 2 more.
Yeah.
Okay, I think with
They'll
less
come
5
up
minutes
at
is
the end
fine.
of the key.
Right.
I think with less 5 minutes is okay. This is going to be really tight, though.
It'll be tight. I think they can do it, though.
Yeah, that is going to be extremely vital for Echo. If they can put this on the board, they will secure themselves a top 2 finish at the end of our day at least, give themselves great positioning going into Sunday.
Dude.
If they deplete this key, not only is it bad for their scoreboard, but it's also just bad for the, like, for the vibes, right? It's bad for the momentum. It's bad for the, you put yourself in a position where there's a key that other teams can time that you can't, at least right away. And that's something that Echo rarely find themselves in that position.
Not to derail the conversation a little bit, but Miscount actually having really bad shard placement, just very unlucky with some of where their safe spots for their shards are, having to do like massive moves and get out of the efflorescence. I wonder if AJ's mana is going to be okay.
Yeah,
of
you can
replacing
see
with
the
yeah.
AJ a little bit lower on mana than the boss is on health, which is that's an easy way to sort of eyeball whether mana is fine or sketchy. Does the mana bar, is it bigger than the health bar of the boss? And right now
They do have
they're
Lust
about the
pressed
same.
now.
I think it'll be okay for Miscount. I mean, they do still have a bunch of defensives coming up or available. There's a Zephyr available. There's going to be more defensives that they can use as needed towards the end of this fight. Plus, healers can always make it work, right? Like, they can stretch out that last 10% of their mana bar if they really have to.
Yeah.
This is part of the problem with what I was talking about with the cooldown timing for Echo. They just now pressed their 2s. The Void Torrent was cast. That's going to last for about 40 seconds. He's not going to get full use of those 2s here. They're going to push the boss at 60%, and he's going to be ported back to the back of the bridge with like 15 seconds left on Void Form. That's like a big loss of damage here, and if they do end up barely being able to time this key, or not time this key, that could be the game changer for them. So let's see. They really need to make sure, oh no, Miraz is on his own. This is not good. He could get stuck behind waves here. We got to focus in on Miraz here. Is he going to get good at wave RNG or bad RNG? Let's hope for good RNG for his sake here.
He does have to stop for a second here. Dodging out to the side.
Guys, AJ's
okay.
going Guys,
Looks like
AJ's
he's
going
good.
in the bottom right.
Okay, so 20% on Kajin for Miscount in the bottom right. AJ still has a little bit of mana. I still see blue on that bar. I think he'll be okay. Tree of Life activated, the wild growth.
It's kind of like when your car's low on gas, right? And you're like, nah, I don't need to go to the gas station. I can go for a couple more miles. He's chilling.
Yeah, exactly.
He's
Mana
good.
bars they're manufactured to say they're empty before they actually are. It's a known fact, yeah.
True. Heart attack! No,
down
dies
for
to the
Miscount.
frontal.
Oh no. That is not good. That's going to cost them time and mana. Sketchy.
I want to point something out. Mandatory's kill on Primal Tsunami last week was 456. Echo killed pulled this boss with pretty much 5 minutes flat on the board here.
Yeah.
This is going to be tight, especially with the missing time on the 2-minute usages here. Echo get one more press. It's going to be with Lust, but still, it's a 21 Tyrannical boss. Do they have to damage to pull this out? They don't have any room for mistakes.
Miscount is wiping, dude.
Oh no, Miscount also wiping here too. This is terrible for them.
If they can kill the boss, if they can kill the boss, then their timer's still fine to be able to time the key. But now it's just Yargi and Kira. The darkness got repressed. If the boss dies, their timer's okay. They can get everybody rezzed up and still be able to time this key. But this is really sus. Oh my god.
Gingy also cauterizing for Echo. Both teams are in such a tremendously dangerous spot here. Echo only have a minute and 25 seconds as Miscount do land the kill there. They are going to get the res, so they will have time left in their key. They're still actually ahead of where Echo's timer at. We've got to focus in on Echo now as Lust is still rolling. Gingy's cauterize has been activated. There's now 70 seconds left for them to deal 30% of the boss's HP. There comes Zephyr for this next Tempest Fury. Now actually use Shadow Meld to immune or prevent one of the tank mechanics earlier as well, saving them a little bit of time, a little bit of damage as they keep on working as best they can on the boss here. 55 seconds. Next Focus Deluge coming out here on now. Big damage, but he can't afford to get healed too much. Zalia, one regrowth, and then I'm back into cat form here. Needs to keep focusing on that damage. 13%, 40 seconds left. I think they've got this.
Damn
it's going
slow,
to be very
though.
close.
It's going to slow
out of
down a
CDs.
ton. Their Lust ran out, their cooldowns ran out. They've only got the combustion from Gingy rolling here. This boss is going to trickle to the end, and it looks like they might just barely be able to make it. This is going to be sub 15 seconds on the timer.
5%.
I think they got it. I think they're going to have it.
5% every 5 seconds. They are ahead of that timer right now. They're going to do it. They've done it. Echo with 15 seconds to spare. Put the Primal Tsunami back into the water. That is a big result for Echo. They needed that timer to be still competing for that first place spot.
Kira died to the ice shard. Oh my god. Miscount's wiping.
Nope, they've got the res.
I know, they got the res.
Kira's in the water. Kira's in the water. Kira's in the water.
Oh,
They called it. They called it. That had to be on purpose. They called it. That with the tank going down there, that's just... There's no way you can recover that, unfortunately. That's miscount. And, you know, with that run just now, Echo take the lead. They're in the outright lead right now. They're an entire dungeon ahead of miscount. One day of competition really can swing things.
My predictions, man.
So Echo are at 104 points. Miscount are at 102, but they do still have 2 chests on their board. So if Bracken 22 is possible, then the teams are maybe at best tied now for Miscount. But yeah, Echo have just done such a great job there. We'll see if they can put one more point on their board to really stamp this day with their logo. Miscount do have time to restart that Halls and try it once more, but unfortunately, that means now that they've probably spent 90 minutes of the first 10 hours of this competition working on Halls 21 without anything to show for it.
This cross split for Hope is not looking great, but remember, they do snap additional trash that nobody else pulls in. We want to see what the Veximus split is going to look like for them, and comparing them to the other teams that have already done the 21 Algathar Academy, I think we're looking at wanting something like a 19 Veximus kill, which Hope is well on pace for.
Echo's going to 21 Ruby. Echo's going to 21 Ruby. That'll be big if they're able to time that first attempt. Or they have a couple of tries at like the first couple of pulls, which is important.
Yeah.
That Defiler Draghar Juggernaut pull is a bit sketch. So if you're able to get through that, then you can see towards the middle ring trash. It's unfortunate that the main focal point of difficulty in this dungeon is the second boss. But if Echo is able to one-shot this dungeon, that sets them up nicely for tomorrow.
Big question is, which spec is Gingy playing? And he has teched in the Frost Mage. They liked seeing what they saw from Miscount yesterday, and they're pulling it in.
It's crazy that we just have the 96 bulls in the bottom left-hand corner of our screen.
That's a reference not a lot of people are going to get.
Not a lot of people do. All right.
Not a lot of people in our stream are going to get, I should say.
True.
All right.
Also, we're coming up on the last 10 minutes for the teams to enter their dungeon, so they're going to have to be looking here at their last runs. But, I mean, Tuttles, this has been wild seeing this back and forth between Miscount and Echo. Miscount is stumbling a little bit, but, I mean, obviously they're still right up there at the top. How are you feeling about how this is panning out?
Well, their timer in the halls is good. It's more just like execution down the stretch. You know, that Kajin wipe was like really, really unfortunate, and I think that starts to have them panic. And oh my God, Dratna's guild team wiping in this Alg Academy.
This Veximus area is proving to be the bane of their existence. That is another 15 minutes down the drain. The good news is they couldn't start another key anyways after this, so as long as they still successfully time a key at the end of the day, this won't cost them, but they are running out of time to get a run started now. There are 10 minutes left in our day as Miscount having their first pull of the 21 Halls retry here. Also go wrong, also having to hearth out. Basically every run we're looking at now, teams can win at most one more key of today. There's not enough time to finish any of these and start another keystone. The closest team would be Hope, but even then they don't have enough time to finish this and start another one, I don't think.
The Veximus split for Hope, good. 17-11 is fantastic. We're looking at mid-19s for other teams, but something to point out is at this point in the key when Veximus goes down, Hope's route has them 15% count less than other teams. So we really want to look at when this particular pull dies to compare that to other teams' Veximus' split. So if they're able to get this pull dead by around the 1930 mark, they're on pace to get this key timed as long as they don't have any major issues for the rest of the key.
What in the world is this pull for Hope?
Just where they get their count, I guess. This also lets them abuse that mind control that we saw earlier, if that is actually like a part of their strategy for the rest of the key. I would imagine it stops Mystic Blasts from going off, stops Surges from going off, stops a lot of stuff from going off if you use it wisely here.
I have DM Yips about this later.
We need to have a conversation with him. We did look at the logs there, but it's like really hard to actually tell what's going on when you're playing telephone and not looking at the logs yourself. It looks like the missile damage fell off a cliff, but still not 100% sure what actually happened.
Apparently what might be happening here is that the Mana Void damage is attributed to the environment rather than to the Mana Fiend, which is making it hard to detect in the logs.
I can believe that.
Yeah, apparently it does do a sizable chunk of DPS, so that, I believe, is the rationale for this, rather than... Because I don't think you would bother doing all that work for defensive benefit against arcane missiles when you can just stand behind those mobs to avoid them hitting you as well. Obviously, if it saves some damage in your tank, that's nice, but I don't think that's worth the time loss.
So what, you would have to just check enemy damage taken and then find it from
like that.
source or something like that? Yeah, that makes sense.
Environmental damage is notoriously hard to find.
Ooh, Gigi going down.
Logs don't like attributing that to anything. It's pretty tough to deal with. But like we were talking about, Hope was able to get that trash pack down and get their count on par with other teams at about the 1910 mark. So all things considered, if they're able to keep Overgrown Ancient, the trash afterwards, and Echo clean with minimal Sanguine Healing, minimal mistakes, they should be able to get this 21 Algathar Academy done, which is huge for the implications of the third place race versus Dratnos Guild team.
Yeah, this is very important runs that we're watching for Hope and Dratnos Guild team in particular. These are the two teams that are in the danger of not making it to Global Finals at this point, right? We think both Echo and Mist Count have looked so strong and are more than likely going to be our number 1 and number 2s at the end of the weekend. But Mist Count have been kind of throwing away this hour. Echo wiping in this 21 Ruby as well. So not going to be one-shotting it like Mist Count did.
It's crazy that it's crazy that Gingy is playing Frost now, bailing on fire.
Yeah, I mean, maybe just looking at Mist Count's results in that Ruby and thinking like, oh, this is making Kokia much faster, much safer, right? This is killing those Blazebound Destroyers, perhaps, especially well.
Yeah, I
feel
really
like
looking at all of the things that it does in this key, like we've been talking about all day, the differences between Frost and Fire are, for the most part, in terms of damage profiles, extremely minimal. They both do focus single target damage with solid AoE. Frost might have a little higher cap on AoE, Fire might do a little more focus, but at the end of the day, the thing that Frost really stands out on are kind of two things, right? 2 target cleave damage and mob control. Having that extra mob control for massive pulls is really useful, and it'll help them get this first pull done, I think, a little bit more efficiently once it's all stacked, especially if now finds himself needing to kite at the end of the pull.
Yeah, in the meantime, we do have Mist Count in the top right, successfully executing their first pull of the dungeon, and finishing off now the second pull, keeping these demoralizing shouts from going off. Dratnos Guild team in the bottom right, 4 minutes into a Algathar Academy, so they have successfully started the first pull. We'll see if this is the run where they can survive the Veximus area, because now their last 2 deep runs have ended in the Veximus area in some way or another. Echo attempting another shot at this 21 Ruby life pools. They get a nice big first pull grouped up. And it is Hope that we'll be finishing off Overgrown Ancient. Doing it any time before that 24-minute marker is really, I think, the benchmark for safety on having enough time left in the key, right?
I love at the bottom left. It's really subtle, but Click's actually rescuing Mirez to bring him forward while Mirez is trying to Vamp Touch every single mob in this pack is important, because you can only Shadow Crash 8 targets, and this pull is, 20 some odd mobs. And so rescuing him forward allows him to really ramp his damage a lot faster. And look at how much damage he's doing. He's doing like 6 million DPS to this pull. That is like, Click's rescue was probably the single most valuable global that entire pull.
Yeah, it's a very common thing you want to do with a Shadow Priest, right? It's just, if you can give them 5 globals with a life grip or a rescue or something, I guess not a life grip, but a rescue, something like that, that is absolutely worth doing.
Bring back reverse life grip. Remember when you could grip yourself to somebody? Oh, that was great.
Okay, so there goes Yips with that Dominate Mind once again, bringing this Mana Fiend in. We think, again, for that Mana Void, that the damage of which is tough to be sure exactly how much it is. Gingy, for Echo, does get rezzed. So that's just -1 B res. It looks like died maybe to the Is that just the ground effect there?
That's just
That's the ground effect dot, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Gotta be careful.
This Juggernaut is healthy, though.
Yeah.
What is going on here? That should
You
be
just
one
take
of the
that
first
thing
mobs to
forward?
die.
That's okay, yeah, it's alright. We'll just keep bringing it with us. It's
I guess
not
if they're
too
focusing
deadly, right?
Dragar, it's not that bad, yeah.
Yeah.
Just looking at all this trash, it looks like Hope grabs more Invokers than any other team. Oh, look at that. They're actually leaving them the Sigil of Misery while Yips is casting on them with the... with that Mana Void.
Yeah, I think they just want to get
Yeah.
everything nice and grouped
I think
up.
they're ooming them. I do think they're ooming them and then making the Invokers not cast. We'll be able to tell here in just a couple of seconds whenever the poll actually gets started. But
Yeah,
I
don't
think
see
that
the
those
Mana Feed
Invokers are going to be
actually
oomed.
casting right now. It does look like they are waiting for something. Redominate Mind coming out.
It's casting, for sure.
There goes
They've
another
got him
cast,
landslid
yeah.
now. And if they're able to get all of their count in this one pull because of this ooming mechanic, that's massive here.
This looks
that makes the pull
painfully
that much
slow.
easier. It is slow, but if you remove the difficulty of dying, that means you can spend your
right.
entire brain power on
The
making
Invokers
sure
aren't
you just
casting
don't
at
let
all.
Sanguine Healing go off. Yeah, there's no missiles going out.
There's literally 0 missiles. There's no more bombs. Okay, maybe there's some Astral Bombs that are being
bombs
cast, it looks
happening.
like.
The bombs are fine. They don't do anything. Right?
I
They
haven't
do-
seen a
they do
single
very
missile.
minimal damage. There's
Look
no
at look at
missiles.
this. There's no missiles. The Invokers are actually just moving after they cast the bomb, even. This looks slow. Maybe it's sick.
I don't know. We'll have to see. It comes down to the Sanguine management, right? They had a ton of Sanguine management going. What is going on with Yips right now? Why is he so big? Oh man, he's about to pop up the meters here. Look at him climb. Look at the Shadow Priest damage. He's got the Restorer shield on himself. Oh man, this is crazy.
Double PI. Plus
I
lust.
wish we could watch his perspective and see all of those shadowy apparitions that I'm sure are just blasting
that's
out
why-
of him into those mobs.
That's why he's ADing back and forth to spread the
Yes.
apparitions. It's required as a Shadow Priest to
It's
spread
because
the apparitions.
You can't see your feet on a pole this big. You're scared that there's going to be something there that'll kill you, even though there's nothing on this pole
like
that
what
will
the
do
Sanguine?
that.
Yeah. I might trip on some Sanguine.
Yeah.
Ooh, Dorky prox now has neither cheat available to him, is in some danger. You can see they're going to spread these mobs and try and stop them from getting to him. Looks like
I guess
still
this
no
is
missiles
also-
being cast here.
I will say no more missiles being cast on this pole is really nice because then you're going to be able to get the Sanguine managed a lot easier because those mobs are only ever casting that bomb. And so you should be able to get like better knocks and more consistent movement.
It does
70
look like
million so far, so good.
it's
Remember
not just
Echo
the
at
mana as well. It
200
is
here.
doing big damn as Echo wiping once again. They are going to restart this key one more time, but we are running out of time in our day to start a new key. 2 minutes left to get a new key going. Echo will be able to get one more started, but these are pretty soon going to become final runs. Not much time left for another wipe for any of our teams here. They've got to clutch it out
wow.
if they want to put more points on the board.
So
I think Hope looked
looking
on it. This is the
looking at
count.
it
They've
from-
got the pull done.
looking at the damage from it from logs, it looks like it does about 80 million damage whenever you have it
That's
MC'd,
pretty
which
good.
isn't. I mean,
Is it worth the time of setting it up?
it's
Maybe
it's a
not.
Resto Druid's worth of DPS. Like, do you consider a Resto Druid to be a lot of damage in that pull?
Well, you don't consider a Rest Druid to be a lot of damage in that pull normally because you can't do it all in one pull normally.
That's well, okay. The all-in-one pull part is definitely the key variable there for sure.
Yeah, I think that is definitely the biggest value. Plus, it is adding extra DPS, which
The damage
you're
is-
right. It definitely comes with a lot of setup time, but it also seems to be pretty safe. Although saying that, it did certainly cost Dorky his cheat, so maybe it's not the safest thing in the world.
It looks slow just with the eye test, but maybe it's like super sick because you're able to convert that all into one pull. And I think the Sanguine management thing is a big
the
deal.
mobs not casting so that they move for Sanguine is also really nice.
Yeah.
The keen chatter might realize that Hope have 99.1% count, but you can see that little restorer there with the moon marker on its head, giving
The
them
keener
those
chatter.
spell haste buff. The keener chatter will notice. Yeah, exactly. They've got that mob mind controlled, giving them those haste buffs to make sure the boss doesn't last too much longer. They pulled the boss with 5 minutes left on the timer. This should be in the bag for them. It's a 21 fortified key, which should only last. This boss, what would you say, like 4 minutes flat is a pretty solid time, even with the buff from the Restorer, so should be fine here. Just have to make sure they don't have any bad overlaps with bombs, plus the random bolt that the boss does as well. Don't want Ellesmere to run over your DPS with the AoE, but while we're speaking of that, Yips does actually get cleaved by that energy bomb. That's a death from them, and one of their battle res is gone.
Yeah, timer is still looking fine for Hope, but the risk of wiping has gone up. Losing Yips as well means that Restorer will be breaking out of his mind control for a little while until he's ready to re-dominate Mind It. Looks like maybe they're just going to cleave it down from here. Would be nice to get a couple more.
No, there's no way.
Seems a
There's
little
no way.
early for that, but maybe
Yeah.
they just are. I don't know.
Oh my god,
see.
AJ dying for missed count as a Watcher Iridius goes down. They do have a really good Watcher Iridius split though. 10-01, even with having to.
It's not as good as they usually
battle.
get, but it is still, it's better than every other team gets. Yeah.
Exactly. That's kind of the important part, right? Like most teams are getting like 10:30, 10:45 or something like that. So they're still par for the course for being able to time the key. It isn't the fastest thing ever. And
Dranos
also,
Guild Team, oh no, once again
oh,
making
dude,
their way
this
to
run
the Veximus
is this run
area.
final? Are these
This
runs
is
all
a final
final?
run. Yeah, there's not enough time to start another one here.
Oh my
Echo,
God.
also, just immediately after we pass over that runs are final threshold, immediately they are going to be done for the day. So 104 will be the high watermark any of our teams reach. Missed count still playing to catch up to that. Dranos Guild Team have recovered and are going to keep this 21 keystone going, but they certainly would like to restart. They just don't have the option anymore.
Well, their cross split's actually pretty good. Like they're a bit further under where you need to be for the cross split. They actually didn't lust this pull though, which is I would describe as atypical, especially since this pull has been the pull that's been wiping them over and over again, right?
Yeah, this is the hard part for sure for them.
Forgy going down as well. This is just not going well for them. But this is the last run of the day. They have to keep going.
Yeah, just got to keep trying.
They
do have
don't
two
expend a
reses.
battle res. They don't expend a battle res. He released, so just miscommunication there. Timbermaw just got back. Maybe didn't think Timbermaw would be back in time to get the res off. Just unfortunate circumstances for them.
Maybe
Meanwhile,
he can slow
open the
fall
top
over.
left.
Yeah.
You probably could mount and levitate to get to the alternate entrance area that we saw Terrasant in earlier. I was going to say, hope their damage kind of slid to a halt after that Yips death there, but with the, with the 2-minute press, they've caught back up.
Guys.
Oh no.
Guys.
Oh no, you guys.
Oh, they're all in.
Oh no.
It is over.
This is oh no. So okay, so what happened there was Forgy was running back, ran through those mobs, and then he died, but somehow he got the rest of the group in combat before he died. So then they snapped on over and joined the rest of the group, killing them off, ending their day in a disappointing, I would say, 102 points, given that they did have the last hour to put another point on the board and just failed to do so.
Echo going to tie it up at 102 points, though. And that's big news for tomorrow.
Hope are tying it up
or
as
Hope.
well.
I said Echo. Hope, yes. This is the one that's on the screen right here.
Yep, there it is. So they moved to 102 points, and they actually do have the time tiebreak right now, putting them in third place by 1 minute and 47 seconds over Dranos Guild Team. Meanwhile, missed count, they are playing now for the difference between 102 and 104 points at the end of the day. This is our last important run of the day. Jif are currently in an Azure Vault, but no matter the result of that keystone, they will be eliminated at the end of our day, unfortunately. So it all comes down to this 21 Halls of Infusion for missed count. This is like
I have great
fourth
news.
big attempt at this.
I have great news. They are through probably the hardest part of this dungeon, though. You probably look at Kajen and you're like, oh wow, that is the hardest part of this dungeon. No, I think their first 10 minutes of this dungeon are just insanely hard. Particularly with the apex of it being this pull right here. Whenever they're able to get through this pull without any deaths, that's like big news for them. And missed count going to be able to get a great Gulp and Goliath split because of it.
I have a question, and I do not know the answer to this, so I hopefully one of you two has enough healer knowledge to actually answer this question.
No, I can make some stuff up. Sure, go ahead.
I played Wrestler Druid this
sounds
season.
Great. Let's do it. What was the difference, or if there is any that you can tell, between Zalia and AJ's healing on Kajin? Because while we were watching Echo do the 21 Tyrannical Kajin, Zalia was peaking at almost 900k HPS and holding steady at like 860k, but when we noticed miscount in their previous run that they failed on the bridge afterwards, AJ seemed like he was kind of struggling at around the 770k mark. Is that just a matter of only healing enough and letting your team deal with the extra HPS, or maybe he's playing more offensively? What do you think the difference is there between the two teams?
Yeah, go ahead, Tettles. You can explain it, sure. I'll let you have this one.
Yeah, I was pulling up their builds real quick to see if there was
Not a
anything
huge
that was,
difference. I think it's the Fire
majorly
Axe
different.
versus Ominous Chromatic Essence, but I don't think that changes necessarily too much.
I was looking at the resto
HPS,
builds. So both of them are playing long rejuve, which makes sense for healing a fight like Kajen. It's very it's not frequent that you actually take improved rejuvenation, but it does make sense on a fight like Kajin because you're looking for mana efficiency, and whenever you're actually in that Tree of Life, you actually press rejuvenation, which is not something you typically do in M+ because it's not super mana efficient. Both of the Resto Druids are playing that Tree of Life. They're playing a very similar build. They're both playing Innervate. Virtually everything's identical with their builds. It's something that I kind of pointed out whenever the fight was happening, though, is Mist Count was getting really bad shard placement, and they had to like move across the room multiple times, and that set AJ really far behind. And so whenever you're healing as a Resto Druid, a lot of your healing is like verdancy inside of your efflorescence, including like Spring Blossoms and stuff like that. And so you actually get a lot of value by having all 5 players stacked in that Efflo permanently, and having to move out of it is like a pretty big HPS loss. But it's probably mostly Zalia's hair, if I had to guess.
I think the HPS can be a little misleading as well, because if nobody dies in your group, it kind of doesn't matter what your HPS is, right? Like, if people are pressing their defensives more often, or, you know, if somebody's playing like Blink Shield and somebody else isn't, and if somebody's playing more Verse and somebody else isn't, right? Like, there's more HPS to do, for instance, if you're playing with people that aren't playing with Verse, right? But either way, if everybody's health bar is staying topped, then you know, you're doing your job, right? And like, the difference might just be that there's some overhealing on one side versus not on the other. Ultimately, it comes down to like, first of all, is anybody dying? And second of all, is anybody in enough danger that they're being forced to press defensive globals, right? Like, is your Shadow Priest being forced to press Flash Heal, for instance? If the answer to that is yes, then you're not doing enough HPS, right? But if the answer to that is no, then it kind of doesn't matter whether you're doing 800k or 900k HPS. It's kind of the same thing.
The Shadow Priests on both sides were pressing Flash Heal to make sure that they were maintaining that DR on themselves. Yeah. But like, I will say they had to burn the darkness at a time that they didn't want to for Mist Count as well, which is like, it looked like it set AJ really far behind, which is why his mana was concerning. I didn't really think the HPS was like that worrisome though.
That was the reason I posed the question, because at the end of the day, right, I mean, healing has always kind of come down to being called a zero-sum game, where there's only so much healing that can be done, right? You're only taking a certain amount of damage throughout the fight, and it comes down to pressing DRs to fill the bars after the damage occurs. And that's why I was wondering, you know, is Zalia doing that extra HPS preventing globals from other players to top their own bars? And if that's the case, is that what's allowing Echo to go faster at that section of the dungeon?
This might sound insane, but I don't know if AJ's played Resto Druid like recently, right? It's been a while since we've had like a really strong Resto Druid meta. Especially for like high key content, Resto Druid just hasn't been super popular since. And I think that high keys have actually become like a lot more popular, and the competition is a lot more stiff to the point where I think this is like the first real Resto Druid pushing like event that we've seen in a really long time, basically since like EFA or something like that.
Yeah, it has been priests and paladins for a lot of the TGPs in the past, that's for sure.
I mean, dude, so like, I don't know, Zalia probably has just a lot more experience playing Resto Druid. AJ talks about how he doesn't like Resto Druid that much and doesn't feel super comfortable playing it. I think it also might be a comfort thing. Mode put up about 820, 830k in Cup A, and meanwhile Zalia's just like taking both of them to Gapplebees for like 2 for 20 anytizers type situation.
No, that was perfect. Jiff having issues on the Umbral Skull, though AB goes down. They're able to get the battle res off. Can he regain the aggro? Okay, they're going to be fine. One more set of crystals for them to cap off their run here as we salute them as the team that's going to be knocked out today. Can they get one more in the bag? Would love to see them get it done.
Yeah, it looks like they are on pace. They do have that last spawn of crystals here. A lot of damage coming out on the group. Raven doing her best to keep everybody up through this. Johnny gonna go down. Does get the res. No, the res does not come through. Raven down as well now.
Oh,
we have broken the shield on the hardened crystal at least, but we now we need to kill all of these before the fracture cast finish.
I don't think we can.
I have bad news. I have very bad news. All 4 stacks of that dot are now going on the entire group here. That is going to be it for Jiff.
No.
After a great weekend,
boys.
Umbral Skull will be victorious over them here. They will be going home as our second team eliminated from Group B, and that means just one team is left in an active Keystone instance. It is Mist Count. They are fighting to escape that second, third, fourth place 102-point threshold and join Echo at 104.
Good news. Echo 1859 split on Gulp and Goliath in their successful 21 Halls of Infusion.
Yeah, so Miscount are ahead of the pace that they need to be. They've made it through the part of the dungeon that was most sketchy for them, which is like that, well, first of all, the start of the dungeon, but also that big pull right before the Gulping Goliath. So it is just a question of the end of the dungeon. We have Kajin the Unyielding. That is a huge healer check. Then we have the bridge pull. That tests every single person in your group. And then we have the last boss as well, which I think is the easiest of those 3 events, but it's certainly has a lot of a lot of danger.
Oh yes, there. The easiest of a very hard sequence.
Exactly. Yeah, if they can make it that far, I think they'll be okay, but they won't be able to let their foot off the gas. That's for sure. As we can see them sneaking past that last dragon pull, no accidental body pull. That's what we like to see. 20:30 on the clock, so they are doing well on the timer. Although it has taken a little bit to get this set up, we are going to get underway. Lust will be available in 52 seconds. I wonder how they're going to sequence this Bloodlust, because Power Infusion and Void Eruption are going to be up well before it, and I suspect they're going to feel some desire to just press those on CD.
I think you just rip those on CD and you just press the Lust on the second round.
We have Kira's POV now.
Yeah, offensive cooldowns. Oh yeah, we do have the Kira POV. This is sick.
This is my favorite streamer POV, because if you look at the Omni CD, it looks like he's actually tracking it, but you'll notice that none of the cooldown numbers are actually moving.
Some of them are, but so yeah, look at the Shadow Crash CD, right? It's just staying at 13 seconds. The beautiful...
that's so cursed.
Incredible.
So Kira, a lot of the time too, right before this Glacial Surge is going to come out, he's actually going to move the boss slightly away from the party. That way they're able to maintain being stacked inside the efflorescence permanently, and they don't have to move. That's going to allow AJ to... just have a lot more time to cast on these mobs. Additionally, it increases your damage by a little bit. It's just like a slight optimization that you're seeing from these TGP teams.
Incorporeal,
like...
mind controlled by them as well, so that's going to be a little bit of a damage reduction on this ticking damage, which is nice.
Oh, dude. Oh, okay. I was about to say, where is their next shard? But it's in the front of the room there. Because they have a bunch of broken crystal shards that are near them.
Yeah, they have to walk a reasonable amount here. That's always unlucky. Anytime you have to walk like 20 yards, you're feeling a little bit unlucky, but at least they don't have to traverse the entire room to find a safe spot.
Yeah, getting out of the F-low is also unfortunate, but I don't think that this movement is really too bad. They had to like run across the entire room last time.
Another mind control landed on the Incorp, reducing their damage taken for just a little while.
I gotta know, how is Thader doing 130k HPS? What is he doing?
Oh, he's pressing scales.
Yeah, let me check.
That won't actually show up, though, to be honest. I don't know, actually. What buttons do they press? Well, there's
So he's not
the little flower they put on the
into...
ground, right?
Yeah, he's not talented into the... There's a tiny
blossom?
bit of the Og tree that has some healer stuff in it. But nobody really takes that. He hasn't opted.
Obviously, it's like Renewing Blaze, but like, where is the rest of that coming from? He has short Renewing Blaze, which is nice.
I think it's probably just Emerald Blossom on CD.
Yeah, maybe it is just Emerald Blossom on CD.
Maybe
That's
does
crazy.
A lot.
Yeah, I mean, if you look, the actual HPS number here isn't going up by too much. It is Renewing Blaze. Oh, and Broodkeeper's Barrier, Rescue Shield, Chrono Ward, Writhing Ward, so a lot of different stuff there. Living Flame cleaves as well. After you do your Fire Breath, right, your Living Flame is going to cleave onto everybody for some extra healing, which is nice.
There's still a lot of little things stacking up.
He's not actually pressing a lot of Emerald Blossoms. He's cast a few of them, but it is not any. It is his 7th heal right now.
It's just a bit surprising to me that he's actually second in HPS, because typically the Shadow Priest occupies that, or third in HPS, because typically the Shadow Priest will occupy that spot on this fight.
Yeah, exactly, which I think may happen on the next Vampiric Embrace, but it looked like the first VE happened at a time where they weren't actually in too much danger, so it may have missed on some of its potential healing, may have done some overhealing.
Okay. Their Lust just faded. AJ's mana is looking so much better this fight, and just look at their positioning too. They haven't had to move around the boss room a lot. They are kind of jammed up against the wall right now, but being able to make minimal movements here has really allowed Miscount just a much better approach. And like, look at that. Kira moving that boss like I was talking about earlier, allowing the entire party to maintain that efflorescence buff, get that verdancy heal over and over again. I think this is super sick for AJ being able to heal this boss.
So what is the timer we are looking for out of Kajin? Is like anything
26.
sub 26?
Anything sub 26 is like money.
All right, well, I think they are on pace for maybe a 25-30 here, right? This is looking quite nice for them. They will get access to another set of 2-minute cooldowns. The question is whether they will use them or hold them for the start of the bridge pull. I would be tempted to hold them for the start of the bridge pull to just get that underway safely. A lot of danger, though, but AJ still has a bunch of mana left in the tank.
Yeah, no shot you press those here. Maybe you press just the Naked VE here when it comes up in a couple seconds, just to help out at the end here a little bit, so you can just pump as much damage out, and Bjark instantly slams that button
Naked
just to
VE.
help out here. Yeah, Vampiric Embrace with no cooldowns, just a little bit of extra healing.
Yeah, nice move there, especially because it's just not so important to have that on trash pulls, right? Like, trash pulls tend to kill people with, mobs one-shotting you, standing an ability, something like that. This fight is the biggest Vampiric Embrace fight of the season by far.
I think you hold this mass barrier for this dragon pull next, right? You could rip it on CD. I just don't think there's any need because the boss is dead. AJ's still he's not great on mana.
The damage.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, we're good. We are all good. So 25, 32
we made it.
Kajin split. Missed count, have more than enough time. They have 3 battle reses as well. They basically just have to avoid any sort of wipe. We can have a death here or there. We just can't wipe. As they make their way now towards this gauntlet, this is a very scary pull, even on Tyrannical. A lot of mobs going to be fought all together here. Kira starting the group, wasting no time, leaping forward and engaging that dragon.
I like LOSing this first AoE from the dragon. I think that LOSing this deep chill. Oh, look at that! Thaner and Yargi actually just making sure that they're just getting out of LOS. It means that you don't have to press a defensive versus it, which is nice. Hearthjax, of course, already had his barrier press, so it wasn't the end of the world.
By
He
these
also-
Ragers, perhaps.
He also ice-colded it just to make sure he didn't take any extra damage there. Yeah, he got autoed, though, so fortunately able to stay alive through that. But with everything stacked up, the majority of the danger is gone. Just have to make sure Kira doesn't go down to all these melees.
There's that Breath of Eons as well. It can be hard to find a time to press that on a pull like this, but Thaner finding a way to get that done safely. Impressive. It is going to line up with the end, or with the middle of these 2 minutes as well from the rest of the team. So that's going to be a full value Breath of Eons. Big Chrono Wards on the entire group now as well.
Kira died to this pull last time he was here. I'm trying to look and see. He still has.
Oh my god, so much
there's
to proc.
cheat.
Just used the health potion, just got the cheat proc too.
He's not running Last Resort, so the Prophetic Stone Scale was the only cheat death that he has available to him.
Yeah, they need to keep these tidal divergence casts from going off. One of those going off would spell disaster. They still have yet to get Infuser activated here. They need to kill one of these Ragers to spawn that mini-boss. Chaos Nova coming out. Kira starting to get beat up here. Dragon's Breath as well going to interrupt these next casts as the Infuser does come down. But it looks like we are through the worst of it. Kira doing a little bit of mini kiting here, avoiding some autos, dodging out of their way of that wave as well. It looks like they are through the worst of it here. This time proving to be more successful than last for missed count.
Funny enough, those Aqua Ragers, remember they had that Boiling Rage on them? They actually do a decent amount of damage to your tank. So if you have any free interrupts you can throw, throwing them on that is always really nice. Something that's been kind of interesting for missed count is Yargi, like, almost refuses to run kick in most of these dungeons, where pretty much every other Shadow Priest has been running interrupt. I would not take this advice as like any pug Shadow Priest, any average civilian watching the stream. You should be running kick. It only makes sense in a TGP.
Nah, don't listen to him. You don't need kick.
No. If you copy his talents, please put on silence. Please.
No, I mean, the only thing is you're choosing between kick and defensives. Definitely don't ever drop any damage, but you can either drop some defense or the kick.
No, you have to play Mental Fortitude too. Please put on Mental Fortitude as well.
Drop the Flash Shield DR. You're never casting Flash Shield, let's be real.
You need Fortitude. Okay, the Flash Shield DR is on the basic tree. We're not worried about that one. You got points to spend over there.
All
right, so
Drata's trying to troll chat. Being a bad influence.
That's me. All right, so we have those last few Ragers now being dealt with by missed count. And there's still 30% health on the Infuser mini-boss, too.
What do we need for this last boss? 5 minutes flat?
5 minutes, yeah, I think 450, 445 even is probably okay. Especially, so they are going to have Lust. Now, the problem with their Lust is that it does have to be at the very end of the fight. Like, they don't have Lust flexibility like Echo does. They held their Lust for a little while compared to Echo. So they're going to have to press Lust in the final, like, minute and a half of the fight if they want to get full value out of it. And that is... It's a tight window. They should still be able to still get maximum amounts of presses of 2 minutes, though. You can see they've held their 2 minutes. Zyro, like you were saying with Echo, they're going to have 2s on pull here. So that will be nice.
They're going to get 3 presses before the fight. Like, the timer is not an issue here. They have so much time. It's just a matter of making sure Kira stays alive. We've seen plenty of tank deaths to 21 Tyrannical, and remember, he expended his one and only cheat on that previous pull, so
I will say about the cooldowns, it doesn't really matter when you press in phase 1. The phase 2 presses are the ones that matter the most, right? Especially the phase 2 press with Lust.
Unless your phase 1 press is so late that your phase 2 press is delayed, right? That's really all we're worried about.
A problem with pressing it on pull, though, is like it'll probably come off CD right at the start of that bridge gauntlet, right? And
that's what.
Like,
I know what I'm saying.
Are you actually going to get a second press even, or are you delaying it until the boss comes up? At which point you're just thinking, maybe I'll just hold this thing for Lust, right? And you only get 2 presses anyway.
Yep.
We'll see how it actually shakes out here.
Ooh, the defensive darkness that Dratnos loves.
Yep. This is a big darkness. The focused deluge is a great example of something darkness is great against. Yeah, like
oh, dude, I just recognized that Kira's running Ward of Faceless Ire and the Chi Death trinket.
Yeah,
that's cool.
Strong.
You see,
options.
it's sometimes it's mostly ran in like Azure Vault for Laymore. For just like rotating defensives on Laymore.
Because you can ward yourself or somebody else. Like Fire Axe, if you only want to be protecting yourself, you can just play Fire Axe. But ward is really nice if you do sometimes want the option to save a friend, which in most of these dungeons, there are parts of the dungeon where you're not scared as the tank and you just want to help your friends.
Interesting. How much of an absorbed difference is Firax the Rage Heart versus ward? It can't be that big, can it?
It's. I think it's like a lot of offensive loss. I think it's a few hundred K, but I think it's like I think it's a decent amount of offensive damage loss,
Fire Axe
isn't
is
it?
a verse trinket, whereas ward is a primary stat trinket, which is definitely nice about ward.
Dude, Tiger Dash coming in clutch right here. AJ's like through the column.
Okay,
the nice thing about
we need
Fire
the Shadow
Axe is it
Priest
does
POV.
passive dam.
Where's Yargi?
But
He's coming.
He's on his own. He's on his own. Yargi's on his own. He could be stuck here.
Okay.
Nope, he's good.
He's not looking like Crims. Not looking like Crims at all.
Good work as well. Yeah, identifies as well that he's not in danger of being killed if he can make it far enough forward. It'll cancel them. Does use that fear as well to stop this Infuser. They aren't able to grip it immediately in, but the Sigil Chains does come out once everything is within range, and Miscount do now have all 4 grouped up. We do have a spawn of Incorporeal coming out. Those are going to get handled quickly. And we do have 3 minutes now for the end of this fight. So 2-minute CDs are ready. Probably the way to do this is to just press them. So the thing is, if you press them right now, I actually think the boss is going to die before they come back.
I think you just hold,
so
right?
I think you hold them for Lust, yeah.
Yeah. That's kind of thinking too. We just hold it.
But, it is what it is. I think it is the best way to get the most time in here.
Yeah, we just hold this for Lust, and then we send the boss M immediately on the Lust. The boss might die with... I don't want to say we'll die with Lust up. That's not true, but it'll be close. This end phase is about 2 minutes total, I think.
Yeah, Kira does have access to a Shadow Meld here to prevent one of these tank slams as well, if he wants to. As long as nobody else is in melee and you quickly tap out of it, it is all good. But it is a scary thing to do if you haven't gotten used to doing that, to cancel one of those tank attacks. They can be pretty deadly, though. AJ nearly going down to one of those Tempest Furies.
Dude,
they
had Zephyr, and he almost... They had Zephyr, and he was in bear form, he almost died.
Next Squall Buffet comes out. Kira looks like maybe got hit by one of those orbs for a second, but it's going to be okay. Defensives used.
There's the Lust.
Still no cheat available for Kira, so they could certainly still wipe here. If Kira goes down, it could start autoing or just explode the entire raid. So Kira is the most important variable here. Bloodlust is rolling, which means a Chrono Ward will be coming out soon after this Breath of Eons pops. That's going to be cheat death for Thanner, though, on that big slam from the boss, Tempest Fury. Now there's a Chrono Ward on the rest of the group, so they should be able to live the next one if that persists until then. Here comes a Squall Buffet. That's going to be darkness for Kira to help keep himself alive through this. 1 minute and 20 seconds left. Their timer is phenomenal. They are in great shape here. They just have to make sure that they avoid any deaths, especially any tank deaths. They bait all those globules and move into that safe spot. Kira just has so much room. Look how little globules are near him right now. He is in a phenomenally good space. Oh,
Hearth dies, but it doesn't matter.
Okay.
They have plenty of time. 2% on the boss. It's going to be a timed key from Miscount, ending off the day with
big.
a +2 score boost. That's huge for them. Do
big
they
for
pass ahead of Echo? Yes, they do.
That's big for my predictions, too. Very good.
Yes,
Great work.
excellent, Teddles, all according to plan.
Great work.
This is amazing to see. I mean, missed count coming in, Echo just giving them so much to have to just continue to stand their ground, coming in stronger than they were, day one, and showing that missed count couldn't just sweep through this weekend, but missed count here in the last minutes with our last run of the day, able to get those points on the board, and with some of those advantages with their timers, jump up here into first place. This means that tomorrow is going to be absolutely incredible. No doubt it's going to be a heated competition. But, I mean, Tuttles, today, based off of everything that we saw, what are you thinking as we look at this board that is continuing to go in our favor? Yeah.
We got a tale of two tiers of teams, where you have Miscount and Echo in the top tier, and then you have Hope and Dratnus Guild team in the bottom tier. I think that Hope and Dratnus Guild team are going to be really battling hard tomorrow for that third place spot going into the global finals. I think that a lot of our narrative for tomorrow is going to be based around those two teams, making sure that they're able to put up the most amount of points as possible. I think that for Miscount and Echo, basically, I don't want to say they're like secure to go to global finals, but they looked so exceptionally good this weekend. I think that they're kind of battling versus one another and kind of posturing to see who's going to look better coming into the global finals, making sure that they're getting as much practice as possible for that format as well. And I think that both of the teams, Miscount and Echo, look spectacular so far.
Yeah, they do. I mean, it's been incredible. This has been a whole nother level of gameplay. Last weekend was already a huge start to the competition, but seeing these teams duke it out in these different tiers, as you've been saying, it's been close across the board. And while we will be saying goodbye to GIF today, they should be very proud, both them and Ducks Can Fly, for everything that they achieved in this entire competition. Well done. Now, Zyronic, we have made it through 2 days. You feel good? Zyronic's like, I'm great. Were you going to ask? I'm good. Yeah, no, I feel good about this.
I'm talking about predictions. I mean, my 3 teams are there. I'm happy.
All of our 3 teams are all there. It's all.
Yeah.
Well, my 3 teams are in the top 3, though.
Well, yeah, things change.
Things can change.
Yeah, Dratnos, can you have a little talk with Dratnos Guild team? Because it would really work out great for me if they could just nail that third place spot for tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll try and help them out. Yeah, get some. You try not to wipe as much, is my main advice, I think.
But Dratnos, do you have any other thoughts about how things here at the end of day 2 have kind of shaken out?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that these teams are already reaching those key levels where consistency just falls off a cliff, right? You saw yesterday, today, teams working on 19s were reliably one-shotting them, right? As soon as we get up to that 20, 21 key level, these keys are just brutally hard. Every single team that's making it through to tomorrow only has hard keys left to do, right? Like, there are no easy keys left on the board from today. We're only revealing 1 dungeon tomorrow. If it follows last weekend's pattern, it's going to start at a plus 16 as well, so that means that we'll have, like, 40 minutes, 50 minutes, depending on which key it is, of pushing that thing up to a 20, and then we will have 4 hours of just brutal nosebleed level high keystones. And the difference between global finals and not is going to be how well these teams perform at that level. Today we got a little bit of a preview for that. Like, the last 2 hours of today, we saw the teams brushing up against that key level, working on those level of keys, and we saw all of them have some success, and all of these 4 teams also have some failures, right? We saw even Miscount and Echo depleting many of their attempts at that key level, so there's definitely nothing easy left on the board, is I think the big takeaway for me.
Nothing easy. I mean, for those who maybe have missed this, although, of course, the chat and the moderators have been doing a great job sort of informing, there was a bit of adjusting on the actual levels of dungeons where they brought them down a bit, right? But the actual difficulty of them is higher. So you can kind of add about 10 to get an idea of how difficult these dungeons will be that our teams will be facing tomorrow. Absolutely incredible performances across the board, though. And like we said, we'll have one more dungeon that we'll be adding into the mix. And Tuttles, do you have any predictions about what we might see for tomorrow's dungeon?
Well, I will say, if we get Uldamon tomorrow, Missed Count is going to be in a very advantageous position, is all I will say. I think that they might be the only team in the world that's like, wow, Uldamon, that's a great dungeon.
I remember you mentioning that they seem to have had a really strong performance in that dungeon before, and they're like comfortable with it, right?
They're exceptionally good in that dungeon. They were the best team whenever they were playing as last minute in the last TGP. They were the best team in the world at Uldamon. I expect that to not have changed since then.
Well, we'll have to see. Dratnos, you think it's going to be Uldamon? What are you thinking?
What are our options? Our options are what? Neltheris, Nokud, Uldaman.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we could throw a curveball at him. What if we just hit him with a War Within dungeon, huh? That could be fun. Are any of those ready? Can we speed rush
Give him
those
the
out onto the
Dawnbreaker.
TR?
We get the Stone Vault.
Yeah.
Yeah, can we just get that in the mix? Yeah, let's just do that. Great.
Lock in Stone Vault.
We'll just toss that into the mix. Totally unexpected for tomorrow. Easy. I mean, Zoronic, do you have any predictions? Or even if it's not about what you think the dungeon's going to be, seeing how the teams did today, what are you kind of anticipating for tomorrow as they jump in for our final day?
The floor is wide open, right? Like Dratnos was saying, we're getting into that part of the weekend where the consistency is hard to achieve in these keys. You're talking about maybe 30 to 40% success rate at max in some of these keys. It's wide open. We could even see both of the bottom tier teams that we were describing earlier move ahead if Echo and Miscount fail to time any of their keys. So we'll see. It could flip flop entirely around. It's going to be a pretty fun final day to watch, so don't miss it.
It could, and be sure not to miss it. Of course, chat, it looks like you were all doing a little bit of predicting yourselves. We had a lot of people voting for Nokud Offensive. We had some over there for Natharis, and a good hunk for Uldaman as well. So whichever one it's going to be tomorrow, you'll all have to tune in for yourselves. Before we wind down officially for day 2, is there anything else any of you on desk would like to add?
I'd like to shout out Poland.
Yes, great. Excellent, yeah.
All five members of Missed Count are from the country of Poland, so shout out Poland.
Shout out to Poland.
Yep.
No, honestly, shout out to all of our incredible teams wherever you're located. I mean, NA and EU, we've had teams competing on both, but a particular shout out to Poland. We love you the most. Don't tell anyone else. All right. Then if nobody has anything else to add, let me just remind you that tomorrow we will be revealing the last dungeon in the pool and determining our top 3 teams that will be moving on to the Global Finals. Join us again here on this stream at 10 a.m. PT, 7 p.m. CEST for Group B's Day 3 of the Mythic Dungeon International, The Great Push. We'll see you then.